Okay, so just before we start, um, the format is like this. We will start, or I will start with brief introductions of you all, and then we will have the first few minutes. You will have each one of you will have somewhere around 5 or 6 minutes to talk about the opening question or remark that I would make, which I'm not going to tell you right now.
All right.
And then after that we can just take it over from there, just like Soumya, you were suggesting yesterday, that we can take it from there and it can flow freely from there. Just that from the last 2 days we have been told that uh, um, we need to stick to the time limits,
Right.
because
We
the
make sure of
previous
that.
in some of the panels, I will make sure of that. I will tell
Every
you.
student who put their heart upon this institution and walk into this campus showing us their dreams, demonstrating honesty and maintaining integrity are transformed. And we at Christ push every single day that they are here in becoming better individuals. They have to have the ambition, they have to have humility, they have to have self-belief that they can achieve amazing things.
Education prepares one to face the challenges of life by bringing out the best in them. It should be relevant to the needs of the time and address the problems of the day. Christ University is a nurturing ground for an individual's holistic development to make an effective contribution to the society in a dynamic environment. We are now 5 campuses across India.
In its quest for achieving world-class university standards, Christ strives to identify, adapt, and put into effect the best educational and administrative practices. It has signed more than 90 MOUs with foreign universities for the exchange of students and teachers, conducting joint research and publication programs.
Education at Christ is a multicultural experience with pan-India students and students from over 60 countries across the globe. The students' exposure to versatile and diverse cultures molds their global view and generates excellent virtues.
Christ University, World of Excellence and Service.
Abigail Adams rightly said, "Learning is not attained by chance. It must be sought for with ardor and attended to with diligence." A very pleasant morning to all of you. Welcome to day 3 of Media Meet 2020. We will now have the Christ anthem followed by the Media Meet promo. The past 2 days have been filled with learning and unlearning various aspects of media literacy, and I assure you that day 3 will be no less than that. It is indeed an honor to announce that this year we are collaborating with prestigious institutions such as Griffith University, Australia, and Florida State University, USA. As our supporting partners, we have the UNESCO-led Global Alliance for Partnerships in Media and Information Literacy and the People's Archive of Rural India. A huge shout out to our youth partner, Under 25 Christ University, India's largest youth community, for supporting us throughout the journey. This conference would not have been possible without their constant and overwhelming response, engagement, and encouragement. While there are varying definitions, many will agree that at its core, media literacy is concerned with empowering people with the skills and knowledge to understand how media works in our changing environment. Increasingly, we live in a digital society. People have access to more information from more sources than ever before and in a variety of platforms across a variety of formats. And sometimes it can feel a little bit daunting. The topic of today's panel is video games, media literacy, and social change. And joining us on the panel are Purnima Sitaraman, Soumya D. Iyer, and Shagun Shah.
Hello, nice to be here.
Hi everyone, good morning, nice to be here.
So happy to be here.
It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for today's panel discussion, Professor Ajay Kumar. Professor Ajay Kumar is an assistant professor and head of the Department of Media Studies at Christ Deemed to be University, Bannerghatta Road campus. He pursued English literature and has trained in film and television production. He worked as a journalist for 4 years before returning back to academia in 2014 for his PhD, where he explored the political economy of the production of digital games in India. He identifies himself as a generalist who wants to learn about everything that has a creative aspect to it. His professions in a parallel world would probably have been an archaeologist or a product designer. At the moment, he is exploring the various intricacies of wood carving and miniature pottery. I welcome you, sir. Over to you to take over the discussion and introduce the panelists for the day.
Thank you, Gayatri. At the outset, I would like all of you to close your eyes for a few seconds and think of the first thing that you remember from your childhood. And think of game and play, and maybe reflect upon a little while about what is game for you. Video games are now almost everywhere. Schools are using it, medical and art history professors are using it. Online shopping companies have games on their websites, and so do news websites. NASA is using them to address future space health challenges, while UNESCO has found games useful in promoting world peace. You get games that cost almost nothing, and you also get games that cost more than the monthly salary of millions of Indians. The video game industry has surpassed the over 100-year-old film industry in terms of global market size in just 50 years of its existence. To discuss the varied aspects of video games as a medium, especially as a medium of social change and the potential it holds for a country like India. We have, as the panelists for this discussion, three remarkable individuals from the field of game production. Please welcome Purnima Sitaraman, Soumya Iyer, and Shagun Shah. Purnima Sitaraman is a lead game designer at Zynga, the company that introduced video games to millions of people around the world and in India in the 2000s. She is one of the 2 ambassadors from India for Women in Games, a global program providing visibility, community, and resources for women in the games industry. We have with us Soumya Sitaraman, who started her career in the gaming industry in 2005 and went on to work with few of the leading companies, including GSM Games and EA Sports. She currently is working as the game producer with Game Gear Inc. We are pleased to have Shagun Shah, who is a game designer working at Byju's, the company that's needs no introduction. He has done his PhD on the World of Warcraft from the London School of Economics. How cool is that? We will learn more about the panelists in the course of our discussion in the next 1 hour. To start with, I would like the panelists to talk about the ubiquity of video games. Why do we suddenly see video games everywhere? What has happened in the last 1 or 2 decades that has brought us here today? Literally. So in terms of your own lives, what happened in, let's say, for Purnima and Soumya in the 2005, when you decided to get into the field of video games, what was happening then, that whole decade, and after that? And same for Shagun as well. What was happening back then in 2011 and 12? Somewhere around that time when you also entered the field. So if you can give us a broader picture of what has happened that has brought us here. Over to you, Purnima, maybe you can start and then the rest of you can pitch in.
Thanks, Ajay. So actually, I think one of the main things that happened is the mobile market penetration and even social gaming penetration that happened. Back in 2005, it was mostly PC and console games. The reach, the access to these kind of platforms was not something that we could do as even college students, or it needed a kind of lifestyle for you to access these games. We have enabled now, like with Facebook coming on board with games like Farmville and Mafia Boys that started it, and moving away from our feature phones to actual iPhones and Android devices, and cheaper ones at that, made it much more accessible in my opinion. And then as of now, we even have networks like Jio, right? And that has made multiplayer gaming also more accessible. So I think a lot of that has to be attributed to tech, and the ease of access of these tech to the common people has made gaming a common commodity. Over to you, Soumya.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. That's exactly what I would say. It's just about accessibility. I think sometimes we, tend to forget that playing video games is actually sort of a luxury entertainment. Not everybody can afford. In fact, most people in India, I would say, cannot afford to buy a console or the latest PC hardware. Whereas now, in the past couple of years, everybody has a phone in their hand, and with the advent of free-to-play games as well, it's just gaining wide acceptance across society. And I think your other question was what happened around 2005 that caused me to join the industry. And honestly, I would just say it's luck and good fortune. I have played video games since I was a kid. I guess I was one of the lucky ones. My father brought home a PC, and all I would do all day long was just play games. And I'm sure I worried my parents a lot. But after I finished my graduation, I was playing this game called Ragnarok Online, if anybody remembers that. And I remember very coincidentally, they had a job opening at that time in the company, and I just applied and I happened to get in, and I've been here ever since, and I'm extremely grateful for that. So yeah, Shagun, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, folks. Good morning. So, yeah, I think it starts with increasing mobile penetration, ease of access to internet. What I also find very interesting in the video game space and its function as a subset of, I think, geek culture, nerd pop culture is also how in the last, I think, 15 years you've had this mainstreaming of a lot of what used to be of popular culture, right? Just as Marvel films have gained mainstream traction and now become the blockbusters of Hollywood. You have that going down into video games where people's acceptance of that kind of content, those kind of mediums of more fantastical experiences is also just increasing. When it comes to making video games, you've also seen this lowering of the entry barrier for getting into the crafting of video games. So the volume of content that's come out has also increased exponentially as Unity, Unreal game engines have become more accessible to your layman, as the access to the knowledge for how to code, how to script, how to even develop games at lower cost and faster as a single independent individual becomes more available, which has been happening since I joined the industry, since my colleagues joined the industry. You just see more content coming out and thus more people getting into games. And the other two interesting things to think about is the rise of esports and streaming culture, which has also led to a lot of mainstreaming of how video games are viewed. Yeah. So it's a couple of those things apart from accessibility technology.
Right. Right. So it's interesting that you mention about accessibility, not only from the consumer's point of view, accessibility to the video games, but also accessibility from the point of view of the producers, where it's also important for the producers to have access to these devices or knowledge to create the video games. But before we proceed further in our discussion, I would like all of you to address something that comes very often when I would talk about video games to anyone, to a lot of people. And that is about the negativity around video games, the effect, the bad effect that video games has on its players. So I would like you to address that and maybe talk about whether if you come across that kind of people when you tell people that you are the people who make video games for a living. Do you come across that kind of comments, that kind of people, and what do you tell them? And I come across these people, this kind of comments, not only from the older generation, but also from the generation to which many of my students would belong to. So yeah, your comments on that. What do you say about that? Are video games bad?
Should I take this, or Purnima, do you want to go? Soumya, do you want to go?
I can start. I would just say that, like any entertainment medium, there's good and bad as well. Like with TV, like with films, you can go overboard getting addicted to them and, sort of ruin the rest of your life, not study or not work or whatever. So it's all about moderation and knowing your particular limits. I think video games are certainly more immersive than simply passively sort of consuming TV or books or movies. So that, I suppose, it drives a fair bit of addiction, in people who may be susceptible to that. So it's very important that we are all aware of this and we all take care that this is sort of an enhancement to our life, our entertainment, and it is not something that we sort of, let take control of us.
So that's really interesting, Soumya, and I couldn't agree with you more.
You're on mute, Shagun.
Shagun, yeah.
Talking when I was muted. I couldn't agree with you more, Soumya. What I find interesting also is the concept of flow, which applies, it's a theory of psychology, which colloquially translates to being in the zone. And some of this comes from video game design, but a lot of it is also the act of playing games, the act of the repetitive loop of engaging in that environment, puts people in that zone. And what that happens is that you'll end up losing hours and hours to the game. From a game development perspective, that's a really good thing. From the person's sense of personal entertainment, that's a really good thing. The impact on life can, in fact, be detrimental if you're a child supposed to study for your exams. On the topic of, and the other negative thing you always hear of on video games is how video games promote violence. To date, in all the research one has done, there is no certifiable evidence that says that games teach you how to, or games encourage violent behavior. There is sufficient evidence, and across this talk, I can probably pull up a few citations that I have as well. Some of this was the scope of my own research in the past. There's plenty of evidence which says that people are reasonably consciously aware of the fact that there is a disconnect between a fantastical world where you're killing monsters, for example, versus picking up an Uzi and going and shooting up a school or something. And that's usually the argument that is made in the context of American school shootings and so many other things. And to that, I say that's just, a lot of that is more political bias and media framing than actual like games engendering that.
Adding to both of them, I mean, it's pretty much covered. So actually, Shagun, you mentioned the state of flow, right? And definitely like positive feedback loop is something as game designers, we try to incorporate within the game. And one thing we end up always trying to do is controlling that positive feedback loop also. But the essence for game designers is to put the players in that state where they feel comfortable to repeat that same process, and they're set in that zone. Unfortunately, like any other addiction, there needs to be a control driven for this. So we don't actually focus on alcohol itself as a problem. We are still continuing to make alcohol. We are still continuing to run businesses on alcohol. And yet we know that, there are alcoholics who are creating domestic violence and these all triggers. But I think that's more to do with the person than the product itself. For instance, like Shagun mentioned about exams, and I have been one of that person. During my engineering, Soumya, you used to work for Ragnarok. I used to be one of the very few women who played Ragnarok. And so I used to actually play Ragnarok during my engineering exams. I did clear it. But the thing is about balance. And the worst thing I find is that because we collectively do not understand this medium, we try to find faults with it and blame it. So when parents are going to keep telling these teenagers, don't do it, they are just as much more inclined to do it. And that's basic psychology. That's got to do nothing with gaming itself. It's just that gaming became a medium. Before gaming existed, there was something else. So I think like even my nephew, he's about 11 now. We restrict his gaming time. That control needs to be there, but we have not snatched it away from him. He still looks forward to his gaming time. He knows that it needs to be in control. Everything has to be balanced. So as people, we understand what gaming is, what kind of positive benefits it can bring. I think that needs to be there. Otherwise, take movie, take any form of addiction series. Any of that can be something that takes away your time and takes you away from what you're supposed to do.
Right. Soumya, you would like to add something to that?
Yeah, certainly. I think, we pretty much covered everything. That's exactly what I would say as well.
All right. Yeah. So, I think looking at it from a media studies perspective, this blaming thing that all three of you mentioned has been there for all sorts of media. So, and something as simple as books. Can you imagine that when books were first printed by Gutenberg, and at that time people were objecting to publishing of books. There were people who would object to the publishing of books. And this has happened with almost all media. Any form of new media that has come up at different points in the history, they have been blamed by people as something evil and something which is not required, something that is going to affect the society, a good for the good or for the bad, that is for us to decide, like you rightly said. But then can you talk a little bit about the uniqueness of video games as a medium. What makes it unique? What makes it different from all the other mediums of communication or mediums of entertainment that have existed before video games arrived in the 1970s in the US? What makes it unique? Soumya, you
Yeah, sure. I can take that. I think I touched upon it a bit earlier, which is that it is not a passive medium. It's something where, the player takes action to drive the story forward or do various things inside the game, which changes the state of the world rather than, just reading or watching a movie or watching a TV show where you're simply just consuming what is already there on the screen. Here you can take decisions. So that lends itself more to immersion, to a lot more, identification with the characters that you're playing. So for example, you don't say, oh, Commander Shepard died. You say, oh no, I died. Or, I jumped off the top of this tower and fell into a haystack. So, that is what makes games different from anything else. And that is why, they need to be studied and the impact needs to be assessed on a much different level than any other field of entertainment or media.
Right.
So just adding to that, I think I like to think of games as this dream experiences, essentially, and where all of us can experience the same dream, but very differently. And I think video games allow you to do that. So as a designer, I have crafted one experience for you, but it's not 100% necessary that you will follow it through the same loop. Because you're experiencing it differently, because of the emotions you might go through while playing that game can be very different from another person. And which is, I think, brilliant. Like when it's imagination, and yet there's something already there. It's an interactive imagination of sorts. So I would like to say that being in a dream and you still have some control within it is the kind of experience that games provide you. And that sets it apart. And this is also why we actually identify player personas in game and divide them according to like what is it that they try to do. Like a game might offer you multitudes of things, and some people are like achievers, they want to like clear everything, and some people are just happy exploring and just finding the world, and some people are there to just master the game. And these are all different personas, and at times you can take multiple personas too, and it's not necessary you will ever be fixed. So that beautiful state a particular game can give you and multitudes of games can give you, I think that sets it apart as well.
Absolutely. The both of you have actually completely covered this topic. There's not much more I can contribute on this front, actually.
All right, then. Moving on. The first video game company that is said to have started in India, we will come back to India and move our focus a little bit local. The first company said to have been started in India that produced video games or that worked in the video games industry is said to have been started in the late 1990s, and which I would say would be almost 30 years or 40 years after games were already popular in the US in the 1970s. And since then, how do you see the Indian video game ecosystem evolving? How has that changed in terms of both the production as well as the market? Purnima, you can maybe start for that.
So when we actually started that early, most of the games that was being done was more on an outsourced model. Like we were catering to the Asia Pacific, Europe, or American market, right? And we are licensing games, we're making it for them and pushing it. A lot of us based on art outsourcing because we still hadn't got into the entire development culture. And so that's where it originally started. But because of that, we were in a place where newer people started to started off, and everyone wanted to get into this business. And that started to bring about this whole Indian gaming industry ecosystem. And originally we started with maybe just art outsourcing, then we started full on game development. Back when I was working at India Games, we actually had a unit that made India-centric games. I was working on the 3D side of things. We were catering to the American audience and the Asia Pacific audience. And but we also had that Indian arm back then itself. But these are talking about feature phones, right? At that time, we had to go through operators to actually have something delivered, and they have to give their sign off, and then they take their price cut. So we have to validate on a lot of stuff there. We may get featured, we may get that spot that month or not. It doesn't matter. But now it has become a whole lot different. Like what Shagun had pointed, development also with Unity, Unreal, and all these engines being free has become so easy. Like we used to struggle with one of the engines that rendered 3D, and we ended up writing our own engine to support the games we want to make. But that's not the case right now. I don't need to spend an effort in trying to create an engine. I can actually take one existing engine and make one case. Publishing has become easy. I can self-publish. I can actually tie up with publishers who are waiting, whether you're talking about the hyper-casual market or a free-to-play or premium games. We have plenty of publishers available out there, and we can tie up. And India as such has always been known as an outsourcing arm. But we have some brilliant game developers out here. And I'm really glad to see some of our indie game developers are trying to make their mark by creating content that's different and not necessarily just India-centric, but quality global content also is being created now. I think we are in that, we're still very early, we're still very niche, but it's good to see that this is happening because the larger companies that are here are always like, byproducts of the MNCs, and we are just supporting them, but not really creating anything new. So I'm really glad that we are going in the right direction. It's time we showcase. I mean, we are such an old industry at this point, but like India, we are still this developing state, right? And I think it's time to make that mark, to show our presence out there.
That's really interesting, Puriman, and I can't agree with you more. I think what's also interesting to consider is the rise of games adjacent spaces in India. Industries like the gamification space, games for learning, serious gaming, those things have also come up in tandem with the games industry. And I think in the last 8 years, that has also grown significantly, although at the game conferences, you'll find that they're still fairly well enmeshed. And also you have now streaming and esports that's also growing out of India.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, can't disagree with anything you folks have said. So it's interesting to me because the way I conceptualize the game space in India, it's sort of, divided into three categories almost, which is that India as a market of game consumers, India as a base of games development, and India as a base of, creativity in games. And I think traditionally in the industry, in the world at large, these three things are very closely tied together. But in India, they're almost separate and they've evolved on their own unique tracks. And I think that now, because of all the things that we've talked about, accessibility of the technology, of engines, of knowledge, all three of these things are actually sort of poised to explode. I would say that they haven't yet. We are seeing a lot of creators who have made who have made decent financial fortunes based on their games. I don't think anything has touched the international market quite yet, but I think it's on its way, and I'm really glad to see how it's developing as well. And of course, India, as a market of players, again, I think traditionally, compared to the rest of the world, revenue has not been that great, but because games are gaining more wide acceptance these days as a medium of entertainment. I mean, I can think back, 5 years, maybe even 10 years back, the idea of spending on a game was just, anathema. Like you couldn't do it. Nobody was interested in doing that. But I think now it's just gaining wider acceptance because of this.
Right. So I was coming to that, exactly that, Soumya, the economy aspect of the video games production as well as the consumption. I have heard a lot of times that people in India do not want to pay for games, and which is why many of the game developers, in general, try to target the audiences or the players in other developed or already mature video game markets like the US or Germany or maybe South Korea or Japan. So, how do you see that changing? Or like Soumya, you already said that it's already changing. The mindsets are changing, and there is gradually the acceptance for video games is increasing. But do you still see that? Maybe Purnima and Shagun can talk about it. That do you see that as a fact? Is it true that Indians don't want to pay for games, something like games?
Urma, you want to take this one?
I'll go after you.
Well, I think that the answer to some degree is yes. In terms of, so I don't work in freemium anymore, but in my experience of being in freemium, a lot of the revenue that came out of India in the mobile space was through ad generation, through watching ads, as opposed to direct payments in games, in-app purchases. I think a lot of it comes down to also, there are a lot of related factors, right? That you think about credit card penetration, means of online payment, payment portals in, how do you buy games on the internet? And the fact of the matter is, if once you buy them, also how do you store them? How do you own them? And with internet the way it is, which is that it's not equal in its penetration across India, you also find that video games are still a luxury product which only hit a very small percentage of the market. There's this myth of the Indian market which is supposed to equal 1+ billion people, which is not really true. So when studios come here from abroad and they think of that and then they don't get those numbers, you see a lot of other cascading effects. To answer your question very simply, I think it's true. A lot of Indians, if you generalize, do not pay for video games, would rather not buy video games outright. I think also culturally, and this is just a very subjective thing, but I think as a people, we are very touch and feel. We want to fiddle with something. We'd rather go to a Chroma and use the phone before we buy it. We want to tinker with the laptop, and the idea of like free-to-play games helps you do that. You buy the game, you get your experience of it, and people tend to be okay waiting through those payment pinch points and just saying, I'll wait for like 6 hours for my health to come back in Candy Crush so I can keep playing it rather than pay money. Yeah, it's a little incoherent, but I've left lots of seats for Purnima to tell us more.
Yeah, so pretty much like what Shagun said, right? But it's slightly changing with these payment wallets that are coming through. And then again, we are not completely capturing the entire population, but most of it is getting there slowly and steadily. And so another thing, interesting thing is PUBG as a game, there are a lot of players from India, which is quite surprising. But if you actually think about the rest of the balancing, it's not that surprising at all, because streaming, like Shagun earlier mentioned, has become a huge culture right now. And in streaming, you need to have some of the better gears to show off. You need to be able to stand aside, like stand apart from someone else. So what happens is eventually the spend goes into the game. So these are free-to-play games that essentially is free to consume. But if you want to like stand apart from someone, you have to like purchase some of the products from there. So people are tending to move towards that. And generally, I think as a culture, we are not that familiar with gaming itself. Like we have offline gamings, we have our board games or card games that we play, which is why our teen patties and all take off really well, because that's part of something that we have grown up with. Versus playing a platformer or something has been a luxury to a few of us who are like still paying for games maybe, but not to all access. Like tier 3 cities and all have not accessed this. So they don't have that connect right now. It's slowly changing, but it'll take some time. It's same like how the movie industry started. Like earlier, people, not everyone went to movies. It was luxury. And now anyone can consume movies. And with streaming platforms, with the OTT platforms we have, it's become even more simpler. So I think it's just a matter of time for us to get the whole gaming culture into it. And with things like Candy Crush, Angry Birds, and PUBG right now, that penetration is happening. Like suddenly someone says Candy Crush, even my mom is familiar with it. And even same with Angry Birds, we had like so many fake T-shirts and other goodies being sold out there. People started connecting with it. They knew what it was. I think we need to enter that zone where it has become a part of us for us to be able to pay for it. I think right now we don't think there is value in paying for something. We are slowly creating that value, and then I think we will convert more people into payers.
Purnima, you said something really interesting over there, which I'd like to touch upon. Is on actually, wait, let me just think about it. But it's one consequence of one thing that's happening in the global games marketplace is a subscription model, which Indians we're getting habituated towards with Hotstar, with Netflix, with Prime. Now you have video game Xbox Pass, for example, by Microsoft, which says you pay a fairly small amount for the value you're getting, and you get like $3.99 or something a month, and you're getting access to hundreds of games. And it's an interesting thing to think about how that will also drive penetration in its own way, drive conversion in its own way. People say, I'm going to get access to so much, that sense of paisa vasool, I'm going to get bang for my buck. And that might also drive conversion. It's also interesting to think about cyber cafe culture, how people overcome their perhaps lack of personal accessibility by spending a small amount to go to a cyber cafe and then play from a basket of games that are there.
I've done that. I played Ragnarok mostly at cyber cafes.
Yeah, it's so interesting that it doesn't, it's been hardly 10 years, and it seems like a whole century that it was so long back that we had cafes, internet cafes, where we would go or access the internet there. So we have talked about the uniqueness of video games. We have talked about video games not in themselves being bad, and so many other aspects, the economic aspect of it, the accessibility aspect of it. Now, having discussed all of these, I would like you to spend some time now to talk about how useful do you think video games could be with all their merits, with all their uniqueness, with all their capabilities. How useful do you think video games could be in addressing some of the pertinent issues or the various concerns that we have as a society in India? Do you see some potential that video games have by themselves in addressing those concerns? So I am talking about useful gaming or serious gaming, like Shagun was mentioning. So can you maybe tell our audience something about what is happening in those areas in terms of serious gaming or useful gaming? How can video games be something that can help in bringing about a positive change in the society? Is there some potential in video games that we can look forward to in the future? Shagun,
I think Purnima is the expert on this.
All right, yes, go ahead, Purnima.
All right. So I'll actually, I think Shagun can talk about the serious gaming and the educational sector better. I'm going to slightly bifurcate from it and generally talk about games as positive change and social change. There are games. One which is very close to my heart is a game called Gris. It essentially deals with the 5 stages of grief. You play the game and you actually experience it through gameplay, how you overcome these stages and you finally reach that acceptance, right? There is Celeste, which is based on depression. There is Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, which is based on psychosis, if you're talking about mental illness. And I remember Saumya, Shagun and I had this chat on That Dragon Cancer, which is talking about a child suffering from cancer, and it takes you through that completely emotional journey. There are so many games to name that actually make it relatable for you. It connects with you and kind of helps you in easing through that process, whether you have experienced it or not. On the outset of it also, I know a lot of people who have played World of Warcraft. They have lost their son, and the mother started picking their account and connecting with those people, and saying that, this is relatable. This is the world my son used to live in, and it is still existing for them. And then we have historical preservance also in games, right? So Assassin's Creed Unity, the Notre Dame fire that happened, the Notre Dame Cathedral fire, and we are using a game to actually get the blueprint of the entire cathedral, and they are going to remake the cathedral using, because Assassin's Creed had the entire layout done to perfection. And as a company, they even got funds ready to recreate the cathedral. So there are so many things that's positive. I think at some point we are just closing our eyes and seeing only the negative aspects of it. It's like saying in a movie field, we have plenty of Salman Khan movies that's going on, but then we also have different like Ayushmann Khurrana's and Rajkumar Rao's different kind of movies that's talking about smaller, very important aspects of society. And I think we have target audience for both. I am not going to say one is better than the other. All I'm saying is like there is enough scope for positive change. Actually, when I was running my own startup, there were one of the things we were looking at was gender equality through games, especially focused on tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where we think when we actually went and surveyed these kids, they themselves, even the women, were talking about no, the girl shouldn't get out of the house after 6 p.m. And these were imbibed in children at when they are in the 6th grade or 7th grade, and these are children we are talking to where they themselves feel that it's their fault that they are women, and we wanted to take away that they can't cry. Men are supposed to do this. Women are supposed to do this. We have not even gone to our third gender yet. We are completely paused there, and let's not even go to the whole LGBTQ part of things, right? We are stuck at not even have that equality at some levels. So I think these games can help bring out that change. It started questioning you. I know when I played, Zeus was one of the games that attracted me to Greek mythology. Age of Empires taught me about different history. I learned about Byzantine Empire. I learned about Persian empires. So for me, I think video games were this subconsciously start teaching me through gameplay. And I feel we have that great potential to bring in the right amount of change. And just to conclude, my dream has been that I have to create this Carnatic music puzzle adventure game. And that's like an ode to my great aunt who's no more. And I think through that, I want to preserve Carnatic music as a culture. But through the player's journey, there is an underlying meaning where I want to talk about taking them through the process of, the full life pattern where you fall in love with something, you take it for granted, you try to reach back to it. So I think games itself can have deeper meanings, and there are just too many to name. So yeah, that's one side of it. And I think I'll just hand over to Soumya and Shagun to cover the rest.
It's really interesting to think of games as media artifacts which have so much intersectional value. Like what Purnima has been talking about, you have games which are explicitly designed as experiences where the developer wants to have a dialogue with you, where they want to tell you that, this is a story about depression, this is a story about gender, these are experiences that they want to, it's a conversation. They want you to experience that and understand, have that relatability and context. I won't say that's serious gaming, I'll say that's gaming with a message, because ultimately it's still supposed to be soulful, it's still supposed to be a story. When you think about serious gaming in India, it's a very dense term because it applies to gamification, where corporates will say we want to teach our employees X thing. I'm very bad at being corporate, so I can't think of a good example right now. But let's say we want to teach them about team building, right? And so we're gonna come up with a game. Maybe it's a very obvious game, like I don't know, some kind of chess with different rules. Maybe a giant chessboard where everyone is a piece, or maybe it's very obvious gamification where if you perform X task to satisfaction and then some, you get a badge, and then that drives competition. And and serious gaming really goes, it's this very big umbrella, right? Because then you also have games which can teach people, they're simulators, which will say, okay, we'll teach you how to perform X surgery. And this is aimed at doctors, surgeons who are specializing in that. And they can run those simulators to test and practice without actually, making an error or a real human being. So at least in the work that I do, we use games as educational tools for children. I can't talk too much in detail about what I do, but generally speaking, the behavior of children, the behavior of parents engaging their children on the topic of education is to get them. So one of the things that really works for us, one of the things we aim for, is to create an experience where the child is driven to discover, driven to understand, where the education is a little more implicit, where the sense of playing a game, the experience of play, of having that satisfaction from doing something in the game will drive an educational outcome. That you perform math, for example, to get to help the dragon cook its meal, in some kind of cute and quirky way. When you deal with kids also, it becomes very interesting because children sort of do not, especially at younger ages, when you're 5, 4, 6, they don't necessarily separate, they don't have a distinction between education and fun, as long as it's interesting, as long as it's presented in an interesting and engaging way. On the topic of serious games in India, there's a lot that's happening in the corporate gamification space. There's a little bit that used to happen in the advertising space, which sort of intersects with or overlaps with experiential marketing, where you go on the ground and we want to sell you Cadbury, we'll make it kind of funny, and then the people participate and engage. And in the education space, some of the things we do and other people, like members of the education game space. That's in terms of, and this is the last point, I think it will be a good launch pad for us, but a lot abroad in the Netherlands and Germany, you see game foundations, that get art grants that try to make games which want to engage with politicians, with policymakers, with stakeholders about shooting, about violence, about these things to drive positive change, to drive like real systemic policy making decisions that say, hey, you understand the plight of Syrian refugees, you understand that this is what happens in shootings, these are the consequences of abuse. Does that happen in India right now? I will say no. I will say some designers are probably doing it. It's not something that's come to light. It's not something you see in the media where, someone sitting down with someone in the government with, and talking, engaging with them. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Guys, please correct me if I'm wrong. Is there potential for it? 100%. And it should happen. It's great. It's a great way. Games are a great way of getting people to stand in somebody else's shoes and maybe think about something that exists outside their echo chamber.
Shagun, Soumya, just before you go, so like Shagun said, correct him if he's wrong. Not wrong, but just a heartening news for us. Just few days ago, the education minister has mentioned in one of his interviews or talks with one of the media organizations about promoting video games in schools and for education. So I feel that that's a very heartening news for us who are concerned about making video games more popular as a medium for good causes, of course. So yeah, I think that should make you feel better.
That's marvelous to hear. I didn't know that. Great.
Right. Yeah. Yes, Soumya?
Right. I was just going to sort of underline all of this by saying that, I think at base, what is happening is that games tap into a very basic facet of human psychology, which is that when things are fun, we want to do it more. And when things are not fun, we try to avoid it at all costs. So education and studies and, trying to change someone's mindset generally are not fun. So when we can sort of bring games into that, it makes it a lot easier, and it sort of helps to drive that change and those behaviors, more effectively.
All right. So we have been discussing about video games, the various aspects of it for last almost 50 minutes or so. Before we go on to take up a few questions from the audiences, if there are any, I'm not sure. I would like each one of you to mention about some video games that you would definitely recommend our audiences to play. One or two video games that you would recommend the audiences to play.
It depends on what they like. There are so many games and so many genres, so many different experiences that one can have. It really depends from person to person and what experience they're looking to have right now. So, if you want to explore a beautiful and dangerous underwater world, then play Subnautica. If you want to, play a mage casting spells and saving the world, play Dragon Age. If you want to be, running around rooftops and mercilessly slaughtering or saving, guards and civilians and using magic powers as well, play Dishonored. And if you really like renovating houses, play House Flipper. It's really addictive. I'm addicted to it.
Ajay, just to understand your question better, are the recommendations you like for us to give based on games that might be fun for people, or games that would also perhaps be interesting perspectives for budding media theorists to engage with?
My purpose of asking this question was to maybe to change the perception of some of the people, some of the audience that we have here, to give them a very different perspective of video games, what video games are like. So they might have a particular something in their heads that this is what video games look like, or this is what playing video games is. So something which can totally change that.
Okay, I have a couple of games for you then. The first game I would love to recommend to everyone of any age is Minecraft. It is something that changed the genre. In simply put, it is virtual Lego. There is also a Lego XP of Minecraft, which is great. But it's a game that can be enjoyed by people in their 50s, 60s, 70s, with their grandchildren. It can be enjoyed by young parents with their kids. It's something that's loved by everyone, 4 and up. It's a marvelous game, and there's no real violence. It's just a game of like deep creativity, and all the bits about maybe survival and whatnot you can just put off. Minecraft is a game that I recommend to absolutely everyone. The other game that I would really like to recommend to you, and I'm going to stick to threes because I think we're all sticking to that, is the game Portal. Portal is another one of those genre-bending, mind-boggling, delightful puzzle games where you play as a robot, or if you play with a friend, then it's 2 robots, just trying to navigate rooms with their little portal guns that let them play with physics. It's absolutely delightful. It will change the way you think about video games. These are games that are very popular. They have a vast mainstream appeal, but at their core, they're very, I don't want to say they don't have any stories, but they have heart, if that makes sense. And the last game I'd like to recommend to you, which, again, sort of encapsulates this genre. And this is truly a soulful game, and this is Journey. And Journey is a gentle game about you, a mysterious figure traveling across this desert filled with wonder and mystery. There's no fighting, there's no violence, there's nothing scary. It's just, as the name suggests, a journey. And if those 3 games touch you in some way, which I suspect they might, whoever you may be, you will find many other, that they're gateways to many other games, and perhaps open one's eyes from, to what else is out there. The games that are usually in the spotlight are ultra competitive games, which tend to be violent, Fortnite, Counter-Strike, Dota, and whatnot. And by their nature, because they're competitive, they're bad. But the games I recommend to you are Minecraft, Portal, and Journey.
Awesome. Taking from Shagun, and I already mentioned, Gris is definitely a recommendation, and the developers of Gris themselves are inspired from Journey. So it's like Journey with a little bit of gameplay. Again, nothing hardcore. You can actually play through the game and experience it. So Gris for sure. And I think Grids is very artistic. So you feel the beauty of the game while you're playing it. So I think for a very visual appeal, I love Grids. Then there is something called Baba Is You. I think it's brilliant design. It's a sweet puzzle game, and it is just about logic and how you interpret things, how you can change the rules of the system and make way to the ending. So it's a simple puzzle game. Again, nothing hardcore, no time limit. There is no urgency. You can take your sweet time and play. So I think it's great for design exercise. And this one, Soumya will definitely agree. And something actually Soumya recommended to me and I played is called Hatoful Boyfriend. And so it's a visual novel. And I think those who aspire, those who think they can't make games, they should start looking into visual novels, especially those who are good with writing. There are simplistic engines where you can just tell your story in a most interactive fashion. Hatoful Boyfriend, I suggest everyone should check it out. At the outset, it looks very different. It's about you being a girl belonging to, you are a human and you have to romance multiple pigeons in a school, in a college for pigeons. It sounds ridiculous, but there's actually a very deep meaning as you go into the game. And that's not something you see. So everyone checks it out for like, wow, it's a ridiculous kind of storyline. But there's so much depth in that visual novel game that it's amazing how awesome it is. Even if you don't play, check out the different endings and you will relate to how awesome it is. So these are my three things. One for like Gris, Baba Is You, and Hatoful Boyfriend.
All right. So we have very little time left. We have few questions from our audiences. Some of them are not directed to the individual panel members. I will just put it out there. So the question is, although mobile gaming has increased the market reach of games and extended the industry, do you think it has shifted the focus to monetization rather than the player experience? So when you are creating the game, what is the main thing? What is something that you focus at? Do you focus at the monetization or the player experience? Soumya, you would like to go for that?
Certainly. I think that's a fair concern. I won't say that it's a wrong question, but I think at base, all game makers are looking to craft experiences that their players like. We are not going to get money from an experience that a person does not want to pay for. So I can understand the concern, and it's certainly a very widespread one. But we have to remember that ultimately we are crafting experiences. And if the player does not like what we're giving them, if they don't want more of it, they're simply not going to engage, and they're simply not going to, give us their hard-earned rupees.
Great.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add on to it.
Something about that?
Yeah. So I think with some cases it's true. And with hyper casuals, when we come into it, there's like a bunch of games that we see, which doesn't particularly look like great experiences. But you have to go back to what Soumya said. Unless the consumer feels that, it's not like it will monetize. So at any point, the experience may be something you think is great or not great personally. But if it is making money, which means there are users actually consuming it. And either it is through ads. So there are companies which a target is basically to increase revenue. So we have to craft experiences that will focus on it. And then there is something called increased engagement. So we have to craft experiences that will take care of that aspect. So it also aligns with your company targets and other aspects that come into picture. But at the end of it, unless the consumer likes it, it's not going to monetize either through ads or through in-app purchases or directly paying up.
I think when it comes to on the front of, if I understood the question correctly, it was also, I think you were asking, are designers focusing more on monetizing over experience? There is no real hard and fast definitive answer to that. The truth is that like everyone has said, that designers will want to make an entertaining experience for you. Much like in any movie, if you don't like it, you're going to walk out, you're going to rate it badly. It's going to have a cascading effect if it fails on the industry and on the future of the company. At the same time, games also are entertainment products with a profit motive. So there obviously is a fair bit of consideration put in for, especially in free games, for how this game will monetize, how to create a delightful experience for a player that will, yes, encourage them to want to spend money, because if the game doesn't make money, then it's going to fail. And that's pretty much, that's not a feasible, that's not a viable thing. So yeah.
Right. And I'd also like to point out that, some of the very first, the origins of games themselves were as money-making machines. When you think about the whole arcade games, they were designed in a way that, players were sort of, they got immediately addicted, and they kept on pushing those coins into those machines. So that is the beginning of this industry. And over time, it's been really brilliant how it's evolved into an amazing art form along with all of that. And I think that, as with any art, there are things that are inexplicably popular and monetizing, and things that are, inexplicably not popular, even though they're brilliant and they're beautifully crafted. That's just, I think, a function of it being an art form.
Right. So Soumya, this is a question to you, which you have already touched upon. It goes like, what do you think about Atari's contribution to gaming industry during the initial days of gaming? If you can quickly respond to that, you have already talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much talked about it in this sense. I don't have that much insight into the history and things of Atari, but yeah, that's how we started. So.
Right. So this is to Purnima. What is your opinion on games like Blue Whale that have their end goals as something which we can definitely call as problematic?
Firstly, I don't think Blue Whale is a game. It was just a group that was actually assigning tasks to you and you were doing it. So it has got literally nothing to do with the game. It's just that someone organized it, so they are calling it a game, and it just got complete bad rep. And also, I think it's about having basic internet literacy. I think that was the problem with the whole episode of Blue Whale, that people started falling into that negativity of it, into the whole blackmailing aspect of it. I think it's a more cyber crime rather than anything to do with gaming, actually.
Right. So I think we should have started with defining what a video game is, and then I think this should have been more clear to our audiences. So Shagun, this one last question to you. The portrayal of female characters in video games is often seen as problematic. Do you think there has been any sort of a change in the industry addressing these concerns? I think any one of you can take that up after Shagun, maybe. Yeah.
I think yes. Very bluntly put, the portrayal of women across games has been horrible. It's heavily sexualized, heavily objectified. I see a change, however, in the last 5 years, 7 years of mainstream, and I'll say like in premium game content, right, where the most money is being put in, where AAA games cost hundreds of millions of dollars. You see the rise of female protagonists. You see the refurbishment and the repurposing of female protagonists to be a lot more in keeping with realistic body images, with zero to no sexualization. And it's a very good thing to see. The examples I like to give you are the game's Last of Us, which is currently experiencing its own controversy in terms of fan criticism, but the characters were represented as normal women in normal clothing without any ridiculous overblown features. They experience pain, suffering. They're portrayed as real characters. Their body types are different, and it's delightful to see. It's very, very good. Lara Croft, who started out as a pin-up model XP, running, pin-up model version of Indiana Jones, recently had a movie release, I think a couple of years ago. And the games that also came in, that followed that came side by that, also portray her very realistically as her character should be. She's an explorer, she's an adventurer, she's very hard-bitten, she's weathered, and it appears. And so, yes, I think there is a trend that is happening. It's positive, it's good. Because the games industry is so vast and there are so many sources of production, yes, of course, you will still see games where female characters are heavily sexualized. But I see a change happening where the money is coming. And that's good to see.
Soumya and Purnima, I would like you to quickly bring in this aspect of female video game developers. Does that help? Having more female video game developers, the content creators, does that help in this maybe representation, a better representation of females in the content?
All right. So I think, yes, it definitely helps. And that's something we have been trying to get more women into this industry. But I would like to make like a small statement here. I think they should be at their top level. Just having more women game developers is not going to cut it. They should be the ones making those decisions. And that is important. Breaking the glass ceiling and having them in senior management, giving them the right to create the kind of right experiences is very core. Or at least have allied men who take that feedback properly, right? And that needs to be important. So we can, of course, get more diversity into it. But if you're not letting those women grow and get to the top, then we are just like adding to the problem, just like, maybe it is better at the lower levels, but this problem is not going away. And just to quickly touch upon this gender representation, I will just again align with the movie industry. I think there's a lot of, item songs and sexualization and objectification that happens. And then there is also beautiful content consumption. Coming from Kerala myself, I think Malayalam movies are amazingly doing that, especially the new gen movies. And there, the interpretation of all characters, I don't say it is any related to any gender. It's simple. It's someone we know, like we can relate to. There's not any makeup, different body shapes. Like there is no, the hairstyles are simple. It's just like someone or the girl I know from next door. I think that portrayal, but content is king. So I think I would just like to call out this movie Kumbalangi Nights, which is amazing, and I think everyone should watch it, whether they are Malayalis or not. It's a beautiful movie through and through. It talks about so many things, whether you come from that area or not, you relate to it, the simplicity of it. And I think games are capturing that, new games especially. And I think we are getting to that phase where we don't need this extra masala to sell the content, because consumers are now becoming smart and aware that good content sells. Over to you, Soumya.
Yeah, I mean, just really quickly, I know we're running out of time. What I would say is that it's not about numbers, although, yes, of course, that's important, but it is more about the diversity of perspectives and the diversity of voices, who is getting listened to, who has the ability to influence. So again, as Purnima mentioned, if we, it's not necessarily about having X number of women in this industry. If people are allies and they are willing to sort of, take a risk on different voices and appeal to different audiences, even though that's not, traditional marketing wisdom or whatever, then that is far more important. And that will enable us to get, more people into the industry as well.
Right. Brilliant. The purpose of today's this whole discussion was to bring about a little bit of better understanding of what video games are themselves as a medium, and also as mediums that can help promote media literacy, can help bring out social change in whatever ways we can think of. And I hope our panelists have been able to do justice to the theme, today's theme. I would like to end today's session with a quote by one of my favorite persons in the field of games, and he happens to be the author of one of the first books in this field, and the book is called Homo Ludens by Johan Huizinga, a Dutch historian and a cultural theorist. And he says that, I quote, You can deny, if you like, nearly all abstractions. You can deny justice, beauty, truth, goodness, mind, God. You can deny seriousness, but not play. With that, I thank all our panelists today who shared bits of their life experiences and what they feel about video games and how video games can be used for a positive social change. And over to the MC. That will be it from us.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for talking about various issues like the stigma behind video games, female portrayal, and reiterating time and again that content is indeed king. The necessity for diversity of voices. It was a brilliant session. Thank you, Professor Ajay Kumar, for moderating the session so well. Here's a small glimpse of what we have in store for you next. We will now take a short break. Paper presentations are happening on the given individual Microsoft Teams links from 10:30 to 12 p.m. Do participate in the same. Join us at 1:25 for another informative and interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hi, Manjit sir.
Yeah, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Banerjee. Uh, you're on mute, but that's all right. I just want to inform you that we are already live. The feed is going out, and we will start exactly at 1:25.
Okay, perfect. Would you like to test the screen sharing from my end? I know it's difficult if it's live, but...
Yes, we can actually do that. Can you just share it for a second? We can just check if it is up and we can go.
I can't, because at the moment it appears that only you can share.
Okay, just a minute. Manjit sir, can you please enable Dr. Banerjee's screen sharing option?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just going to do it now.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it is clearly visible.
And how do you see it? You see me with my face talking and you see the screen. So it's fine if I move my slides. You can see the change to the move of slides.
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing now and I'll just restart again as soon as you give me permission to start the slides.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to day 3 of Media Meet 2020. Chadwick Boseman, as his character Black Panther, said, "In times of crisis, the wise build bridges while the foolish build barriers." And our next guest is someone who has built multiple bridges. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Shakuntala Banerjee.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for
Dr. Shakuntala Banerjee is a person of many interests. She is a professor of media culture and social change in the Department of Media and Communications at the London School of Economics. She lectures on international media and the global south, film theory and world cinema, and critical approaches to media, communication and development with a focus on children and youth, as well as media literacy and misinformation. Her achievements include winning the European Award for Excellence in Teaching, as she has made a significant mark in the academic field. With a flair for writing and research, she has authored and co-authored several acclaimed research articles and books. Her latest books, Children and Media in India and Youth Active Citizenship in Europe, are available from Routledge and Palgrave, respectively. Dr. Shakuntala Banerjee has encouraged discussions and written extensively on freedom, democracy, civic participation, the internet, creativity, and much more. It is my honor to welcome you, ma'am, to Media Meet 2020. Over to you, Dr. Shakuntala, to enlighten us on new media, old inequalities, approaching youth, creative politics, and media literacy across social class, gender, and geography. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Gayatri. Thank you very much to all of the organizers at Christ University for inviting me to give this keynote. It's really my pleasure to be here today. What I hope to do today, via sharing my slides with you and sharing the research that we've been doing over the last 17 years, is to give you a sense of the changes in the digital media landscape. I'm just going to wait for the host to allow me to share my screen with you. And at that point, I'm going to begin my lecture. May I share my screen, please?
Just a minute, Dr. Banerjee, we are enabling that.
Yeah, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can share it now.
One second. Okay, I hope everybody can see my talk now. So I'm going to talk to you today about a story which starts at, I suppose, in the late 2000s, when I was very, very interested by the changes enabled in young people's activity and activism online because of new media, social media, and the upcoming apps that were beginning to be available on phones. But the story, of course, starts much further back than that, in a series of research projects which were taking place in several locations from the beginning of the 2000s. There was a series of projects which involved ethnographic fieldwork with young political and civic campaigners across Europe, Turkey, and various parts of the UK, which asked questions about the way in which democracy was being reinvigorated for young people via new media. There was also recently a large qualitative focus group and interview-based project across Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, and the United Arab Emirates, where so many of the young people that we were talking to had really been allowed or given space to examine the intersection of media literacy, social class, and various artistic and political production. And then also my own private research over the last 15 to 20 years has been with young media users in India and also across South Asia more generally, looking particularly at children and young people's abilities and, around making and sharing and understanding creative content online, but recently also funded research on WhatsApp and misinformation and the way in which this travels, plus a new understanding for me of the way in which digitization is not happening naturally in various places, but is being forced on people and the results of this forcing. All of this previous research can be found in a series of volumes that have been published over the last 10 years, and each one of them focuses slightly differently or on a different region of the world. So you can see that the Civic Web, which was written very much in the wake of the move over from old-fashioned websites to new media and social media, which was very much focusing on European and Turkish young activists, was then followed by Youth Participation in Democratic Life, where we looked really at those who were also excluded significantly by their inability to connect and to go online. And Children and Media in India moves this discussion into the realm of understanding and looking at the way in which media wealth, as in a riches of media where you are connected all the time and you've got new gadgets and you've got new hardware and software, is also reflected across India in young people who have virtually no access to anything. And of course, all of these things have come to a high in recent years because of hateful propaganda online and the way in which democracy is now being slowly undone by the same new media, which before was raising questions about how invigorated democracy would be. So I think we should start today with some theoretical questions. For instance, is the world really seriously digital? And what does this mean for users' agency? Do we no longer have a choice to be digital in the digital world? Is this something which, regardless of our wishes, has been taken away from us? What constitutes digital media literacy? And what are the practical and sometimes the emotional or psychological outcomes of being or not being digitally literate? Also, how does scholarship and academia about the potential of new media to re-energize democracy respond to a recent understanding that digital tools can be co-opted by capitalism, that digital tools are surveillance tools, that they are owned, that your data is owned, and that violent social forces, for instance, the European far right, Hindutva and Islamic authoritarians, are also using the same tools, the same creativity to push their own agendas. We must also take into account the effects of uneven digitization and social class. And so what does differential digital visibility, i.e. the ability of young people on new media who have smartphones, who have the option, who are connected, who have networks, their ability to highlight their causes and concerns versus the inability of communities which are far less digitized to get their voices heard, to make their concerns, or even to show their resistant agency in a more long-term digital archive? What does this say for the way in which we as media historians, as media theorists, are writing the history of protest, writing the history of democracy and the media? But let's examine first some of the assumptions in the literature which perhaps have provoked the scholarship that I and my colleagues have done over the last few years. There was, in 2011 onwards, an enormous spate of articles written by a variety of authors from across the world talking about digital revolutions. And there were inbuilt multiple assumptions about the absolutely integral links between social media and democracy. To put it bluntly, people assumed that the more advanced your technology was, the more advanced your democracy was. Another assumption which has been a long time being challenged, but is still very prevalent in the field of development and ICT for D, is the idea that new and emerging technologies are the best scalable platform for behavior change, for empowerment, and for the modernization of development. And this is everywhere in the older literature, but also, although now being challenged, is still something which guides many on-the-ground projects with young people, education, media education, and literacy. There's another assumption in a whole different set of literature, which is about the way in which young people's agency thrives through media and consumption. The fact that you can buy things or make connections with people or sell ideas or sell yourself as a YouTube star assumes a sense of young people's empowerment. And I want to question through the lecture what this empowerment actually means for a multitude of young people who are excluded in offline contexts by their class or their caste or some other issue to do with geography and language. I think there is also a very strong assumption that we have seen coming towards us, particularly from the platforms which are owned by large companies. And perhaps you might say it was naive to expect anything else of them, but the assumption that it is digital inequality and digital illiteracy which fuels the flood of fake news and misinformation which is swamping currently the internet and Twitter and all of the various different apps on which people are communicating with each other. The idea somehow that it is the uneducated, the digitally illiterate, those who very rarely express themselves in language but go by pictures only, who are spreading neo-fascist imagery, white supremacist imagery online without questioning it, is something which was something of a, if you like, a phrase which we would hear in every single conference, or where there were speakers who were journalists doing work on youth civic agency. They would say these kinds of things, and we really wanted to question that. There was also an assumption that traditional and hard to reach groups, those who were geographically far away, needed to be forced or persuaded to join the tide, the now very modern tide of mediatization and digitization. And I don't need to look very far to pull from the literature illustrations of these kinds of techno-optimist narratives. There are hundreds and hundreds of quotes I could have given you from various Indian publications about how digitization is the key to India's competitiveness, to our moving into the second half of the 21st century, and to our competition in the global economy. There are also assumptions that the connections between new media and entrepreneurialism is something very good for young people. So for instance, this quote from John Seely Brown: "Now we are in different times. We are in an era of networks, sensors, smart matter, transmedia, Uber, Kickstarter, Airbnb. It seems fair to say that the world we are living in is advancing at exponential speed, which as a result is challenging the status quo." Now, I obviously, in the talk I'm going to do today, am challenging some of these narratives, and yet the narratives keep on coming. For instance, social media played a central role in shaping political debates in the Arab Spring, which is now, almost 10 years on from the Arab Spring, a really rather depressing and sad reminder that many of the people who participated in the early pro-democracy movement have taken up individual private roles in big private companies like Google and Facebook, and their expectations and hopes for democracy have changed very significantly from the time when they started doing that work. I'm going to take you now through a series of case studies of the kinds of work that we've done over the last 15 to 17 years, particularly looking at a series of projects about young people, the internet, and digital activism. So the internet and digital tools have certainly transformed youth activism in a number of ways, and it would be facile and foolish to deny that there have been these changes. They have enabled many more digital horizontal connections between people like you and me, between students, between activists in different countries, and between people who have had a lot of experience. So if you like, an older generation of activists and a younger generation of activists. I have only to mention hashtags BLM or hashtags MeToo, and one will know immediately that there are campaigns which could not have happened in a non-digital era. Digital tools have also allowed many middle class and some working class young people access to ideas and spaces which otherwise really were limited to either the wealthy, the technophilic adults, or to companies and businesses. They've allowed groups who were negative about traditional politics and disaffected by older people's attitudes to mobilize and come together. So anyone who felt that the boring old politicians and speeches in Parliament were not for them found themselves able to come on and debate those kinds of issues together in spaces such as Twitter, but also in spaces such as WhatsApp groups, which were more private and enabled more critical engagement. There's no doubt that there is a wide spectrum of use to which social media is put. And this also allowed young people who were protesting about various things. So for instance, in South Africa, the recent attempts to get university fees lowered for those who were unable to pay, or to bring down statues of historical colonizers, was very much enabled by social media organization. And they also allowed those young people to make films about their own activism and to contest misrepresentations, a very, very important thing, particularly in India for Dalit movements today. They've been within groups an unparalleled node of communication and information and planning. The thought of trying to organize a large meeting such as this one without WhatsApp, for instance, actually sends fear into the hearts of many young activists. But having more digital apps and tools and social media spaces has not necessarily increased the democratic and civic participation of a majority of populations, as one might have thought. It may have increased participation, but the question is whether that participation is necessarily democratic. Many of the organizations that we worked with in an ethnographic capacity, but also just through observation and online mapping, actually remain disorganized. They remain hierarchical and lacking in grassroots democracy. For instance, if you look on their forums, it's very clear that only 3 or 4 or maybe 5 or 6 very key leaders are posting again and again, and that the majority of people tend not to participate in online debates and discussions, whether for fear of being told that they're foolish or for fear of being surveilled is still yet unknown. And often these organizations, because they are chasing funding, because a lot of youth organizations, whether they're for very creative or very political purposes, are trying to stay alive, stay on the ground and keep their profile high online, they tend to end up following a kind of neoliberal model where people are working themselves literally to break down. WhatsApp groups have also proved to be hugely organizational, useful tools, but they are a dangerous drain on people's patience and time. I challenge any one of you to tell me that you read every single message that comes into you from every single WhatsApp group that you get. And this is certainly the case for young activists across Europe at the moment. They are in so many WhatsApp groups that they're finding themselves exhausted by them, muting conversations, deleting messages, and ultimately taking themselves out of groups only to find themselves re-added to the same groups the next morning. Another significant change is that now people are far less comfortable and far less safe within these WhatsApp groups. They have become a kind of internal democratic surveillance mechanism. And I say democratic because even in groups which are very liberal, very right on, there is often a kind of policing of what people can say and how they can express themselves. And this, I think, is very exhausting for people, quite aside from the issue of spreaders of misinformation creating groups in order to continue spreading their disinformation, false news and misinformation. Many groups also rely on what I would consider to be a differential exploitation and self-exploitation of young techies. So if you happen to be someone who hasn't got a job and you volunteer your time with a large charitable organization or a smaller organization, which is maybe working on the environment or in women's rights or on some other social issue, it frequently becomes the case that older and more established members of the organization ultimately end up getting paid for the same work that you find yourself doing for free, whether that be tweeting or putting up Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook posts. And therefore, in this context, it is very common for activists to burn out, to get exhausted, to drop out, to start taking themselves off the groups and to participate less and less. So there's a sort of cycle, or a life cycle, if you like, of digital activism. 2 or 3 years of extreme activism or hyperactivism, followed by a period of exhaustion and perhaps even illness, and followed by dropping out. And that's the good side of social media in terms of activists. On the more dystopian end of the spectrum, we find that digital algorithms and surveillance mechanisms are being used by large corporations and governments in ways which are far, far more worrying and nefarious. There have been a series of stories across Europe, and particularly in the US and the UK, in the last few years about the way in which digital algorithms around health and social care, around social facilities and welfare have been deliberately adopted in ways which punish poorer neighborhoods and poorer people. Or there have been lots and lots of talk in the recent years about the way in which algorithms around policing neighborhoods and surveillance have been aimed clearly at ethnic minority populations. And these are some things that we shouldn't take lightly in our championing of digital tools and technologies. And at the other end of the spectrum, a really interesting phenomenon is happening across Europe and across the Western world. And that is that people who work in the tech sector, very, very highly educated, highly digitally literate people, are suddenly discovering that they don't want their children to grow up digital. And there's a strange mismatch between the rhetoric of ICT for development, where every poor farmer's child is being told you need a smartphone and you need to be e-educated, and Tech Valley in the US, where people are actually removing their children from screens and limiting screen time to 10 minutes a day because they're worried about people's mental health. They're worried about the way in which their creativity is being damaged and potentially forever changed by the digital world. So we can just sum up that section on the Western world by asking the question of whether the internet is actually the answer for a gap in democratic participation. Well, clearly not. Traditional media remains a central tool for many, many young activists across the world, and particularly in the UK, I think still television, although it may be accessed online, is something very central to community life. The digital and skills divide is still a reality. You might think people say there's 90% or 100% cell phone coverage, but this doesn't reflect the reality of young people who can't afford to pay for data, and where algorithms and surveillance make these divides worse. So what story does the Global South data tell then? We've done a lot of work, a 2-year project in the countries of the Middle East and North Africa, and approaching new media, youth and social class outside the narrative of, oh, in the Arab world, we had Facebook revolutions. We learn a huge amount about older networks of youth structural inequality and of creative resistance and creativity. What we started by doing in these projects was to map how civic networks connect. And the maps that we drew were networks both of offline and of online. The stronger networks tended to be offline. The weaker networks tended to be online, and sometimes there was an overlap between the two. And there was a huge variety of the kinds of groups and civic subcultures that we encountered. So for instance, language learning groups and non-religious charities, or reading groups and sewing networks, artisan cooperatives, dance groups, theater groups. But also, strangely enough, places like barbers' shops, where people would come together to exchange news, the newsagent or the cigarette shop, where people would come to stand and hear the latest happening in the neighborhood, motorbiking groups and student networks. And none of this should come as a surprise. What really was interesting to us was that the significance and level of the impact of the internet on maintaining connections between people and groups varied enormously, both across the countries and across the types of civic groups we were studying. Let's take a couple of examples from our project. We looked at a volunteer organization, Les Volontaires, in Tunisia, which was a network based on being apparently non-party political. The group claimed, and actually were, from what we could see of their work, committed to social improvement. They were hugely environmentally aware of the way in which things in cities and urbanization was changing the natural environment, and they were willing or able to work for no money. And therefore, a lot of the young volunteers were hugely dedicated, almost in a sense giving their life to the network. It was a network which actually ultimately showed us that both online and offline were very, very interesting, because one of the things that they did was to organize online and then to meet up offline to do a variety of things like painting slogans on walls or painting out slogans on walls, or giving out free clothes to young impoverished people who needed to get jobs. And they were a very interesting network. Another network we looked at was the heavy metal network in Jordan, which was based on a passion for music. And you might ask yourself, why would we consider this to be a civic network? But we did because through participating in an online group where they shared a passion for something which was considered perhaps by some of the more religious groups un-Islamic and not conforming to Jordanian culture. In fact, there was a lot of talk about how they had been connected to Satanism and were seen as being part of the devil's work. Many families didn't like the fact that their children joined this metal network. You could see that it contained both a cultural subculture, but also in many ways a type of politics, which was shaping how these young people could connect to each other. Could they have made these connections without the internet? Yes, indeed, some smaller groups had come together without the internet, but actually, the internet was accelerating that in some way. And this is also the view of one of our expert interviewees on that project, who talks about the role of social media as an accelerator. I think, says Francesco Cavatorta, that social media was an accelerator for participation, particularly in revolutionary moments. But what we also find is that what matters most were genuine, real person-to-person social networks. So social media works as an accelerator of those social networks. But if you want to look at, for instance, why Salafism grew quite quickly in Tunisia, it's because they could use Facebook and Twitter at some stage, and they have web pages and they have Skype conferences with sheikhs from elsewhere. But the reality is that this started in the prison amongst prisoners who knew each other. And once they were out there relying on their own social networks and family ties or tribal ties to recruit. So I would say that social media has a role, but I wouldn't give them the primary role. And so there's someone who's been studying connections and civic connectivity for a very long time and has the view that it's not happening because of social media. It's playing a role in an older story. Indeed, we also found a story about older media. There was a notable lack of trust in the news, and I can see this playing out both across Europe and across Asia in a similar dislike of the partisan, politicized nature of news channels. Nevertheless, there was a lot of time spent watching news, discussing television news, discussing personalities and anchor people. And this wasn't always online. This was sometimes with the family in the living room. We found almost no evidence that television had been entirely abandoned by communities in favor of the internet. And we found a considerable number of young people who almost entirely watched television because they were tired of managing their online impressions. We also certainly found some evidence of the significance of digital media for really quite critical and radical young people's groups, and also for individuals. They found jobs, they built CVs, they Zoomed and TikTok, communicated with each other about politics and about leisure, and got involved in social change projects. This organization, SHUF, which we talked at length with the young women from this organization, fights for the rights of young women and sexual minorities and are very, very active on social media. They deploy a form of what has come to be known as artivism, where their art activism is aimed at social change. And for them, it would have been almost impossible to imagine communicating together in the way that they did without the internet. There was an intersection of online and offline media in the work of certain groups, such as the football ultras, who bring their political interests together with their football fandom. And often at big footballing events, would have already organized online a protest about some aspects. So for instance, protests took place around issues to do with food insecurity, when people felt hungry, when the groups were enraged at the political apathy and lack of will by the leadership, they would bring those to the stadiums. But the stadium organizers would try and prevent this from happening. And so there was a lot of cat and mouse going on, where the organizers online would plant false information online in order to mislead the police and stop them from closing down the effects of what they were about to do. It's a very interesting cut and back and forth. And older forms of communication, such as graffiti on walls and on rocks and on places which could be photographed and uploaded, were also very, very prevalent across the Middle East and North Africa. A young producer that we spoke to from an organization called Speak Trauma argued that Speak Trauma is like a platform for people to talk, to speak up about traumatizing events in their lives and how they were inspired, because in the Middle East, it's like a taboo to speak about mental illness. And I think this is something also that we could say is the case in India, for instance. And they would say, oh, don't say anything because our family name will be ruined. Or, yeah, no problem, let's take you to the sheikh and he'll fix everything. So basically the traditional way of doing something, the traditional way of talking about mental health was to push it under the carpet or talk about it as a kind of jinxing or something that could be fixed through black magic. And so even if there are many serious issues of mental illness, it was never addressed until they came to this online poetry venue and talked about their issues, talked about their vulnerabilities. And so the interviewer then asked, so is offline more valuable than the online? And the young woman organizing Speak Trauma says, yes, actually it is, because you talk about it rather than type. And so even here, where the coming together and the work that was done happened through an online medium, the actual meeting of people offline to talk about their trauma and their issues remains with a certain rawness, as this producer talks about. So coming in the last third of the talk, to talk about India, the case study that I've spent a lot of my life working on. And here I want to focus on really the divide between the 40% of India that is not digital. And although we keep being told that everyone is digital, everyone has a fingerprint, everyone has Aadhaar, everyone has some kind of digital electronic identification number, actually there are places which are barely electrified, where it's hard to charge a phone and where people are barely eating. This shouldn't come as a surprise to any of you. It didn't come as a surprise to any of us when we were doing our research there. But another 30%, and now this I think is surprising, on top of that 40%. So if you add this together, this is quite a significant number of India, almost amounting to 100, to a billion people, is barely digital. And by barely digital, I mean they have their phones, but what they do with them does not really enter into the digital sphere in any way. And I think this is really important to remember when we keep talking about the hype and the story of India. And here in the picture, you see a plastic water bottle which has been turned by a group of children into a little car through the use of coconut cones. And I want you to keep this image in your head as we go through the talk, because I want to have the cell phone as the counterpoint to this image. So what we think about creativity, what we think about who is using phones and for what, and what we don't know and what we don't see are in very sharp and stark contrast in India. Here's an example of the kind of spaces or places in which many young people and children are having to try to be digital or use digital tools. They are destroyed villages, places that are falling down and crumbling ruins. And I think if any of you have any memories of the migrant workers trying to walk along highways to get home at the beginning of the lockdown in India, you will understand what it means to have to make choices between buying data or buying food or getting water or finding somewhere to ride home. And yet the story being sold in public is a story of ubiquitous connectivity and smartphones and apps and digital India. And if you take, for example, the world of mobile games, India is seen as the next playing field for mobile game developers. And it's true, of course, digital games are very popular in India, and I watch people playing them, and I've talked to young people, middle-class young people in Mumbai and Bangalore and Delhi who are very much gamers, in the same way that the young women in Tunisia we spoke to were gamers. Of course, the estimations of smartphone users in the country tell us nothing about the literacy or ability to connect of those users. So I think there's perhaps a disconnect between tech designers and real life when it comes to thinking about what a typical young person in India today is. Children between the ages of 5 and 15, especially the ones in working class houses and homes, tend to labor for hours, both at school and at home, in childcare, housework, in the fields. And many of them at age 16, 17, and 18 are married off on a regular basis and then have the whole household on their shoulders. Leaving a computer in a wall or a field or near them, or giving them iPads, doesn't really change the iniquitous system which requires their labor. It doesn't enable them to have more time for creativity. It doesn't enable them to be able to smoothly transition between home, school, and work. In many schools, even in the so-called developed world, and I talk with great knowledge about this, having been a teacher in the UK for many years, tools and technologies, both old and new, are still used in extremely unimaginative, alienating and authoritarian ways. Teachers who may not be as good as their own students at using technology are curating a very boring, old-fashioned curriculum, frequently in ways which make the children want to go to sleep as soon as PowerPoint comes on. Youth agency is clearly being suppressed. Academic studies about interaction design and ICTs are actually misrepresenting and underrepresenting the diverse experiences of children and young people across the globe when it comes to areas like gaming and tech use. And I think this is really problematic. But even more problematic is the way in which there is a disconnect between those doing research on pro-civic approaches through new media and those doing research on misinformation and fake news. So I think it's really important to say that if you're going to study the internet, if you're going to study new media and apps and digital literacy, it's really worth studying the whole spectrum of this. So misinformation spreads largely due to ideology and prejudice rather than ignorance or illiteracy. That is the headline finding of our study, interviewing hundreds of people, doing focus groups, talking to people that curate and moderate and manage WhatsApp groups in India. So we found very clearly that the people making and spreading disinformation, misinformation, the people who were the most, if you like, culpable, were highly digitally literate. They knew exactly what a deep fake was. They knew how to make a deep fake. They knew how to spot a deep fake, and they didn't care. Their role in this was far, far higher than those younger and perhaps less experienced users, or than those rural users, or than those people who had just acquired a mobile phone because they needed one for their work, or they needed one to be able to continue to get their Aadhaar. It was really, really problematic in a strange way, because we noticed in 2018, when there was a spate of rumors going around on WhatsApp about child kidnapping and mistrust of strangers was at an all-time high, we noticed that actually sometimes these stories were beginning to take on a very ideological tinge. And so, for instance, rather than just saying any stranger, these stories would be used in the south of India by saying a stranger from such and such a place in the north, or in the north of India, these stories would say a stranger from the south, and in the east, an infiltrator from Bangladesh would be blamed. And so there was a political edge to this destabilization that was taking place via WhatsApp. And often, these kinds of things pushed us in our research to question the idea that new media could be used as resistance. In fact, we did find that new media was being used as resistance, but it was being framed as resistance to liberal ideas. It was being framed as resistance to secularism. It was being framed as resistance to women's liberation. And what was most interesting to us was that even before there really was any women's liberation across the country, which matched up with the ideas of it, there was an enormous troll army of misogynists out there writing against young women who tried to take part in any kind of protest. And there was a striking continuity between visual misinformation, propaganda, and resistant action. And this was picked up, of course, in very brief ways by newspapers across the world. So here you have the BBC doing a one-off, very rare story about nationalism being a driving force behind fake news in India. But there was no uniformity about the way in which this was being studied. And in fact, the broad consensus across the West was still that technology in India is a great thing, that technology in the Middle East is a great thing, that WhatsApp and social media are spreading modernity and democracy. So despite evidence to the contrary, we then can come to the conclusion of my talk, and I'm going to try and outline some broad patterns here. First of all, I think clear patterns emerge across the Middle East and North Africa, Turkey and India, though they are most striking in Morocco, Tunisia and India. Offline spaces and online spaces are often inundated with hierarchies and codes based around gender, patriarchy and misogyny. Attempts to exclude girls and women take many different forms. First off, there are many groups where there's not a single woman, or maybe even just two women. There's a relentless trolling and bullying of women and women activists in particular in younger spaces. There's a lot of sexual bullying in more open, for instance, university or work groups of young people. And this, of course, takes place even amongst older women and older men. There's revenge porn, something that we noticed was circulating on the Indian internet at an absolutely unprecedented level, quite horrific level, often leading the young women in question who had perhaps engaged in some kind of gentle or foolish flirtation with someone online to depression and ultimately suicide. So these are seriously problematic areas. And one can't just say, oh, WhatsApp is to blame. I think we need to talk about the culture that's giving rise to this. We also saw that even in groups that were anti-authoritarian, supposedly left groups, supposedly young Dalit groups, Sufi groups, football ultras, people who were contesting the state and who in many ways were doing a really good job, that even within those groups, young women supporters were relegated. They were often not given the space, even the digital space or the real space, to be themselves and to speak as women. And of course, we also saw notably many women and girls in all of these places and countries resisting these positionings both on and offline. But also we saw far-right young women colluding with them, high hyper-nationalism amongst young women and hyper-nationalism amongst middle-class, middle-aged women, which was being used and utilized by various political groups to post misinformation online. About social class, we saw social class patterns clearly visible across all the countries we studied in the Middle East and North Africa, India and Turkey, and even at times in Europe, where perhaps you might not have expected this. There was little evidence of genuine mobility and participation across social class. There were few spaces where people who worked with their hands came together with people who worked with their heads. And now you need to think, this is the 21st century. This is 2020, and we still had an almost invisible but implacable barrier between social classes. Places, spaces, fandoms, and even civic participation occurs mainly in spaces which were scarcely accessible to rural working class youth because they didn't have the extremely expensive tools and extremely expensive connections and the amount of digital space and bandwidth needed to connect into those places. As in all previous work, it is evident that being able to give up time to volunteer is something which you can only do if you come from a middle-class household. And so networks and systemic civic resistance and creativity, which depend on extended voluntary time, have a certain class character. Paid trolling amongst those who subscribe to hypernationalism in the far right was also really quite common. And because it was paid, it also sadly often drew in working class and lower caste young people. In some spaces, English was a kind of exclusive use. So if you used English rather than Arabic or Hindi or Kannada, it would be very easy to ensure that certain types of people couldn't get access to your space, or that you mocked them mercilessly till they left that space. Online visibility in itself, because we live in a neoliberal society which gives praise to those who are visible, tended to accrue more and more cultural and political capital. Of course, it also ended up endangering some young activists, because the more visible they were, the more easy it was to arrest them or to stop them from speaking. And so it was a double-edged weapon. The question then arises, can youth participation be done better offline? I think it's true to say that the internet is a really great place for those who already have networks and those who already have infrastructure. And by infrastructure, I mean online forums, websites, social media spaces. And these spaces really neglect many groups of young people, and they neglect their agency. The digital does increase some people's exclusion. We have to see that when the pandemic hit and when classes and universities started to be taught online, there was a high proportion of young people and even a high proportion of teachers who found themselves both in the US and the UK and in India unable to do what they normally did in an everyday classroom. They could not connect. They didn't have spaces from which to connect. They didn't have time. They didn't have money. And it was really problematic. Maybe there were also young people who had smartphones and they were able to post selfies and to have a Facebook profile, but those young people didn't necessarily know what to do to post a digital assignment online or to how to start a campaign or build their own website. And I think this actually meant that the people who were funded by authoritarian causes, by the white right and by right-wing Twitter armies and trolls, actually ended up taking up a disproportionate amount of space online. The online, therefore, begins to reflect, if not even to build and collude in, offline inequalities and injustices. There is a desperate need for a digital and media literacy that is not just functional. And by functional, this is what I mean. There is a desperate need for critical media literacy that actually addresses people's knowledge of history, their prejudices, their understanding of community stories, their understanding of civil rights and human rights, rather than simply addressing whether you are able to send a text, whether you know how to take a digital photograph, and whether you are able to put those in a forum or a website online. And I think that disconnect between thinking that digital literacy is just a certain set of digital skills and understanding that critical media literacy comes from a knowledge of the surrounding cultures and cycles of prejudice is something which many campaigns launched by very, very good organizations needs to take on board. So there are people doing media literacy work across India and the Middle East and North Africa, across the UK and the US. But if you focus simply on increasing people's abilities and skills, you will end up playing into a problematic divide. And that is that many of those people will take those skills and they will apply them to make and spread disinformation, misinformation, and fake news. Because if you don't have a moral undercurrent about democracy and equality running through the work you do on media literacy, if you don't have an understanding of history and cycles of prejudice, you can only ever do technical and functional things, which can be assembled in many different ways. In India, Turkey, Central and Eastern Europe, and the MENA region, children and young people's agency must be analyzed against a backdrop of multiple modernities, both urban and rural, involving a complex web of class expectations. What you expect in a middle-class family from your domestic servant is for them to have their phone on at the ready, all times to be called, even on their off day. What you don't expect is for your maid or the person who works in your house to become an internet star or to become a political organizer through using the mobile phone that you think, through the goodness of your heart, you have given them. Many working class children in the global south express forms of agency through disassembling and reassembling and cutting and hacking new technological tools, through affective labor in caring for their young siblings, in caring for their communities, and through very laborious and playful routines which contribute to survival. I want to remind you here not just of the images on this slide, but also of that image taken by a friend of mine of the water bottle which has been turned into a car through the addition of coconut shells to a burnt out water bottle. And I want you to think about that in terms of technology, in terms of life, in terms of survival, and the way in which communities build and relate to each other. Middle class youth and some working class youth might express their agency and participation through new media technologies. But I think we need to be really, really careful about fetishizing those moments, capturing them online and saying this is participation, while ignoring the children who are doing very, very quiet behind the scenes things to keep their communities going, which is what I call resource conservation and social reproduction. In India and across the Middle East and North Africa, working class children and young people's contributions to production, the production of social life through labor, is frequently invisible. And it is absolutely invisible in discourses about the digital society. It isn't picked up by big data, which notes only digital transactions. So much of the work on financial digital transactions in India and Paytm and the like, and the way in which WhatsApp suddenly wants to go into being a financial transaction app. And these things are completely exclusionary to young working class people who don't have money and don't have the kind of resources which would be required by that. And the kinds of things that they do, their repetitive caring labor, their forms of organizing and self-organizing against local issues are completely repetitive and ephemeral. They're not captured in middle-class scholarship, particularly not by media theoreticians and researchers who have become obsessed with new media and the digital. One facet of our recognition of young people and children's digital agency and their agency in non-digital figurations is to think of it as embodied. So what is your body doing which is agentic? What are you doing which you are choosing to do that is not thumbing a smartphone or streaming your content on YouTube? And I think we have to understand that, again, it is not about romanticizing embodied non-digital agency or digital resistant agency of young people online, because much of the things that young people choose to do, that teenagers and children choose to do, and that older adults are doing, both with technology and without it, is actually really problematic. It's very conformist. It is a choice, but it is a participation also in social structures such as caste and class, such as misogyny and patriarchy, and all of those things are things which shape the daily life in which the digital is simply a single fleeting strand. And I'm going to end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banji. That was really an extremely informative talk, and especially when we are having a whole conference on a digital platform, some of these questions that you have posed really make us think. A lot of questions have been pouring in on YouTube, but I have tried to group them, merge them and group them. And one question I really like, which I want to post is, yes, a tech utopic stance isn't convincing, but how do we read WikiLeaks, Fridays for Future movements, or movements like that? Shouldn't we also be open to the use of master's tools to dismantle the master's house? And how do you respond to that?
I hope that at least part of the talk spoke to the fact that I don't just consider digital media to be the master's tools. In fact, many of the most creative and interesting digital apps were initially developed in the context of some very creative and resistant youth movements by young people. So for instance, long before there was police surveillance apps of protesters in various different places, the protesters had put together digital apps which could allow them to come together and to move apart and to take various actions. So I don't necessarily think that these tools are automatically, that all of them are automatically implicated, in a vicious agenda. But I think to speak to your question about Fridays for the Future, which was around the movement for green and environmental justice by young people across the world, that was also a movement of bodies. And the reason I speak of it like that is because had it simply been online, it would not have had the impact that the very simple action of young people getting up from their chairs and walking out of their schools had, because that was disruptive in two ways. And that was disruptive in two ways because on the first thing, it was a movement of massive numbers of young people who adults think of as having to be contained within schools. And I mean, as a teacher myself, I have a very, I have an ambivalence about the school space. On the one hand, it's sort of very, very dear to me and a beautiful space for changing minds and coming together. But on the other hand, Kailash, I think it's really important to remember that schools are also very oppressive spaces. They're spaces where all kinds of hierarchies are reinforced. And by the young people and children saying the environment is more important to us than this next little bit of textbook or learning learning. And this happened, not just in Sweden and the UK and whatever, but it was happening across Asia and Africa and Latin America. I think that was a huge and quite momentous thing. And it wouldn't have had the same impact had it simply been young people tweeting about something or shutting down a website at a particular time. So again, I want to see it as being much, much more than just the digital or just the master's tools. And of course, it would have been very difficult to organize that without the online space and these social media apps. And I think that's quite right what you're saying. But we have to see these things as interlinked. And to think that we can do this without the body, without the physical, without our actual participation, I think is very problematic.
Right. I think that just follows into a slightly methodological question, which is, I mean, I feel is very rare in, conversations like this. But this question talks about, shouldn't digital divide as we know it need to be remeasured in countries like India and the South Asia, especially taking into account not just the access but all socio-cultural factors which restrict access despite wealth. It's talking about a reimagination and a remeasuring of the whole digital divide, or how we think about it.
That's an excellent question. And I think the question has almost answered itself. I think the truth is I would be foolish not to agree that the digital divide has to constantly be reevaluated. And I think there is wonderful work going on across the world. I don't know if you know some of the work by Prinsloo in South Africa and Warshauer in the US. And I think some of this work has already said we need to reconceptualize what the digital divide is, and we need to do this repeatedly. We can't just leave it at thinking about hardware and software. We can't just leave it at thinking about technical skills. We also need to think about other things. And I think perhaps in gesturing towards something that is more than functional media literacy, I was trying to push towards that. But I think the question also included something around wealth. So that's an interesting issue, which I want to talk about just for a moment through a little window on a vignette of research that I did, in which there was a battle in some middle-class families over the control of young women and girls' mobile phones. So let's take a 17-year-old girl who had acquired a mobile phone because her parents wanted to know where she was when she was coming home from college. But in that family, there were various things going on. She was not allowed to have the mobile phone locked at any point. She was not allowed to be on various different apps, and her phone was checked regularly. And when she turned 18 and decided to lock her phone, her parents persuaded her younger brother, a very techie young guy who was 15 years old, to hack her phone in order to see who she was texting and what she was texting. And now this became within the family a kind of secret and tactical battleground where the young woman who was seeing someone and was in a committed relationship with that person had to acquire a second mobile phone, a secret one, on which they were then able to do the kinds of things that they wanted to do, to engage in secret chats. And they were very, very careful. But this all came to a head during my research when her second phone was also discovered by the surveillant brother and reported to the parents. And I won't continue with the story. It's a very distressing story. Right. But actually, I want to show you how within middle-class families, technology is a battleground. And it's all about learning new and complex ways of breaking people's passwords, invading their privacy, and controlling them in ways which are highly cultural.
Right. Taking off from technology being the battleground and moving more to a global scale, what we are seeing now is also the use of social media and digital technology by democratic governments as almost like something like what happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis, where there was just the positioning of these ships. Now you have these banning of these certain apps, right, where there's a lot of democratic participation in certain apps, but the government is using this one private app and banning it or allowing it as a show of alliance. What are your thoughts on that, and how it might tag into what you have discussed till now?
So I suppose my talk was aimed to do two things. It was to show the complexity of digital media and digital media use, but it was also to question the complexity of things like democracy. So you said in your question, democratic governments have been doing. And I suppose I would turn that back to you and ask, how democratic is a government which finds itself in a space where it has to, in order to make a show of strength or posturing in a particular way, ban an entire app in some way. But it is unwilling to punish in any way people who have been caught on camera and circulated around the world as being vigilantes and murdering people. So the question then arises, you know, why are we still calling this government democratic?
Right, that is true. Last few questions. One is about, we have been having from the very moment in the past 15 years when the digital space started to increase, this discussion of its imagination as a public sphere. And the question states that, is it not high time we move away from that imagination, because it doesn't seem like it's going to be a public sphere ever?
Well, so the public sphere is one of the theories that I teach a lot, and I'm sure you recollect that we've worked on this together. And I suppose I would just open that out in the same way that I did the previous question. Where is the real public sphere that everyone is aiming for, that they're hoping the virtual sphere will become like? And until we can find that space which conforms to this ideal definition of a public sphere in which every individual is able to speak and to be heard and to debate and consensus can be built, until we have an example of that somewhere, I think it's very problematic even to set the internet up as failing to be that public sphere. In fact, I would say, and I'm not a techno-pessimist, I actually, sort of really love new technologies and I'm interested by the challenges they pose to us. I would say that the internet sphere is simply now understood better as copying or conforming to or reflecting many of the public sphere inequalities in the real world. It is part of the real world. There was no chance that the things that happened offline, the bodies that were shot with bullets, the women that were raped, that was not going to find itself a space in the online sphere. So we have not managed, in reality, in democratic countries, to protect those who wish to speak, those who wish to walk, those who wish to work. We haven't managed to protect in the private sphere, children, women from domestic violence. And therefore, the internet is never going to be a better place than the world which it is part of.
Right. The final question, I think, is more of a technological futuristic view about how data colonization is something which has been used a lot, and if colonies can ask for reparations, can we as public can we ask for anything like a digital economic reparations from all the data which has been already colonized? I really don't know how to think about this, but do you have any thoughts about it?
Okay. So first off, I would say that I am of a group of theorists who are very critical of the metaphor of data colonialism. I think it is an insult to colonized peoples across the world to even imply that the kind of violence being done today through the management, manipulation, stealing, and use of data is even a fraction of the violence that was done over the 300 to 400 years of the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and then imperialism following that. So I think the kind of deep, persistent, ideological destruction and physical violence that people experienced needs to be seen as quite separate from, but still in some ways we can relate it to the way in which capitalism erodes human beings, erodes their labor and their lives. And so I'm willing to speak about data capitalism as a very violent force, which is threatening our civil liberties, which is threatening individual privacy, and to which we must build resistance. But you will know as well as I do, Kailash, that actually building resistance movements takes a long, long time. And it requires a particular level of consciousness from those involved in resisting those movements, whether that be resisting those forces, whether that be the decolonial and anti-colonial struggles, which are still continuing in many places across the globe today, or whether that be workers organizing against their capitalist masters who are grinding them down into the ground. This requires time and patience. And one of the problems with data and the way in which it's being used is that it is like a poison wrapped up in a beautiful, tasty chocolate. And so until people come to a consciousness of what it means that their data is being used in certain ways, that they are being surveilled in certain ways, and that they are contributing quite, sort of almost affectively to other people's wealth through their participation, until we come together as a group and start organizing and thinking what we can do, that's not going to be a very feasible way of going about challenging this to ask for reparations, because who is asking for reparations? For what? From whom?
Right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. I think we covered most of the questions which have come in. On behalf of all the audience and my department and myself, I would like to thank you for the very, very engaging and informative talk. Took me back to the classroom again, like you said. And I would like to bring in Gayatri. Gayatri, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee, for that talk. Thank you for talking about misconceptions and assumptions, and for talking to us about the tech disconnect, and for bringing to our notice the divide that exists, and for beautifully stating that the internet can not be a more beautiful place than the world of which it is a part. So thank you for that talk, ma'am. It was very, very, very nice to hear you. And I thank Dr. Kailash. So now we will have a short break. Kindly join us at 2:55 p.m. for the next segment of Media Meet 2020. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Media Meet 2020, this time virtually. A one of a kind, in fact, a first of its kind initiative by the Department of Media Studies of Christ deemed to be universities, proudly in collaboration with Griffith University and Florida State University, and partnering with PARI, People's Archive for Rural India, UNESCO-led Global Alliance for Partnerships on Media and Information Literacy, GAPMIL, and Under 25. Thank you for your immense support. In the words of American journalist Linda Elberly, media literacy is not just important, it's absolutely critical. It's going to make the difference between whether kids are a tool of the mass media or whether the mass media is a tool for kids to use. The idea behind this year's Media Meet is to provide a platform for students and professionals to come together to debate, discuss, and to understand why media literacy is an important element that aids in keeping up with the changing media culture. I hope everyone is as eager and excited as I am for this session on cinema and representation that will follow shortly after the promo video. Cinema is often regarded as an escape from reality, but to reject its capacity to accelerate social change would be a terrible mistake. And when it comes to representation in cinema, underrepresentation or misrepresentation can impede this change. That is what makes the study of representation in relation to cinema pertinent. I take immense pleasure in welcoming our esteemed chief guest for this session, Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan. I would also like to welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Asita Bali. Having completed her master's in mass communication and journalism from MS University of Baroda, she booted her career with visual storytelling through documentary filmmaking with the Development and Educational Communication Unit of ISRO. After working as an independent filmmaker for almost 7 years, she pursued her MPhil. With cinema as an area of passion, she took up a PhD in Gujarati cinema. An assistant professor in the Department of Media Studies, Christ University, she designs, presents, and teaches courses on film studies, communication and media theories, advertising, and digital media. She has presented papers on Gujarati identity, Indian cinema, and political communication, along with single and co-authored publications on nationalism and films, politics of Twitter, celebrity advertising, and online brands, gender, and films. Over to you, ma'am, to introduce our chief guest and to moderate this session.
Thank you, Meenu. I hope I'm audible. Thank you all for joining for this session. And before we begin, I just want to give a small context of this year's theme, that is media literacy, within which we have today's session on film literacy, and that is cinema and representation. As most of you would know, that film literacy is a way in which we understand how moving images make meaning. And I hope that this session will encourage all of us to watch more films and look at it from a very different perspective. And who more, more apt to discuss this than our guest, Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan. Welcome for this session, and thank you so much for agreeing to do this session for us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Just let me begin with this one question that most students have, when we talk to them about cinema, is that what is that we critique in a film? Is reviewing a film equal to film critiquing? Is it the same thing that you do?
I try to make a difference in between the two words, but it's not a hard and fast rule. What I mean by review is a review is a common word that's generally used. Like you go to Amazon and you want to check out if a product is worth buying. then you see what is the word for that, right? You click on something called a link called customer review. That is what like a review has come to mean in the general sense. That is, what are the general people talking about it, and is this going to be something that's going to be something that affects your buying? In cinematic terms, it means that that's going to be something that affects your decision to go buy a ticket for that particular movie. Now, I look at the way I do it as very different, because I don't mean to say it's better or worse. I'm just saying it's different. For me, that is of no use, because trying to provide a review for a refrigerator is different, because you install the refrigerator in each home and it's going to function the same way. Whereas movies and any kind of art work very differently, because they engage with us individually and with our emotions and the way we've been built. So something that one person finds very boring, another person could find very interesting, and vice versa. So I find the whole process of giving a review beyond my capacity, because I just don't know how to judge something in that way. What I rather do is try to present material, like make a case for my like or dislike of the film with the things inside the film itself, and which I like to call critique or analysis. But I wish there was some consensus on what terms to use for these, because yes, I'm called a film reviewer, I'm called a film critic. I'm not comfortable with the term critic, because it kind of sounds like I'm criticizing all the time, which I don't do. But yeah, there you go. That's hopefully some of the answer to your question.
Okay, and then it brings me to the next question: that do you need exceptional qualities or qualification to become a good critic?
I would say a sympathetic imagination is very important. I would say that more than the technique part of it, more than knowing what the types of cameras used or the type of editing software used or whatever it is, that's the technique part of it. That is for people who make movies, right? But I think for people who want to analyze movies, engage with them, I think a sympathetic imagination is very important, which means that you should be able to step out of your world and enter into the world of the film, even if it's a very different world from yours, right? To give you a classic example of something that caused a lot of controversy in the year it was released, let's take Kabir Singh, right? Now, is he the ideal protagonist? No. But if you're going to say, the point is not to say, do I want somebody like that hanging around me as a friend? No. But do I want to see a movie about him within the confined to his space and kind of taking his point of view? Yes, I do that, because I want to enter into the heads of likable people, unlikable people, politically correct people, politically incorrect people, murderers, good people, saints, everybody, right? Despite the fact that I might find myself very, very different from all these people. So I'm saying sympathetic imagination is one of the first and most important. Just like we say, to make a friend, one of the first things you need is empathy. One of the things that you need to engage with art, for me, is sympathetic imagination. You have to be able to transfer yourself to the world of the film and then take on the process of analyzing the film.
Which brings to the next point, that is it really then possible for you to actually enjoy a film?
Absolutely. Because see, I don't see this as I see this as two parallel processes, not two different processes. For example, when you're doing the analysis, there is also a level of appreciation that's happening. Like you're laughing, you're crying, you're doing all these things, except that your brain is working and saying that this is why you're laughing and that's why you're crying. I give this example often. Let's say you go to like a classical music concert, right? It is possible to go in and sit down and just say, oh, this is very pleasant music, if you don't know anything. But if you know something about the grammar of the music, if you know the raga, if you know something, then you're able to put that very same song that other people are listening to into a context. You're able to put a frame around it and say, oh, wow, the way she sings this particular phrase of this raga, so beautiful. That doesn't mean you're not enjoying the music. It just means that you're enjoying the music and you're also able to put a frame around it. You're able to contextualize it. You're able to refer to historical stuff. So the two are concurrent processes.
One more small query is that, film critiquing or film reviewing is also a very challenging job sometimes. You have to watch, you need to read, you need to be updated. How do you, as a film critic, stay motivated? And, when you have to write about the deeper aspects of cinema, what majority of the audiences would just want to know the verdict, as we say within the quotes, what is the statement, what is the judgment that you've given? How do you then keep a balance between giving an honest opinion or honest suggestions about what you thought about a film vis-a-vis what people want?
See, for me, like I said, I don't know what people want, and that's not my purview according to me. And I've been very lucky, I think, in that all the jobs that I worked at, first at the Indian Express and then at the Hindu and now here at Film Companion, we've always been the kind of people who never really wanted to put a movie in a box and say, go watch it, go watch it. So that was never how do I put it? That was never an aim or a goal. How do I keep myself motivated is, I think it's actually easier to be motivated now, because now the responsibility of doing the customer review has completely migrated to social media, because there are people who watch the first day, first show, and within 15-20 minutes start tweeting on their phones about how terrible the movie is or how this movie rocks, or they're putting up little videos of the things. So by the time even my review comes out, which could be like afternoon or early evening, 1 million views, the watchability or unwatchability of the film has already been decided. It's been cast in stone. The movie has already been written off, or it's been declared a hit. That's the way it is. So when my stuff comes out, it's only the people that are actually interested in reading what somebody has to say about the movie that come to me. So it's actually easy. The social media has actually made it easier for me. And about the motivation question, I would say that this is a job that one should not get into just because you like movies, because that's definitely a prerequisite, but that's not enough. You have to like, if you're reviewing like Indian films, you have to like Indian cinema, which has a very different grammar from what Western cinema is. You can't have watched Stanley Kubrick all your life and suddenly say, I'm coming to review Indian cinema because this is what everybody reads, and this will make me popular, and then start trashing these films, because that becomes a kind of a mean-spirited exercise, because you're not really understanding what's happening here. Which is not to say that every film made with the Indian film grammar is a great movie or something. Far from it. But there should be a context to it. So for me, I'm very, very attached to that grammar. The way people use music, the way people use dialogue, the way people use, I'm very, very attached to it. I grew up with it, and it's something that I completely like. I like finding how I respond beautifully when people find new ways to do the same old things, which is essentially a lot of what mainstream filmmaking is all about. So I would say that the motivation comes from the fact that you like watching films and you like writing about them and getting a grip on your response to the film.
Thank you for mentioning social media, and which brings to the next question. Considering that we have a huge population, about millennials, who have acquired taste for K-pop and K-cinema, do you think there is a possibility that they can get inspired and watch films about made by, say, Ghatak or Ray or Shyam Benegal? Sometimes when we go to the classroom and we talk about some of these filmmakers, even Hitchcock for that matter, there is this surprising factor that, oh, do they exist? That kind of a feeling. Bringing them to the classrooms and saying, you should watch a Girish Kasarwalli's film, would make a lot of sense. Or Shyam Benegal's Welcome to Sajjanpur, or Bimal Roy or Mehboob Khan. When we talk about Indian cinema, John Abraham, so many eminent filmmakers in the body of work. So how do you think we can encourage, the millennials to kind of view it and, reflect on the Indian sensibilities in cinema?
So first question I would ask myself is, should we encourage, right? What is it that we're really trying to do? For me, it is more important to record and keep there, so that at least those who are interested find something worth reading about something. So I think the recording is the very important aspect of it, right? About the encouraging, I think it's next to impossible, because first of all, you find that our brains are getting rewired as we speak, because we've gotten used to a certain pace. We've gotten used to clicking on to something else. When this doesn't sustain our attention enough, we go to something else. So the whole idea of sitting before, like I did, sitting before Doordarshan because there was only one channel and there was nothing else, and therefore you watch Benegal, and therefore you develop a taste for his films, that is impossible today, because your brain is not going to be allowed to function that way. You'll get a phone call, you'll get a Instagram something update notification. It's just not possible. Now, my point is more that I want those who are interested in this to be able to find enough to contextualize these films, so that when they say, I want to watch a Kasravalli or a Ghatak or whatever it is, Ghatak is actually easy because Ray Ghatak Sen have been written about quite a bit. But I'm talking about mainstream filmmakers, like probably even a Manmohan Desai, right? Now, it's very easy to come and say, there's no logic in Amar Akbar Anthony, but the movie is not about logic, right? It's a certain kind of filmmaking. Would you go to a Laurel and Hardy movie and say there's no logic? Would you go to a Buster Keaton movie and say there's no logic? So I'm saying that those kind of context-driven writing, should be made available for these films, so that when a millennial or whichever generation is going to come from now, they approach these films, they find something that's written about it in a hopefully informed way.
Okay. There's one more thought that comes to my mind since we were discussing about millennials, is the very fact that the recent pandemic has affected cinema in a certain way. Now instead of theaters, films are getting released on OTT platform, which is a very convenient way of engaging for the youth, or most of us now are switching to OTT platforms. So considering the fact that, now it's going to be the next normal, watching films on Netflix or Amazon Prime, do you think that, it will be possible to have more of an inclusive kind of a cinema? Because something which we used to see is, film censorship in the theater release kind of a thing. But with OTT, there is a content which is very bold and now possible for us to watch in a private space. Do you think that is going to change the way we look at cinema? Do you think more bold content might come, or will we have more new realistic kind of films coming in?
What do you mean by inclusive? I'm not sure.
So when I mean inclusive here, is that more in terms of say gender or say caste identities, which otherwise would not have been possible, or sexuality, which theater release used to have a lot of problem with. But now you have a space where you can release. You can talk about various stories about people who otherwise are considered marginalized. So do you think that possibility, that shift is more possible, or is still a restriction of business hours?
So there is a theoretical answer to this question and there's a practical answer to this question. I'm going to do the theoretical answer first. Yes, it is possible in theory to kind of hope for a more inclusive cinema, because in theory, platforms are not going to be dependent on opening weekend, how many people are in theaters. Now, the theatrical business, as the famous saying goes, is about putting bums on seats. So you want as many people to come into to the theaters, and so you try to flatten the narrative. The more you want people to come in, the more you flatten the narrative, right? It's like in the sense of you make it like if you try to talk that. If you try to drop the name of a caste, then you're suddenly going to offend people of that caste, right? So those kinds of things become a consideration. Like, should I mention this? Should I talk about Muslims? Should I talk about this? Like, supposing we have a villain, do we make that? Do we make him if we make him a Hindu, then maybe something would we'd get protests or whatever. So all those considerations come into play, right? Now, all that is going to go away in OTT, where you can do exactly the kind of movie that you want in the way you want. The practical thing, though, is that the OTT model right now, apart from a few cinephiles, let's say, use that term loosely, most people want to watch on OTT what they watched on cinema, what they watch in cinema halls typically. So they don't want to go into they still want they might watch a caste issue if presented to them in the format of an Article 15, which is the mainstream kind of format. But will they watch it if it's presented in something in the format of an Adur Gopalakrishnan film? I don't know. Because first of all, because the thing is right now we don't have the numbers for those things because OTT platforms keep their numbers hidden. But as of now, what we've seen is that from the content that OTT has been acquiring, they are still interested in the content that works, that speaks the language of theatrical content, not an excessively arty kind of content.
Having said that, also the fact that, with OTT platform or, as you said, the choice of films is still very dominant. We still want to look for films which will appeal to larger audiences. Of late, we also seen the kind of increase in number of films, specifically in regional languages, which are talking about issues which were not spoken about before. Whether it is in terms of caste or also the fact that, some of the issues about, say, about someone's sexuality, which you can't discuss it with your parent or somebody who's elder. You watch it in one of these web series or OTT films, and that's been like a very frequent thing happening with I would say Tamil cinema. You have films like Sasuran or Kala or Aram, which talks about caste dominance, and at the same time you have films which are talking about your identity and sexuality. Do you think that OTT will open the doors for that for regional cinema, not just mainstream? Like when we say Bollywood and Hindi cinema, there is of course a certain kind of films that we expect, but regional cinema is not often viewed. So what would you suggest for that?
So my thing is that we'll have to see how it settles down, because if you see the biggest news that's been happening in the OTT space right now is how they've acquired the big star films that could not be released in theaters. So you're talking about the new Surya film in Tamil, you're talking about a new Akshay Kumar film in Hindi. So these are all films that would have probably done well in theaters, or at least gotten that opening, the buzz, all that kind of stuff, right? They are not acquiring that many films along the lines of what we're talking about, the ones that are inclusive, to use that word. We will know that only like slowly, because depending on like maybe after a year or two, once the buying pattern once the buying shows a kind of pattern, once we know that, oh, these are the films that Amazon picked up, these are the things that Netflix picked up, let's see what are they doing. And once we know what kind of original stuff, see, because web series is different. Web series, we can have any kind of content, and that's commissioned by the OTT platforms themselves. I'm not getting into that. I'm talking about films, right? So what kind of films do they acquire? What kind of films do they pick up? Is it just going to be star-based? Or even if it's star-based, is it like, supposing something controversial comes up, supposing, like somebody makes a movie, which is a very good movie, but it's going to be a hard sell in terms of content because it has a sexuality issue or a caste issue or whatever it is. Will they still pick it up? Those are the kind of questions that we'll get to know only after a certain pattern emerges in the buying.
We have already started getting some questions from the audiences. I'll take it in between so that it's easy. One of the question that we hear is that, do you think political statements should exist in cinema, or should it exist for the purpose of entertainment? Like, should cinema be about entertainment only, or should there be some kind of an ideology also when you make a film?
No, it depends on what entertainment is, right? For some people, entertainment is, flying off to a foreign location and having a song. And how can you blame somebody for wanting that escapism when life is so grim? But at the same time, why box entertainment into just that, right? Anything can be entertaining. For me, more than entertainment, I look at cinema as, is it engaging or not? That's what it is. Now, somebody's going to hector me for 2 hours and say, do this, do that, this is right, this is wrong, in just pure dialogues. That's going to be very boring for me, regardless of the fact that what they're saying is the right thing or whatever it is. Like everything else, whether if you want to have political messaging or any other messaging in a movie, it has to be put into a story form, shaped out into a screenplay with characters that involve us and that allow us to enter their lives in a discreet way, and not in the way of like a complete messaging kind of a thing. And once we get wrapped up in that messaging slowly seeps into us because we are following the story of the film and not necessarily because at every point the film is stopping and shoving a message in the face. So I think it's important to have films of all kinds. It's important to have the, if you want to call it that, the frivolous films, because the ultimate thing is only if whether the film is made well or not. If the film is made well, it can be anything. I don't think we can put restrictions on what a film should or shouldn't be.
Also, do you think that, with OTT platform, we have now the possibility of pausing a film, which was the case with, VHS and other tape? Your engagement with film will change, and do you think the filmmakers will also have to change their way of engaging, with the audience?
Yeah, definitely, because now filmmakers will start to have to think, because right now, OTT platforms say things like if the first 10 or 15 minutes are very slow, then people just like get bored and they switch to something else. So, in a theater, supposing you had envisioned the slow beginning, and then by the 15th minute, you just have this rocking, takeoff or something like that, that might be too late for OTT, because by then people have already switched to something else. So you might have to like the rocking takeoff that you had, imagined for the 15th minute might now actually have to happen in the 5th minute. So there is going to be a lot of changes in terms of how screenplays are written, because the medium itself is something that we hold in our hands, or like put in our like it's a laptop. It's something that can go from place to place. People are going to be able to pause. So from a purist point of view, it's very especially from a filmmaker's point of view, the filmmaker and the editor sit together and kind of manufacture a pace at which they want you to watch the movie. Now, what these platforms are doing is they're taking away that control from the filmmaker and the editor and putting it in the hands of the viewer, and saying, now I can watch the movie not only in pauses, I can also watch it at 1.5 speed or 2.0 speed. I can flip fast for go ahead by 10 seconds and watch the next one. I can fast forward through a song or whatever. You no longer have captive control of the audience. And I think that is the biggest thing that people making. See, right now, again, the films that are coming to OTT right now are still films that were made before the pandemic, and therefore they are still structured towards a theatrical sit down and have a captive audience model. Mm-hmm. It's only when filmmakers start making movies with the OTTs in mind that we'll see how that model, they're able to pull that off.
Or do you think there will be complete shift in the way we're looking at cinema, from looking at a very linear narrative to more of interactive, where the audiences will have a choice to what ending they would want to watch?
So that whole thing of Bandersnatch and things like that, you will have a choice, I think. Though that I don't think that's going to become the only model, but I think that definitely, I think we've seen the end of the. We are going to see the end of the 2-hour plus movie. I do not think people are going to have the patience for longer films. People have already lost patience with songs. People have already lost patience with a lot of gradually, over the last 20 years, we've seen things being dropped off. At one point, a movie was unimaginable without a comedy track. That's gone now. At one point, a movie was unimaginable without 6 songs. That's gone now. At one time, a movie was unimaginable without certain things, like certain emotions, certain beats, all that's gone now. And now we're going to say at one point it was unimaginable that a movie would be made without an interval. That's possible now. You don't have to structure an interval moment with a big bang so that, it's like the movie builds and builds and you have this big climax after which people go out, buy the popcorn, come back, and then the movie starts all over again. You can just have if you want, you can structure it like the classic 3-act structure in Hollywood, where it's not dependent, because people talk a lot about the 3-act structure here, but you've never really had the 3-act structure because you only have before interval and after interval. It's a 2-act structure. If you want to divide it into acts, it's like pre-interval, post-interval, because how do you divide the story into 2 halves so that you are able to break it at an interval point, which sometimes led to a lot of unnecessary padding in the first half or something, because they know that the big bang, we have to wait for that, but I still have about 10 minutes to fill up. What do I do? I'll just try and put this in or put that song in or something like that. All that will go off. So now it's just going to be, I think movies will come down to 1:45, 1.5 hours. So I think it's going to be that kind of movie from now on.
So are you suggesting that we'll be moving away from a traditional feature film length to more like a large short film, that is quite available on YouTube?
90, 105 minutes, 120 minutes. These are all very valid feature film lengths. In like in the US, you have 1 hour 40-minute films all the time. I'm not saying that the long movie is going to go away completely, but see, in a theater, like let's say there are 4 or 5 songs, right? You sometimes sit through the songs because they're coming in while you're in the theater. At home, if you're going to skip through those songs and they're also very expensive. By avoiding those songs, they might be able to bring down the budgets. Because at home, when you're watching, are you watching it for the story or are you watching it for that length? That's why it's going to be very interesting. Right now, we can only speculate about how this model is going to turn out, because once movies start getting made for OTT specifically. Right now, we're only seeing web series being made for OTT specifically. We haven't seen movies being specifically made for OTT. We've seen some movies that didn't release in theaters that are coming to OTT. So it's only now that I think we're going to see that real change happen. And I won't be surprised if people start, I suppose even a 1 hour movie is in theory possible, because if you're able to tell a gripping story in 60 minutes, why not? Why should I, watch the same thing padded out to 120 minutes?
Also, do you think that, that will change the way we look at film reviewing, since, it's an instant release and everybody's watching at the same time?
So I'm saying that the recommendation aspect of it will become more and more important, because there will be such a glut of content that people will want to know, what do I even watch? Now, so the thing about this reviewing kind of, like customer review kind of review, is that one useful thing is, if there are 10 reviewers and 8 of them say good things about it, there's a fair chance that it's worked, right? It's going to work for you. I mean, it may still not work for you, but generally speaking, when 80% or 70% of the reviewing public says it's something that's worth it, then it's probably going to work. Now, the point is the reviewer is now going to be a kind of a curator. They're going to be the ones who sift through all these hours and hours and hours of content, because every time somebody drops an 8 episode or a 10 episode TV show, you're not going to be able to go and watch it. Nobody has the time. So the point is to kind of see which are the ones that got better reviews, which are the ones that are being recommended, and then kind of go towards that.
Also, the fact that, when it comes to reviewing, there is, a story which says that, but, he's my friend, so I wrote good things about his film, or she's my friend, so I wrote nice things about her film. How do you see that, the audiences can then consider these suggestions? Because there have been instances where the reviews have been fantastic and the films have been like terrible. So do you think that it's more about the credibility of the reviewer, or it's something that...
Yeah, definitely. I think credibility does play a part, because when I'm reviewing a film that has been made by a friend, I always mention that in the review, so that people are then, they know that this is coming from that place. But I also kind of, see, for me, what happens is, once you've been in, like I've been around in this field for about 18 years, it's impossible not to know people. You can't just stay in a hole and not meet people, or you'll run into people. You'll meet people at award ceremonies. You'll have chats with people. So you cannot like completely isolate yourself from the people in the profession that you're writing about. Just like a sports commentator will inevitably know certain players, you can't not know. You'll be invited to an event and they'll be there, and you're not going to stand in a corner and say, I can't talk to anybody or something like that. But the idea is to kind of generally hope that the person will be able to, and I think it'll show, because if you are trying to make excuses for a movie, I think it will show. I think it will show in the writing or the video review or whatever it is. It's going to show. If you're not being honest with the review, I think some way it will show. I don't think it's possible to write honestly about a dishonest feeling. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's if you've got that it's going to show, so I don't think that's really a problem, because but then I also have the other way around, which is like, what do you mean by horrible movie, right? Is it a movie that's not providing instant gratification that the audience wants, but maybe the critic has seen it at a slightly deeper level and is therefore finding it like good? So there's a difference between not agreeing on a review and a biased review. I think that differentiation should also be considered.
Considering the fact that a lot of our viewers and audiences is among of students population, there's one question also, that what is your suggestion to students who wish to write about cinema, want to start their own blog? What do you suggest they should start? How should they start?
I would say start a blog, and which is the easiest thing to do. And if you want to write about cinema, or if you want to work in the film beat, then I would say find a movie every other day or every third day, and watch it and write it at once. Write about it at once, because that's what you get to do when you're like Monday, there is something dropping on Amazon, and I'll have to watch it and I'll have to review it at once. Now, if you find that you can do this 3 times a week, and by the end of 6 months, you don't want to kill yourself, then maybe you are on your way to, like, because this is a job that requires a lot of stamina, a lot of mental stamina to stay positive, because it's very easy to get jaded in this job. Because if you see like 10 weeks of bad movies, you shouldn't. So when you go, there should be some kind of, that's why I'm saying that you should always love and respect the genre that we are going to watch, right? If you know that this kind of movie is never going to work for you, you should never go near it, because then you know that you don't like the genre itself, and then you don't like this movie. Now, I find a lot of people today, every time, because there are, like, a genre is like a filmmaker. Now, let's take Sanjay Leela Bhansali, right? Now, he makes a particular kind of movie. By the second time you watch, let's say you watch one Sanjay Leela Bhansali movie, doesn't work for you. Okay. Then everybody says, this second one is good, and you go watch that, but it still doesn't work for you. But then if I were not a critic, I would sign out. I would say, okay, this guy doesn't work for me. But if you keep going to his work, it will keep annoying you, because you are not in sync with what that person is doing. It doesn't mean you're right or he's right, or you're wrong or he's wrong. It's just that you two are not in sync. Now, when that sync is not happening, and you go subjecting yourself to a piece of work that is not in sync, for some reason, people do that in movies all the time. They don't do that with books. They don't do that with music. They do that with movies all the time. It's like, I don't know why they do that. It's like, if a Rohit Shetty movie doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. Nobody reads books that they can't stand, the author. Nobody says, I don't like this author, but I'm going to read this book from start to finish and then be so filled with rage, and then I'm going to empty out all that rage on Twitter. They don't do that. They don't do that with music. If they don't like a composer, one album of a composer or a band, then maybe they'll give the second album a shot, but then the third one they won't go near, because it's like the world is full of things that give you joy and pleasure and which are in sync with your views. But with movies, I found that people, I think it's something like the fear of missing out. They want to be there to comment on that particular film, or I don't know what it is, but they will go watch, be filled with fury, because obviously the movie is not in sync with their tastes at all, and then come and empty all those black thoughts on Twitter or whatever it is. I'm like, I don't see the point, because it's 3 hours of your life. There's a ton of other things that you could do with it that will give you joy. I've never gotten this.
Has it ever happened with you that you have watched a film and you've reviewed it, and that film is still in your mind, and by the time you are able to unwind, you have to watch another film, and those impressions are still there in your mind about the previous film that you've watched? How do you then clean your mind in that way, and how do you then become a little objective and then write?
I don't like the word objective when it comes to film critiquing, right? Because art is not an objective thing. Art is a passionately subjective thing. art is not like tennis, where you know that if somebody gets X number of points, they've won the match. Art is like that tiebreaker in tennis, which goes on for like, you know, which goes on and on and on and on and on until one person breaks that tie. And you really, you know that one person has won the match, but you still don't know who the better player is. That's for me is art. You know, it's like it's a very intangible thing where you cannot put your hand on something that says, you know, like this is the experience that you're supposed to have. So for me, it's okay if I'm, because for me, my life bleeds into a film. It's not like there's a palate cleanser every time I want to go watch a movie. Because let's say there's been a fight at home, or like I've had a really bad day at work, right? My mind is going to be preoccupied with a lot of negative stuff. Now, there's no eraser for the mind where I can say, oh, before I go to the 6 o'clock show, I have to erase all that and then go and sit in the movie. That's going to come with you into the movie. You're going to sit in the movie with all of that inside your head is what you're going to sit in the movie. So similarly, if I'm exiting one movie and going into another one, there are going to be things about this movie that probably, you know, trickle into that. And the idea is to be able to separate, like analyze the like, for example, if you watch a really, really bad movie one day, even a okayish movie can become a better movie the next day, simply because the earlier experience was so really, really bad, right? Whereas the person who sees only the okayish movie might think, my God, why is this person going on and on about this? It's just an okayish movie. He doesn't know that the background of yours is like, you watch this and now you're watching this. So this is looking like this. For him, he's still watching it only at this. How do you make sense of that? So I would say that you know, I think we should just put all these rules and things like objectivity and but what matters is what will stick through you is, you know, the craft. You know how to analyze stuff. You know why something is happening. You are alert. You are involved. You know what is happening. You're able to see how someone is using color, how someone is using sound. All those things are going to be things that people will take you seriously for, even if they don't take your verdict of the film seriously.
There's another question just popped, is more in terms of representation. Is it possible to draw a line between representation and stereotyping?
It is, because it is possible to represent, you talked about inclusiveness. When you talked about inclusiveness, you talked about sexuality, right? Now, let's say you're talking about a film a film about a gay individual. Now, it is possible to go beyond the typical sensitive person and show a person. I'll give you a great example. Super Deluxe is this Tyagarajan Kumaraja film, which had a transgender character, a trans woman. Basically, Vijay Sethupathi is the character who is basically a man. He went and surgically became a woman, trans woman. Now, usually what happens is when people from marginalized communities are portrayed, they're almost always portrayed as good people that we are supposed to sympathize with, that we're supposed to, try to help, try to do all that, which is all very good and fine, but we should also not forget that they're also human beings. So the very same flaws that are in us are in everybody, right? We are not perfect people. So when you expect perfection in somebody else, it's a wrong thing. So when that was thrilling for me to watch, because it's not just the actor portraying a female, it's the actor portraying a very flawed female. That's what's important to me, that we don't idolize and idealize certain marginalized characters, or, you know, for the sake of representation. I don't think that does anything for anybody. Just putting in somebody from a Dalit caste, or just putting in somebody from a Dalit, or just putting in somebody from a from a particular sexuality or from a particular community, I don't think that helps anybody other than to say, okay, this film has this character. What are you doing with that character? How are you writing that character? How is this character playing a part in this movie? Because if you remember, for the longest time like there was a phase in Hindi cinema where when you showed people from a different sexuality, like a gay man, they were always dressed like women. They were always like flamboyant. They would have limp wrists, and like there was Anupam Kher and Mats Kalandar and so many other films. Because that was a time when probably people just thought, that. But now that we know better, we know that there's a spectrum even among the sexualities. So it's like you're seeing different kinds of representations coming. When you see a movie like Margarita with the Straw, where you're talking about you're not only talking about sexuality, you're also talking about a differently abled person. So all these, I think, have happened only because of certain understandings that have taken place and in the medium. So I think it is very important to not idolize, like I said, and idealize certain characters just because they happen to be from a marginalized community. And that's a tricky thing in India, because we are a country where we typically say, how can you show some person like this in this way? How can you, show this in that way? Because we don't see a movie as a movie. We take everything into real life and say, well, because you treat this person like this in a movie, then people in real life are going to, do that with that character. So it's difficult, but there are people doing it.
But also, don't you see that it would have been much better if we actually allow people from these sections, especially sexuality and abilities, to play the real role rather than asking, a very famous actor or an actress to, play their character? There's one question which has come here, which said, why don't we ever see transgender actors playing transgender characters? Is this a kind of lip service to marginalized communities?
So this is a very, I'm going to give an, see, you have to consider the fact that film is a business. Now if, now you will find that traditionally, there are more straight actors that have played gay roles than there are gay actors who played straight roles, or gay actors who even played gay roles. Mm-hmm. Tom Hanks in Philadelphia, Tom Hanks is straight and he's playing a gay man in Philadelphia, right? So that is because Tom Hanks is a star. Now, when you have I will say that a certain amount of this also rests on the audience, because when you show that you are willing to go and patronize a movie and endorse a movie in theaters, despite there not being a star factor, the whole world of cinema will change. Because the only evidence that a producer or director has that my movie is reaching across is the number of tickets that are sold. Now, if you say that I will come for the theme and not for the actor, I will come and watch a Philadelphia, even if an unknown gay actor is playing that part, and not if Tom Hanks is playing the part, then the whole movie system everywhere will change, because suddenly you can cast anybody in any role. But now what's happening is you can only make small indie films with unknown actors because of the very nature of the budget. They cannot afford the bigger actors. Otherwise, 9 times out of 10, see, for example, when Mary Kom came out, a lot of people said, why can't you cast a Northeasterner? Why do you want to cast Priyanka Chopra, right? No, that is a very valid argument. There is nothing wrong with that argument at all. But seen from the business angle of things, Priyanka Chopra makes the movie a semi-hit, right? Because of her, the Mary Kom story reaches more people, more homes. So would you rather, so again, it depends on what you want. Do you want a star to act in a movie and have the film and its theme reach more people? Or do you want to be authentic and cast a non-star and restrict the appeal of the film to only people who are going to go because they already bought into the subject? That's a very tricky question, that doesn't have an answer. That's not an easy answer. So for me, I don't want to see Priyanka Chopra in the role, and yet I want to see Priyanka Chopra in the role. I don't want to see her in the role because she's not a Northeasterner. she's appropriating somebody else's identity but then I want to see her in the role because there are no stars from Northeast India. And without that, the movie will not travel across India. The Mary Kom story will not penetrate into the, the get national attention, the way, like in a movie. Of course, that's Mary Kom is a star, but movies make a star more of a star, right? Like the story becomes known more because of movies, right? Otherwise, only the people who follow boxing are going to know who Mary Kom is. So that's a really tricky question that you're facing there. And I'm saying that there is one way, definitely. I mean, of course, it depends on the people making the movie also, but it isn't just their responsibility. It is also the audience's responsibility to show that we will go and make hits out of these films, even if there is no star. Because whether in Hollywood or whether here, if you see 9 out of 10 films that become hits are all star-driven films. So people go to see films in our country, in Hollywood, any mainstream industry, people go to see films because it's an Aamir Khan film, it's an Amitabh Bachchan film, it's a something film, it's a Kangana film, it's a Priyanka film, it's a Deepika film. That's how they choose what films to watch. Most of them. There's definitely a small number of people who watch, but then those people are insignificant in terms of how much they contribute to the movie's box office. That's a very small number that goes for thematic, things. So it's a question that
supply, kind of a thing. You have written a book in conversation with Mani Ratnam, and this is one book which a lot of budding filmmakers consider it as an inspiration to learn more about the master. What was your experience about writing?
The experience of writing was always it was fantastic to have a chat with somebody that you've admired for so long. That was itself an experience. But I think what really the book, for me personally, I feel a sense of accomplishment about is that it made a lot of people sit up and say, wow, this is what direction means. And because direction is the vaguest of terms, right? It's like, you know what a cinematographer does technically. He operates the camera, or his team operates the camera. He's responsible for the images. You know what an editor does, right? Like supposing you're seeing my face and then we cut to your face, you know that that's the work of an editor. We know what a production designer does, a costume designer does. What does a director do, right? It's like suddenly you're like in this gray zone. The movie has been directed well. How do you know that? What is the director doing there? I think the book, first of all, showed what a director should do. And the second thing I'm really happy about what the book managed to do, speaking with a lot of people who read it, is, though this is not something that I set out to do, is that it made a lot of people take mainstream cinema more seriously. It made them say that, oh wow, okay, a lot of thinking goes into songs. Even songs have a screenplay. Oh wow, so it made them really think about a lot of things that they were earlier very dismissive of, or they were not very knowledgeable about. And I think that was the biggest takeaway from that book, was like, because more than that, because Tamil cinema comes from a very strong theatrical tradition. And so here, the direction stops the screenplay. You write a good screenplay and that's pretty much your direction, right? Except for a very few directors. So when the book was translated into Tamil, and a lot of young filmmakers came up to me and said, you know, wow, this is the first time we're actually learning what direction is about and what a director should do. What is he in charge of? What are his roles, you know? I think that's when I felt that the book had taken on a shape that I hadn't intended, but I was very grateful for.
So how did you go about the film, in the sense, did you go first watching a lot of films, or did you start interacting? What was the process like? So for a budding filmmaker or a student would want to write a film about someone, what do you suggest could be the process of writing on someone like Mani Ratnam, or any filmmaker of his stature?
So my first idea was to write a book of essays. It wasn't, Conversations idea was never in mind, because one of the things I always heard about Mani Ratnam was that he doesn't talk, and he's an introverted kind of person. So I would say anybody should first watch the films should like the filmmaker, should find enough things to like in the filmmaker's work. They should find patterns. They should be able to find patterns in that filmmaker's work. They should be able to say, wow, this is something that this guy really likes doing. Like, like for instance, Mani Ratnam likes, making his heroines married women. He likes placing Tamilians in non-Tamil places, like, somewhere else where the language becomes a handicap. So these are all, once a theme emerges, once you note certain patterns and things like that, I think it becomes, you start getting interested in a filmmaker. Because first of all, if you're not interested in a filmmaker's work, you should not be writing that book about that filmmaker, because it doesn't make any sense. You don't, I would say you don't have a moral authority. Just like I would say that if you don't like a genre and you're writing reviews about it, you don't have the moral authority to write about that movie, because you are reviewing something. It's like saying, I don't like Italian food, but my newspaper is making me go to this restaurant because I need a job, and therefore I'm eating this, but it's like crap because I don't like Italian food. It's a circular argument that makes no sense. But I would say find a filmmaker that you like, make a lot of for me, because I grew up in the 80s. I'm a 70s born. I grew up in the 80s. So for me, Mani Ratnam's films just hit me, right? When I was at that age, at the right age, when I was just becoming a cinephile, when I was just getting interested in cinema. So it's hard to explain even to people of today, like, because they'll say, yeah, I've seen Nayagan, but I don't know, I can't see what the fuss is about. It's like something like that. But then you're seeing Nayagan, I don't know what, 25, 30 years after it was released. You should have, like, everything is a product of its time, right? It's like saying, I saw, like, not to make all comparisons or anything like that, but like whenever I saw show Citizen Kane in my class, I teach a journalism class and filmmaking. People are like, they find it so hard to A, watch black and white films, and B, they find it so difficult to bear the pace, So how do you even begin to make that bridge come across, right? So that's what I'm saying. So it's like we have entered a world where people's tastes, let me put it this way. See, the reason a lot of us became cinephiles is because by force, we watched a lot of movies that we would not have otherwise watched, simply because that was the only movie playing on the only channel available at that time. Now, I can choose the movies that I want from my tastes. I don't have to go and watch Orson Welles. I don't have to go and watch Ingmar Bergman. I don't have to watch anything that I don't like, because there's always so many options available. So I would say it's probably a little tougher to get that spectrum of knowledge that you need to become a critic. You need to become a critic. Similarly, when you're writing about filmmaker, I would say that if you find yourself fascinated by certain things that a person does, not because that person, he or she, is cool or whatever, but because you genuinely feel you're responding to something, then I would say that's when you really know that you have it in yourself. And then what you do is, the steps that you follow are, you watch all the films and you watch them over and over and over again. And you watch them in sequence, you watch them out of order. Then you have all these things happening where you suddenly notice that, wow, that scene from movie number 2 is actually is presented in this different form in movie number 12. That kind of
music, when you see in Indian context, a lot of times when what is the background score, suddenly becomes the whole song in the next
whole song. Yeah. So you kind of, so that happens. So you start watching the films, you start putting them together, you do these mashups, you kind of, so there is no pattern to it, but then you internalize the movies so much that you kind of, when you go to that person with the questions, that you're taking them along an internal journey. And we've reached an era where we don't need biographical information anymore. That's all there on Wiki. We don't need to know when somebody was born, when somebody was something, all that is gone, right? And also, people are constantly being interviewed these days. Before every film's release, they're being interviewed. So there is already so much of stuff that's out there in interviews or on the web. So what is it that your book hopes to accomplish? What is, if you're just going to compile those interviews and put them in a book, then there's no use, because I can just go to Wiki and Google it up and read it. But what beyond that, right? Because when I wrote the book about Mani Ratnam, which is 2012, he had not spoken about, I mean, he was not a great interview giver at that point. And he had been interviewed, of course, but they were fairly short interviews. There were not too many in-depth things. But today, you find that before movies are being promoted or even after movies, you find a lot of frontline filmmakers giving long, expansive interviews on video, on text, or they write themselves. So how do you, what does your book go and do beyond all this? Are all questions that we'll have to face.
We have almost come to the end of our session. So one quick last question.
Sure.
What has been your biggest challenge as a film critic? I think something that, you know, that's one part. And the second part is, what is one thing that you love as a film critic?
I think the love is easy because I love cinema. I just love thing. People, I'm watching a film and thinking about it or writing about it or talking about it is something that still has, it's still a big part of me. And I don't think I would be able to do this job if that wasn't there. What's the other question? What is the challenge?
The challenge, yes.
Of being a critic?
Yes.
For me, the challenge is, to go back to an earlier word that you used, it is finding the, for me, it's being relevant, you know. See, when me and a bunch of critics started writing on the internet, it was early 2003, 2002, 2003. That was a very different world. That was a world that still read, you know, because visual information was not that much on the web. I don't even know, see, like Twitter was definitely not there. Facebook was not there. So there was still some level of, people still read, you must have heard of these things called newspapers. People still read those things. So, you know, there was to kind of adapt over the years, that's been the biggest challenge. Like, you know, to come into a digital platform like Film Companion, to do videos, to do interviews, and also not lose that core, because I think of myself primarily as a writer. For me, my primary identity is writing about films, not making videos about films. You know, but I mean, I love it. I love that part of the job also. But for me, what I identify myself as, so how to do videos and keep doing all these things that all your cool young students will like, but at the same time, carve out a bit of time so that I can do what really gives my soul satisfaction, which is writing. I think all these have been the biggest challenge, because the pace at which films hit us has increased so much that earlier I used to watch a movie on Friday and I had to submit the review on Saturday evening, so that because it would go up in the Sunday edition and it will appear on Sunday morning. Now I watch a movie on a Friday morning and I have to have the review out by Friday early evening. It's something that you really have to be committed to doing. And I think that people follow you also only because you bring something to the table. And whatever it is, it's hard to define what you bring to the table. But whatever it is, you want to make sure that you keep bringing that to the table in at least 7 out of 10 reviews. You are going to have off days. You are going to have days when you're not reading a film right or something's not going wrong. But there's a thing called consistency. And people know that 7 to 8 times out of 10, if I go to this guy, then I know that there is something that I'm going to find interesting in the writing. And of course, I can't think about, oh, what am I going to find interesting in this review that I'm typing, because then you go mad. But hopefully, you know, something comes out. And I think that's the biggest challenge, to stay relevant after all these things. Because one of the things that I used to find a little scary, but now I just laugh, is when people come to say, oh, I've been reading you since I was in first standard and all. And I'm like, have I really been writing for that long? It just gives me a heart attack. It's like, you know, that's like, I mean, I'm exaggerating, but what I'm saying is they'll say things like, you know, ever since I was in school or something like that, I've been reading you. And I'm like, oh my God, when I started writing, this person was in school. It was just kind of, that's insane to kind of think about that, you know, just so to hopefully that person who is now, 20 years from that point is still reading me. So that's the hope.
That I think brings us to the end of the session. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this session and for all these wonderful things that you've told our students. I'm sure a lot of students will get inspired and write about Indian cinema and filmmakers and at least bring in more about of an awareness. As you said, demand and supply. So we'll create more demand so that we have right kind of cinema also coming in.
Fantastic. You once again. Thank you so much for having me here. And I really want to appreciate one thing about this session is that you're asking me if we can do this with inputs from the students. And I'm really happy that we did it that way, because I always like it when the target audience is involved in the session. It makes it feel more useful. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, and over to the MC.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that profound session. It came at a right time when OTT platforms are bookmarked on all of our browsers and big names are dropping big budget films onto OTT platforms. The discussion about representation of marginalized and the future of feature film, and your Mary Kom example of if or if not a star should be cast in a film to widen its reach, or should the reach be restricted for the sake of authenticity, has left us with a lot of questions and a lot more to discuss about. It was a really insightful dialogue between two people who have one thing in common, their love for cinema. Thank you, ma'am, for moderating this discussion. Thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Thank you.
We'll now be taking a short screen break. Don't forget to stretch and grab yourself a cup of coffee before we begin our next session at 4:55 p.m. Before we leave, let's watch a promo video to get a glimpse of our upcoming panel.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Alexandre.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, Alexandre, just a reminder, we are live, so
So don't say
we
anything
are already.
that's all.
Okay, I'll try to behave myself.
No problem. Looking forward.
Am I late? Am I late? No.
No, you're perfectly on time.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sherry.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you.
You too.
Thanks for waking up early on a Saturday morning. This for us.
When you have two kids.
I did have a moment. Yeah, I did have a moment this morning. I was like, what did I agree to do at this hour?
When you have two kids, it's not that early. You should believe me.
Oh, sorry. Is this the closing session?
We have one more session after this.
One more.
Yeah.
Mr. Jacob or Chris, actually, do you want me to share my PowerPoint with you, or that okay that I share straight in my presentation?
You can share it straight on your presentation. So
okay.
When it's time for you to speak, we'll give you the rights to share.
Thank you very much. Very nice to see you.
Yes, nice to see you too.
We generally just exchange some
email
messages. Yeah.
So we'll be playing a promo video, and then I'll introduce, set a context. So Alexandre, you want to go first?
It's up to you. It's up to you. I don't know, Sherry, what do you prefer? But for me, it's...
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely.
Okay.
Every student who put their heart upon this institution and walk into this campus showing us their dreams, demonstrating honesty and maintaining integrity are transformed. And we at Christ push every single day that they are here in becoming better individuals. They have to have the ambition. They have to have humility. They have to have self-belief that they can achieve amazing things.
Education prepares one to face the challenges of life by bringing out the best in them. It should be relevant to the needs of the time and address the problems of the day. Christ University is a nurturing ground for an individual's holistic development to make an effective contribution to the society in a dynamic environment. We are now 5 campuses across India.
In its quest for achieving world-class university standards, Christ strives to identify, adapt, and put into effect the best educational and administrative practices. It has signed more than 90 MOUs with foreign universities for the exchange of students and teachers, conducting joint research and publication programs.
Education at Christ is a multicultural experience with pan-India students and students from over 60 countries across the globe. The students' exposure to versatile and diverse cultures molds their global view and generates excellent virtues.
Christ University, World of Excellence and Service.
Welcome back. I hope you're all refreshed for our next panel discussion brought to you by one of our supporting partners, UNESCO's Global Alliance for Partnerships on Media and Information Literacy. Media literacy enables people to understand the role of media in society, while enhancing essential skills of inquiry and self-expression. Being media literate helps us access, analyze, evaluate, create, and participate with messages in a variety of forms, from print to video to the World Wide Web. With such paramount importance, should media literacy be a human right? Let's find out from our panel of experts. I would like to give a brief introduction to our panelists, Mr. Alexandre Levosi-Sayed, the co-chair of International Steering Committee of UNESCO GAPMIL, and Ms. Cherry Hope Culver, the co-vice chair of the International Steering Committee of UNESCO GAPMIL. Our moderator, Professor Joel M. Jacob, will introduce our panelists in length. Mr. Joel M. Jacob is an assistant professor in the Department of Media Studies, Christ deemed to be University. He loves teaching, is a journalist at heart, and a storyteller by passion. He enjoys researching media literacy, ethno-specific communication patterns, leadership communication, and films. In the classroom, he facilitates courses in digital and strategic storytelling, multimedia journalism, reporting, editing and scripting, documentary production, and intercultural communication. But more importantly, he facilitates fun and friendship among his students. Besides this, he enjoys dressing up in costume, singing, looking for everyday wow moments, playing music, good food, drama, and football. I'm certain this is a wow moment for you, sir. Over to you, sir, for a session packed with information.
Thank you, Meenu. That was a nice introduction. Yes, I'm really excited to be a part, to moderate this panel. As Meenu said, Media Meet this year, for the first time, is looking at media literacy, and we've got a partnership with the UNESCO-led GAPMIL, the Global Alliance for Partnerships in Media and Information Literacy. And we are lucky to have two leaders in media literacy with us today, Alexandre Devosi Syed and Sherry Hope Culver. Thank you for being with us despite being in a different time zone and waking up so early in the morning to join us. It shows how much you really care for our efforts. Okay, just to set a little context, I'm a young teacher. It's just been 3 years, about 3 years since I started teaching. And the head of the department at the time told me, you're a junior teacher, start teaching the first year undergraduate students, learn your way up, build some confidence and stuff. And he handed me a class and told me, this is a class on media literacy. So you need to teach non-media students media literacy. And he handed me this textbook by James W. Porter on the introduction to media literacy. So this was the first time I was hearing this, what this whole topic was about. And it fascinated me. But the interesting thing was, as I taught the course, as I was reading Porter's book, I understood that a lot of the examples that he used in class were from an American context. And my students, who are largely Indian, not all of them followed American shows or American movies. So I had to kind of work to find examples that would suit them. And I found a lot of similar examples here in India as well to teach them. And that really fascinated me, got me interested in this topic. And every year for Media Meet, we are in our 11th year. Every year for Media Meet, we announce the topic 1 year in advance. And it was decided that this year we'll go with media literacy. And that's when another colleague, Dr. Asita, who spoke in the previous session, told me about UNESCO GAPMIL and the work that they do. And I started reading about it online and got really fascinated. And it's brought us here now to the conference. And thank you very much for joining us. So just to set things in context, I will introduce our guests in detail in a bit, just to set things in context about what this whole discussion is all about. Should media literacy be a human right? So when we talk about human rights, we need to understand it's the very concept of what a human right is. So let's try and unpack those two words, human and right. So just as an interactive activity, all the audience members who are listening in from YouTube, please type in the chat, what do you think it means to be human? So just put a sentence there of what you think it means to be human. And so that's one part of the word. And what are rights? So these are two words we need to look at separately, but at the same time, look at both of them together. What are human rights? So it's important to get a sense of both of these terms and understand them together as well. A right is a power or a permission or an entitlement given to do something. The notion of rights is usually set by an oligarchy, by an elite group, maybe a group of people, and is enforced on people. And a group of people also decide what the rights are for us. And who do these rights belong to? Who belongs? That's also something that this small group of people decides. So we have a lot of examples to see how we've seen the Aboriginal voting rights for the Aboriginals in Australia, how they were afforded the rights in late 1962. Voting rights for women were offered quite late in the early century. We had voting rights allowed for women in Saudi Arabia, where there's a lot of human rights violations, and voting rights were afforded for women in 2015, I believe. So we have, there is a group of people who decide who gets a particular right. So that's one side of the discussion. But when you look at what human rights are all about, they are basic rights or freedoms that we all should enjoy as human beings, from birth to death. It's based upon shared values like fairness, dignity, independence, respect, equality, and can never be taken away, but they can be restricted reasonably. So these are some of the discussions that I hope would come in. the UN Declaration of Human Rights that was adopted in 1948 lists about 30 articles, of which Article 19 states that everybody has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. So what does that entail? So if we have the freedom of expression, that means we also have the freedom or the right to access the information. But how many people have the ability to access that? That also means that we have the ability to critically, or the right to critically analyze the information. So how many people have the ability to do that? We also have the ability to create media messages. So how many people are able to do that? Who has the control over messaging? So to exercise all these different human rights, we need to have an environment or some conditions created to enable it. But we have a lot of divisions in our world. We have a digital divide. We have divisions based on race. We have divisions based on caste. We have divisions based on gender, economy, politics, and all these different problems. So I hope that through our discussion, we can address some of this and how UNESCO GapMill is playing a big role in trying to bridge all these different gaps and try and make the whole world media and information literate and build those competencies. So like I said, we've got two passionate leaders of media literacy here. I will introduce them each before their opening speeches. Each of them will speak for about 15 minutes. I'll ask Alexandre to start. So a little introduction about Alexandre. Alexandre is a journalist who interestingly focuses on human rights. He's an educator and specializes in media literacy. He's the director of Zeitgeist. I hope I've pronounced that right. An international consultancy company on education and media, and also serves as the international co-chair of UNESCO's led initiative GapMill. He is a columnist at a Gazeta do Povo newspaper and EduCacao magazine. He also dabbles in television, where he hosts the show Idade Media, the first one in Brazil on media literacy issues. And on YouTube, he coordinates the Media Mundo channel. We will be talking a little bit about that as well. He is also coordinator of the advisory board of Educa Media program at the Palabra Aberta Institute as a google.org initiative, and member of the scientific board of Comunica magazine from the University of Huelva, Spain. He's co-founder and member of the board of the Brazilian Association of MIL Professionals. He's been part of the innovation program post-graduation initiative of the University of California, Berkeley, and he's currently a researcher on AI and ethics at the Pontifical Catholic University of Sao Paulo. So over to you, Alexandre, and we're looking forward to hearing your thoughts on whether media literacy should be a human right.
Professor Jacob, thank you very much for this kind introduction. I need to say I'm very happy and glad to be with you in India. I share with you a lot of good feelings and good-hearted words that your promo video mentioned first, because always when I talk to India, I feel very welcome, and I feel I'm with people, with very noble people, with very important people. So that's how I'm feeling now with you. So I'm feeling pleased and honored to be invited by you, and I'm actually more pleased to share this roundtable with Miss Sherry Hopcover, which is a person that I admire personally, professionally, and so it's an honor to me to be with her as well. I will try to actually I will switch some parts of my presentation, because Professor Jacob, you have made such a great introduction that I will not try to do not repeat you and maybe depart from the point you stopped, and I don't want actually to overlap Sherry as well. So because we are on GapMill at the same time right now, so it's important for us to share this information and do not repeat it. So I'm using a PowerPoint here that I'll share with you, but I will skip a lot of them, and I'll try to invert some order to be clear for you and be quicker as well. So just a second, I'll share my screen here. Yeah. Yes. Yesterday night, I got a message from our boss in UNESCO saying that he was really glad that we are attending. His name is Alton Grizzle in UNESCO Paris. He said he was very, very glad that me and Cherry are attending this session, but he said to me, underline media and information literacy, please. So I'm following his advice to say that media and information literacy is a concept created by UNESCO that merged two different fields. One is media literacy, which came from the communication science and field that you, Mr. Jacob, has addressed so well in the beginning of this roundtable. But actually, information literacy came from the library science field. So MIL is an acronym from media and information literacy, and that's what GapMil is all about. When you let me I always start from the end of my presentation. I'll not mention all of this, but I'll start with one thing that is important. When you ask us, should media literacy be a human right? My answer, I'll leave this answer to the end of my presentation, but I will do it in the beginning right now. I think it is already. We need to consider it on the nation's laws, and we need to consider it in our speech on universities as part of maybe the fourth generation of human rights. Because when we start with some authors call it generations, and some authors call it you can see it like generation is one, layers as well, or there are some other words that other authors when mentioning human rights, that not all of them use generation as the main word, but I will use generation as Marcelo Novellino, this Brazilian researcher that I'm quoting here at the end of my presentation. The first generation, of course, was focused on the civil and the political rights, and based, all of human rights are based on the French Revolution. So the first generation is based on the freedom, mainly on the individual freedom. The second generation comes later on, basic mainly with the first one. They were officialized in 1947, the declaration that you mentioned before, Professor Jacob, with the socio-economic and cultural rights. And the third, and some authors consider a fourth generation, and other authors that consider even a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh generation, and they're growing up. But until the third generation, it's unanimous that all the authors consider that we have three generations. The fourth, there are some contradictions here. Some of them, they consider democracy, information, and pluralism, for example, fourth generation. What's on the table here is that we don't need to make it so bureaucratic to consider it as a human right. We need to make it a human right in our practices, in our laws, in our public policies. So that's what I'm defending here. Maybe sometimes when we talk about human rights, we need to think about a common declaration or some UN guideline or this kind of thing. That's what GapMil is trying to do, to make a strong guideline on MIL around the world, and to enhance and to improve partnerships on the field of media and information literacy. But what I believe is that when you talk about media literacy, when you practice media literacy, when you discuss media literacy, you are already putting it in a standard of a human right. And maybe connected to other human rights that are already established. Like, for example, the right of communication, the right of pluralism, the right of access to information, the right of expressing yourself, the right of getting the right information. So this is all about media and information literacy. This is not mentioned on the rights or on laws as MIL, maybe, because MIL is a quite new concept as it is, like this acronym. But media education or media literacy or critical analysis of media discussion or even edu-communication, with analogies, a new world, they are concepts that are running over the world since the radio started 1920s, 1930s in US. When the mass media phenomenon starts to develop, all the education on the system start to react to that. And then we have there some seeds of what MIL is now. So, for example, under the MIL umbrella concept in GAPMIL, we can consider a lot of other concepts and practices. It's a very large concept. And if you can check each one of these that are here in my presentation, you can see there are a human right base that maybe can embrace it, or some of them that consider this point here. For example, you should take internet and private policies. You have the human right to keep your private life under your business. So when you talk about internet and laws and private social rights, you need to debate and to check what kind of policy your country, your city has with the data you make available on internet. For example, in Brazil, when you talk about public policies on childhood, youth, and education, we have a very bold law to protect children and teenagers that, for example, this law guarantees the rights of express themselves, access and express themselves with freedom. So this is reflected in one human right already. And this is an MIL item. This is one MIL issue to debate. Cinema, audio, visual education, freedom of expression, freedom of press, ICT and ethics, artificial intelligence, media literacy, science literacy, which is very important, news literacy, cyber culture. So all these issues that are underneath or under the MIL umbrella concept, they are connected to some human rights that already exist themselves. So it's important for us, there are students, researchers, professors, or professionals of media, professionals of education, of libraries, of public policy makers. We need to combine these items with the human rights that we have already in our laws or on the Human Rights Declaration. I'm borrowing this from a colleague from University of São Paulo, but see some milestones that came from the Human Rights Declaration 1948, as Mr. Jacob mentioned, until some 7 years ago, milestones of MIL. So all these points are connected in one way. All the MIL concept was born from actually the Human Declaration of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, and you have a lot of events and rights and letters and declarations that starts to point to track this path that MIL came through until become really a concept that UNESCO keeps in a lot of different aspects. So I will now go for my first beginning, just sorry about that. but I will not use all of them. But I like to use this image to describe the environment we are living now. That you have a Scottish castle printed by graffiti, the contemporary graffiti. This is quite real. And this image is not very comfortable to all of them who see it, because some of them think, oh, they are destroying the integrity of the medieval castle. Or some of them say, oh, it's beautiful. Some of them say, oh, I don't like graffiti. I think it doesn't match with the situation. But this is what we are living now due to the internet, due to the zeitgeist or the spirit of the time you are living with a lot of information, a lot of ICTs. We are living in a very uncomfortable atmosphere because we are we conserve, mainly in education, we preserve some 100 years values, and we need to deal with the contemporary culture at the same time. MIL for me is that it's all about that, how we preserve things, integrity of things that are coming from centuries, mainly on education, but we can use skills and develop skills to deal with this confusion of all the things happening at the same time in a non-linear perspective. That's what internet comes to our lives. So Zeitgeist by John Herder, which was the philosopher, that German philosopher from the last 18th century, the last years of the 18th century, they said Zeitgeist is the spirit of time. So we need to embrace the spirit of time. The real art just breathes the spirit of their time. So what's the spirit of our time? This is classic art, represents the body. This is medieval art that represents the conflict between God and the human things. Renaissance art that represents, but when you cross the line of the modernism, you start to lose yourself in what's the spirit of our time, because you have everything at the same time. MIL is a good tool to access things right, to interpret things right, and to produce information in a right and ethic way. So there's something to do with this model, classical model of communication, that we are living this model nowadays. We are prosumers, we are producing and also consuming data and information. So MIL has to do with this change here that we are living. And we are living this. I like to use this both image because they are not only dealing with the communication system, but even to the educational system. Professor Joe, probably up to the 80s, you start with one professor teaching the same content for the whole group of students. Nowadays, you can personalize the process of learning to each student's demands, or in the way that each student can learn better by films, by games, by lectures, by discussions. That's what AI and communications can do, even in school. So this is a mindset model that changed, not only communication model that changed. And that's what MIL is all about. So I used to say it's a dilemma Gutenberg-Zuckerberg, because Gutenberg, when he created the press, he created this system to press, for example, one Bible in one language for all the people. But Zuckerberg contributes to this kind of environment. And in German, it's cool because Gutenberg in German means the good mountain. And Zuckerberg in German means the sugar mountain. And you know, when it rains, sometimes the sugar melts. So that's what's happened with Zuckerberg sometimes nowadays. But this is a good dilemma we are living. So in MIL story, actually, Mr. Jacob, if you can control my time, I lost myself here. It's too early in the morning. I haven't controlled my time here. I don't want to invade Sherry's time. When it's 15 minutes, please give me an advice. Some of you that are controlling this. Sure. I don't know how long.
No problem. You can go on. Yes.
Okay. In the story of MIL, I like to underline two researchers and practitioners. Mr. Janusz Korczak was a doctor that during the Second World War, he developed an orphanage for the orphans of Second World War. And he developed radio system within the orphanage for the kids to express themselves. See, there are seeds of MIL and freedom of expression here. And Célestin Freinet, the French educator, maybe most of you know, he developed the first newspapers, scholar newspapers inside schools. So students can produce their own newspapers, and his work is it's alive until now in France, when they have the CLEMI, which is a department within the Ministry of Education of France that takes care only about the freedom of expression and other MIL issues within the educational system. So as we have those two guys that were really, they are and was really important for communication development, we must not forget other ones that since the development of the radio were treating MIL issues and dealing. Note that with the human rights perspective, Korczak and Freinet, they are dealing straight with the human rights perspective, because Korczak was taking care of the children's right in his orphanage, the children's right of express themselves, and Freinet with the youth perspective of express and access news themselves within the schools. So Janusz Korczak and Célestin Freinet are icons of the issues of communication and education merging together and relating themselves to some of rights that are already established. Human rights are they're actually on that time, it was close to be established, the first declaration, but was not established. But they came, the first generation of human rights, they came from the 17th and the 18th centuries, not established as a declaration, but inspired by the French Revolution. So it's alive here. And I have this onion because when I talk to MIL, the time is never enough to cover all the MIL, the media and information literacy issues. So I think MIL is like an onion. They have a lot of peelings, and you need to unpeel this onion. We are actually talking about the very center of this onion, because we are touching human rights. But you can talk about MIL in a lot of layers. You can choose the layers you want to talk to. Actually, we start to talk in the middle. We could start to talk by the edge of the onion, or by the outside of the onion, but we are talking about the middle, the main thing. So this is a UNESCO definition of MIL that came from, it's a new concept that merged two fields, media literacy and information literacy, and is connected to the role and functions of media and other information providers that encourage us to process basic skills to analyze and use media information for self-expression, to become independent learners, critical thinkers. I like to underline the expression critical thinking, and to be part of the professional, the governance, and also the democratic process of their societies. If you check it out, some words here in this definition, they are completely connected to human rights, like democracy is part of the third and the fourth generation of the human rights, and critical thinking is one thing that the education world, they mention a lot, this expression of critical thinking, which is the base. It's one of the base of the public school all around the world, to develop critical thinking the students. But actually people do not investigate or go deeper on this thinking. If you are living online, both online and offline, critical thinking, it's a concept that was born really before the 60s, for example, but it needs to be updated for the time you are living, for that castle with the graffiti on the walls. So critical thinking now needs to embrace the offline world and also the online world and the information world we are dealing with. So for me, particularly in my studies, MIL is a basic part of critical thinking nowadays within the educational process. So this bunch of skills that MIL is all about, they has to do with critical thinking mainly. So I don't know if Sherry is going to talk more about this. I will let her talk about more GAPMIL, but we are an open alliance. You can enroll yourself via our website. And the P of GAPMIL is very important because the P is for partnerships. I think what GAPMIL is all about is to really increase and enhance the partnerships with a multi-stakeholder group, where we are 700 members right now, almost 700. So GAPMIL, it's, for example, with this partnership with MediaMeet, we are giving MIL with Professor Jacob and all his team, we're giving MIL a new approach, which is very important for the public debate. This is what GAPMIL is all about. I'll jump a lot of things here. When you think about laws, sometimes we think about MILs and laws, but when you think about laws, you need to be careful. This is one research of University of São Paulo of the laws in Brazil. When you think about MIL, the education laws has more emphasis on the skills of MIL than other areas. For example, if you check it out, this balance, the blue bar, which is connected to the digital area, which is very important. It's connected to internet laws and this kind of thing. There are only 100 mentions in Brazilian legislation, federal legislation. So it indicates that we need to upgrade a little bit the legislation on MIL skills related to internet rights, private access to data, and this kind of thing. That was 10,000 results analyzed by Beatriz, which is this researcher of University of São Paulo. Here I have a map, for example, that shows how different concepts of MIL are shown around the world and related to their laws, but I will not spend my time on this. This is some GAPMIL milestones. I will jump it. Actually, I have done some weeks ago to India, to another university in India, a speech about the challenges of the alliances on MIL. Since it's a very wide field that connects a lot of different fields, and since GAPMIL is a multi-stakeholder alliance, we have professors, we have universities, we have governments part of it. So how those are some challenges that Mr. Sherry and we are facing on the ISC of GAPMIL. How to integrate multiple stakeholders and concepts, how to integrate multiple backgrounds, how to keep flowing smooth the work among 700 members. The last one is funny because my last speech was "Eagles do not flock," and this is an English expression that the eagles they don't need to flock to get their food; they can hunt by themselves. And eagles, the word "eagles" for the bird is similar for the eagle for our Freudian concept of ego, of our inner selves. And when you say eagles do not flock, we can remember that eagles in the Freudian concept do not flock as well. They like to hunt by themselves. How do you put eagles to flock? When you create an alliance, and everyone is an ego. It doesn't depend how is the importance that you give for your ego. But when you put a lot of people working together, you need to remember that we are swallow birds at the same time. We need to fly together to get some points. And those are some challenges we're facing now. We are updating the MIL curriculum for UNESCO curriculum for teachers. This is for free UNESCO website. So there are a lot of things that we are doing here. Just to finish, I'm afraid I have already speak for 15 minutes. I don't know, but I'll just mention this too. You want to talk, Mr. Jacob?
No, you can.
Okay. As Mr. Jacob said in the first beginning, I'm with this TV show at Canal Futura. That's the first MIL Brazilian show on television. But I have this internet YouTube channel called Media Mundo, which means media world. And Idade Media means media ages, medium ages. It's a joke with media age and middle ages and media age. And media world, it's media world that we are conducting but it's only in Portuguese by now. We are trying, but in YouTube you can put the subtitles in English and it worked quite well. Okay?
I did watch them. So.
Oh, really? Good. Very glad. This is the TV show is already available for the internet on Global Channel, but due to the regional legislation, sometimes you cannot watch it in other countries because of the streaming legislation, which is local, and it's connected to a very large communication group in Brazil. I mean, the first one. So I will not mention the mill cities. I will just leave here. Oh, sorry. I'll just leave here my. Oh my God! I think I erased this, but I like to stop by here.
Okay.
It's weird when you share your presentation because I cannot see you, so I'm not sure if you are listening to me well. But the last slide was my contacts, and I lost it now. Unfortunately I erased it. But thank you very much, and sorry if I couldn't control my time because I was paying attention in other things. Sorry, Sherry, I don't know if I invade your time here. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Alexandre. You've raised quite a few interesting points there where you said that we don't need to make it make MIL bureaucratic in our policy. Because and that was a question that I was trying to ask you later, where sometimes we look at the UN guidelines or UNESCO guidelines as guidelines, and it's not binding on any country. So how do we get nations to implement some of this?
Implementation is the word. We must talk about this.
Yes, and we'll get to that. So. Sherry, this is your time, and let me do a little introduction of Sherry here. Sherry Hope Culver serves as director of the Center for Media and Information Literacy at Temple University, where she is an associate professor in the Klein College of Media and Communication. Sherry serves as vice chair of the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, which is GAPMIL, and regularly presents internationally on media literacy and children's media topics. She's currently serving as project manager for an international research project on media literacy. And Sherry's publications include authoring a chapter in the latest edition of 20 Questions About Youth and the Media. And she's written her chapter on how are the needs of children considered in children's media. And I have a few questions on that as well. And she's the co-author of the State of Media Literacy, a report published by the National Association for Media Literacy Education. She's the producer and host of the popular podcast Kids Talk Media. So over to you, Sherry, and let's hear your thoughts on should media literacy and information literacy be a human right?
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. And there's been so much discussed already. Like, I feel like I have so many things we could get into discussion on. So I don't want my presentation to go too long so that we can actually get into the meat of the discussion. But I never get to hear Alex talk about media and information literacy. So that was actually wonderful to hear. And it's just, I'm delighted to be here and have an opportunity to talk with everyone. So I'm going to do the same thing that Alex said and share my screen to my lovely PowerPoint. And, I think all of us sort of had the same thinking about how things should go. So I'll go past some of the things that we might have that are repeated here. As far as my background and just sort of where I come to this topic from, these are just things that I'm involved in, some of which you've already mentioned, and things that I've written or teaching. But I actually worked in the media industry full-time for 25 years or so before I started teaching. And so one of the things that's interesting to me is looking at one of the advantages of age, right, is looking at it over a period of time and how things have changed. And that we talk about media literacy or media and information literacy today, but I think, as Alex pointed out, media has been around for a long time. Sometimes when I talk with people today, they think of media as digital media, but media includes books and radio and movies and music and all of that as well. And when we talk about whether it's a human right or the skill sets to be media and information literate, we're talking about all of those things. Those skills go across all different forms of media. The one thing I want to highlight that's on the screen is the National Association for Media Literacy Education. So GATMIL, the difference between NAMELY and AMLE, NAMELY and GATMIL, so many acronyms in my life. So NAMELY is the sort of companion, let's say, to GATMIL, but it is for the United States only. So although there are people can join from all over the world, and they do, NAMELY's focus is really in the US. And NAMELY is that umbrella organization that invites anyone who is sort of self-deciding that they are working in media literacy to join the organization and participate. And when we talk about the challenges, we can talk about, when we're talking together, about the differences and sort of what we learn from organizations like NAMELY when we're really looking at growing something like GATMIL. Because in some parts of the world, in the US, we have NAMELY, but in many other parts of the world, there are no organizations that are covering the entire country that invite everyone doing MIL to come together. And that's really one of the huge global benefits of GATMIL, is that it gives that opportunity to everyone, instead of it just being it's still a benefit to have it within your country or even within a town or a city, but GATMIL is really bringing the full group together. So I am going to, of course, and then you have things on your screen that you can't read. Okay. So to me, the question about human rights is really about the world we want to live in. What kind of world do we want to live in? I won't go through those definitions. I think it's really valuable, Dr. Jacob, that you started by talking about what we mean by human rights, because when human rights tend to be they feel very personal. They feel very connected to things that matter to us, and we define them in ways that are around the things that matter to us. So I also think an important distinction about human rights is, luckily, we don't have an overarching global ruler. So there's no one who can say that if these are human rights, we're going to make sure that they are happening, that they are implemented. And you've touched on that, Alex touched on that as well. Human rights is the statement, but whether it is actually happening and how it's happening is quite different depending on where in the world we're looking at. So including those rights, the bottom part just says life and liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion and expression, the right to work, education, right? So many more things that are very different in different parts of the world, even though we might call them all human rights. And that Universal Declaration of Human Rights outlines all of those, as you mentioned. So here to me is like the essence of this question. Is when I think about human rights and I think about existing as a fully functioning human in your community, in your town, in your country, in the world as a global citizen. Today, in the 21st century, you need media to be able to be a fully realized citizen. You cannot access, so each of these things I could go into detail about. Especially right now with the pandemic, to access education, you need to be online. And even in a place that, other parts of the world might look at the United States and think, well, certainly everyone in the United States will be able to get online and do their education online. Not so, not so. And so in actually having the pandemic and having all of the educational needs move to an online environment really shined a light on the disparity between the people that are able to access their education online and the people who are not. So that's one piece. And we know that even when we all, are happily waiting for the time when there is greater health around the pandemic and all sorts of areas going forward, there probably will be a greater reliance on online education than there ever has before going forward because of what we've learned during this time. So can you, first of all, get online to be able to access education? Do you know how to use it once you're on? I'm using Zoom in my classes now. All of my classes this semester are online. Some students are very facile. They can go into break rooms. They can add their names on things. They can share their screen. Other students are much more intimidated, even though they might be completely comfortable with social media. So having access to education and being able to really thrive in that. Healthcare is another area. And in all of these cases, things have shifted with the pandemic. I'm really talking pre-pandemic in a lot of ways. Access to healthcare, so if there's something, we know that if there's something that people think that is the matter with them from their health, the first thing they do now is go online and do a search about it. Now, you may not get the best information there, but you have access to information. We know that young people who their bodies are changing and they are sometimes embarrassed of asking questions. They want to access health information online where they can ask the questions that they have. So being able to access doctors, we know that in rural areas, being able to access a specialist from another part of the world is a possibility when you can access your healthcare online. Therapists, social workers are speaking to people about mental health issues that they might have online. So accessing your healthcare is not just about accessing the information, but really accessing the actual healthcare. Register to vote. So we're not quite to the point where we are actually voting online, although it would seem that that is certainly where we're headed. But to register to vote, you very often need to be able to do that online. So in many places in the world, even though there may be a paper way to do it, there is usually a bias toward being able to access the information online. Even now, sometimes you'll make a phone call to someone and you get a recording that says all the information you need is online. Really, don't stay on the phone. Go online and do that and get back in touch with us if you have a problem. So registering to vote, not to mention accessing information about candidates, is all online now. That's where you're going to find that. Applications for a job. Yes, you can walk into a store and you can maybe get a piece of paper if there's a place specifically that you want to apply and it's local. But depending on where you're looking for a job, and especially in a time where unemployment is high and people are looking maybe beyond their immediate environment for jobs, they need to be able to do that online. In addition to which, many jobs are actually taking place online. So you have to be able to get online to apply and then get online to be able to do the job. News and information, breaking news and information, that's all online. So that can be, and I say online, right? That could be through your social media, that could be through television, that could be in the online environment. News and information is all happening through media. Assembly for peaceful protest. I specifically wrote for peaceful protest because we know that there are, non-peaceful protests, extremist, radical meetings that can happen as well. And there are emotional reactions to that. But how about just the peaceful protests? Not the people that you might be worried about gathering and finding each other, but the people that want to gather and meet to have some, to bring an issue to light and be able to do that in a peaceful way. That's happening online. That's happening through social media. And there's lots of examples of that. And then the last one that I have on here is about the global marketplace. So not everything is what I was going to say is not everything is about money, although sometimes I do feel like everything is about money. I have been known to say to my students many times, if we're in class and I ask a question, because I teach courses often about the business of media, and I say, if I ask a question and you don't know the answer, you could pretty much always raise your hand and go, money? And that would almost always be one of the answers for it. So we live in a very capitalist, I mean, certainly I'm in a capitalist country for sure. We live in a very capitalist environment in many, many places in the world. And more being able to have a thriving business means having some sort of global connection, whether it's selling your goods and services globally, which is all happening online, or being able to find customers or find manufacturers that are going to help you to do your business. All that happens online. So when I think about all of that, right, when I look at the 21st century and the vital components of everyday life are mediated by digital media, by technology, by the internet, and in order to accomplish all of those actions, to do any of these things, you really need to have media literacy skills, right? You need to understand how you're going to access it, analyze it, evaluate, create it, and then use it to accomplish the needs you have. For all of those reasons, to me, it absolutely means that media literacy is a human right. And I'll tell you a personal story in that for most of the time, or for my early years, let's say, of being involved with media literacy, I didn't understand media literacy as a human right at all. I really saw it as very connected to individuals, how individuals were consuming media, or how the institutions of media and the media companies were involved. And then I went to a conference once and I heard someone speak who talked about it as a human right. And I was like, completely eye-opening. How had I not considered that when it's so obvious that in order to live in a full and complete way in the world today means having access to the internet? And we think about places in the poorest of countries where where they have mobile phones, right? They're relying often on mobile devices, mobile phones, or they've got laptops. The laptop. I'm thinking about how the generating of electricity for laptops and charging laptops. That's been something that folks have tried to assist in places that are the poorest parts of the world, so that they can get online. That is often seen as the way to help your life, better your environment, better your situation, help your family. To have all of that be a reality and not see it as a human right is ignoring the honest truth of the situation. Without media literacy, without media and information literacy, you're going to have increased misinformation because people are not able to effectively determine what is misinformation. You have less educated citizens if they can't get online for education, fewer job candidates if they can't apply online, more likely to have rampant propaganda, unchecked fake news, misleading healthcare guidance. We've seen quite a bit of that in the pandemic. Persistent cyberbullying, increased surveillance. So surveillance and data mining is happening, but the more we understand media literacy, media and information literacy, the more, and we can get online, we can make more effective decisions about that. You'll have decreased citizen participation in society overall, a lack of awareness of ethical responsibilities. That's a key piece of this. A devaluing of diversity, equity, and inclusion, because we're not seeing the world if you're not online. You don't have access to that without the media. And online extremism and radicalization becomes more normalized. So there are real dangers to not having a citizenry that is media and information literate. Actually, a quote of Alton's from a publication that Gatmill published a couple of years ago was, media can directly or indirectly challenge or give validation because of its inherent power to transmit compelling messages, to influence and normalize certain opinions, beliefs, and social practices, and reinforce various narratives. Sometimes that can be a peaceful protest, a Black Lives Matter protest, and sometimes that can be the emotional conveying of information. Those are just as compelling images. They can be just as provocative. They can move us to action. This is the framework that that UNESCO has put together about knowledge societies. And I just wanted to flag one piece of it. So the point I'm putting here is that a knowledge society is a media literate society. And the reason for that is, the part on the side here that says each principle directly connects to media and information literacy, there are 4 key principles of knowledge societies: freedom of expression, universal access, sort of a recognition and inclusion around diversity, and access to education for all. And in the world we live in today, all 4 of those things, you need to have access to media and be media literate to be able to fully participate in all of those areas. And that's why I would see it as a human right. This is a book that was published in 2016. This is the yearbook from, there's a university collaboration that I'm involved with at UNESCO. It's called, well, I'm not gonna go no more acronyms. It's the Millard Yearbook. You can actually go online and search for this title. This book is completely available as a free PDF download. It's all about MIL and human rights. There are individual articles in there, very compelling, and from all over the world, different parts of the world. So I would highly recommend this if someone wants to continue the dialogue and see what some of the output of GATMIL and the Millard Group are. This is something that I think is worth taking a look at. I'm just going to skip that. So I'll leave my presentation at that. I think that there's, I'm curious. I want to hear the questions that you have, Dr. Jacob, and I want us to be able to have some dialogue together. So I know time is of the essence. I'm going to stop there, and I hope that people will reach out to me afterwards if you want to continue the conversation.
Sure, I've got a few questions, but I've also been getting lots of questions on the YouTube chat, which I hope to get to very quickly. Thank you for your presentation, Sherry. We'll start off with a question to Alexandre. So when we discuss human rights, especially privacy, how do we discuss human rights when democracies are hand in hand with social media giants? So you would talk about Zuckerberg, Facebook. How do we discuss human rights, especially privacy, when democracies are hand in hand with the social media giants?
Is that for me or for Sherry?
Yeah,
sorry,
that's for you, and then we can take Sherry's perspective.
Okay, I really want to apologize again to lost the time. I think I talked too much, and I'm sad about it. Sorry about this.
Oh, don't worry about that at all.
Not a problem.
No, I hate doing that, and I hate when people do that in the round table, so I'm feeling guilty. This is my contacts I lost. I'm just putting on the screen for people who wants to follow me and everything. Look, the first thing is the awareness of this question. You must be aware of the situation. You are not only a participant of a democratic system that means social media and broadcast media. You are part of a business. Your data is part of their business. And so awareness and education is the base of this. And the second point I'd like to address really quick is the right of you to express yourself independently of they are or not giants of communications. You have the right to express yourself. There are that spinning phenomenon that the majority opinion tends to make the minority opinion quiet. This is why, because sometimes you feel intimidated to put your opinion when the major opinion is different from yours. When you have this awareness that you have the right to express yourself, and you know how to access the tools and how to reach the audience with your expression, you make a difference within the media ecosystem that is composed by media giants, small companies, people on the street, advices, internet, digital, non-digital. So you're part of this ecosystem, and you have the right to express yourself within. So basically, this is what I mean.
Sherry, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I have to say that it is extremely frustrating to me how much what a monopoly the large tech companies have. I think, hindsight is an amazing thing. Looking back at it, we had the development, we had big media companies already, right? We had big global media companies already, Sony and Time Warner and Comcast is another huge global media company before we had Facebook, Google, Microsoft growing, Apple. So we had those companies and we knew that they were big. And there were some laws in the United States that were trying to keep them contained in some ways. But when the internet came about and especially social media became popular, that happened, bam. I mean, that happened so fast. The adoption of those, we didn't stand back. The government did not stand back, citizens ourselves, we did not stand back and say like, wonder if this is going to affect my life in a bad way. Maybe I should not be online all that. Like, we didn't do that. We were like, ooh, this is so pretty. And off we went. And the same thing happened with the government. The government saw jobs being created and the citizens being happy, being able to access all this information. So they didn't stand back and say, I wonder what will happen. What could happen down the line? They just let it go. Now you have a situation where you've got companies that are exponentially larger than what we thought were the big media companies. These are, not just multi-billion-dollar companies, but they're getting 2 trillion. They are not far away from being trillion-dollar size companies. And so their ability, many things have been reported about how their budgets are basically the size of like a small country, maybe not even such a small country anymore. And so just the size based on money is one thing, but they're controlling information. So it's money and information. Now, the question really is, well, where do you go from there? If if citizens are benefiting from that and the government is reluctant to implement laws that are going to stop them, what happens? But I actually think we've been seeing some things already sort of tip because it's gotten so bad. I think the election and interference in the 2016 election in the US was a real turning point where many elected officials in the US at least started to stand up and say, the social media companies, these media companies have to take responsibility. And after years of Mark Zuckerberg saying, I'm not a news company, which was ridiculous, he finally has turned the tide and said, yeah, I guess I do have responsibility. And Twitter finally said, yeah, we're going to take down things where we know there's inappropriate, where it's in fact not factual, misinformation. So we are seeing their responsibility grow. But to Alex's point, I think we always have to remember we individual people are the users. They are nothing without us. If we turn it off, if we close our privacy, change our privacy settings, if we change things, they will be forced to make changes. So we really do have a huge responsibility as individuals too.
Okay, but there is another side to this because we have digital divides, right? Especially in a country like India, there are huge populations who don't have access to the internet. So and Sherry, you were talking about how the access to internet and information allows for a lot of access to healthcare, to jobs, to voting, to rights. So how do we address this situation of enabling this media and information literacy right to everyone, but people don't have access to a basic right like internet? So.
Right. Right. That's the $1 million question. I think that a discussion that's happened in the US and in some other parts of the world is shifting our thinking of access to the internet as thinking of it as a utility. So in the same way that we think of no matter what level of poverty people are in the US, there's an expectation that they should have water, running water. They should have access to some sort of heat and electricity to put lights on, that basic amount. And for that reason, the companies that provide those are regulated by the government. So they can't just keep increasing prices. They have to make things available at an affordable way for people that are below a certain poverty line. It doesn't take care of everyone, but it acknowledges that to live in society today, you really need heat, electric, you need gas, electric, and water. And there's been a great push among activists to see the internet as as a utility so that it can be regulated. I think that would be step one, right? That would help because it would acknowledge as a first step how vitally important it is. And then maybe it enables there to get some, the activists of the world really need to get behind that and push hard to make sure that the have-nots are having access to some of these things. So that to me is at least a tangible step, is to start to see internet access as a utility.
So Alexandre, a question for you. So when we look at the nature of human rights in general, we see that they are abused also. So they need to be protected. So in what ways do you see the right to media and information literacy being abused? Who's the abuser and what do we need protection from?
Oh, there are a lot of abusers, not only one. We need to think that we are part of a system, and as a part of a society or a global society, because the latest generations of human rights are connected to the global society. They start to think a human right as we are not part only of a city, of a country, but of the world, and a world connected world. And as a part of a connected world, in a cultural side, or in a political side, economical side, you need to be aware that you are doing difference and you're serving things that sometimes you are not aware that you are serving things. Responding to your question, as back you go to the first steps or first layers or first generations of human rights, as back as you go there, you guarantee that you are really enjoying the human rights and not be abused of them, because the first ones is connected to the political and civil society and civil rights. Political and civil rights are the basic ones. Then you go to economic and other, and then you go to communication. So they are all linked. This is why some authors then don't consider generations. They consider waves, because you cannot isolate the human rights. This is answer the question that Sherry was answered before as well. If you don't consider internet access to a basic thing for a decent life nowadays, you will not be able to defend MIL as a human right further on, because you need to go back and put internet access as a basic human right. So this is some authors, I like that idea of waves of human rights, and you need to pass through these waves because they are all connected. So the abusers are sometimes, for example, where you don't have a democratic government, for example. This is a classic example, but it's connected to the access to democracy, which the third generation or the third wave of human rights is within the third wave of human rights. So as I said before, I don't like the bureaucracy of dividing and making statements for generations, and then because we're going to be until the 20th generation if you start with this. But it's important to make it real. But at the same time, we need to connect all of them to check it out in what position we are now related to the human rights. If you are abused, or if we are actually enjoying the human rights as a right.
Sherry, you want to come in, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting you bring up that the abuser, when you think of sort of like even that term abusers, there are abusers that are restricting access for people to be able to get online. That's sort of one category. That could be governments or other groups. But then there are the abusers that are actually online and the things that they're doing online. So on the one hand, the abusers not letting you online is right, laws have to change, or a democracy so that people can get online. But once you're online, we're actually relying on the media company itself to monitor the people that are trying to get online. It's really like a very tangled web we weave here. And, in the US, we certainly are dealing with that in the sense that, yes, there's a First Amendment, there's freedom of expression, but what citizens forget sometimes is that that First Amendment has to do with government. It doesn't have to do with private business. So really, if Twitter wanted to, and eventually it decided it would, but Twitter wanted to say, Sherry, you cannot go on ever again. I don't want you on Twitter. We just don't like what you have to say. They're within their rights to do that. So they could be clear. Now, what the next layer of that is, do I like someone else deciding who is okay to speak and who is not? Within the United States, certainly in First Amendment rights, the answer is usually no. So where does that leave us? It ties us right back to media literacy skills. If we're going to have an open environment, then there's responsibilities from all sides. There's government responsibility, there's media industry responsibility, there's our user responsibility. And in that case, we need to be media literate so that we are thinking critically, as has been brought up multiple times, thinking critically about what we see when we interact with media and taking action around that. It won't survive with just government rules or just media industry rules. It really has to happen. All of those pieces have to come together.
Thank you. Lots of great questions coming in from the audience. I don't know if I can cover all of these, but I don't want them to miss the stories either. So I know both of you are leaders in your own space. You're doing a lot of wonderful work where you are in terms of media literacy. And I know, Sherry, you work with kids. You have an awesome podcast for the kids. I wanted to know what your motivation was, because I listened to some of them where, you're talking to kids who are 6 years old all the way till around 13, their teenage years. And they're talking about deep topics like fake news. They're talking about, identities online. How did you come upon that idea? And what motivated you to talk to the kids?
Well, bottom line, I like to hang out with kids. So I was really looking for a way to hang out with kids because my own daughter, I only have one child and she's now 19. And so the kids that are hanging around my house are like older than I wanted to be with younger kids. I really missed it. So that was like my prime motivation. But I also feel like when I talk to children, they have opinions about these things. And, we worry as parents and as adults, we worry quite a bit about kids' interaction with media. And I think kids are actually pretty thoughtful most kids are pretty thoughtful, even kids who do wrong, right? Who are using video games too many hours a day or watching things that they shouldn't be watching. They're usually pretty conscious of that. And so I like having conversations with them. I have to say that the podcast, I haven't done a new episode in a few months since the pandemic, because the concept of the podcast was that I would get together with a child and their best friend, and we would all be in the room together. Very often I was in like their bedroom where there's some really comfortable space to them. And they would start talking. I'd ask them some questions, but because they were friends, they would really start talking comfortably. And I can't get face-to-face. I tried to do one on Zoom and it wasn't the same. So I'll probably try to figure that again. But the idea here is really to give children a voice, right? Let them think about, reflect on, and talk about their own media use. That's a basic media literacy skill, right? What they're really doing in those conversations is applying their critical thinking skills to their own media use. I just don't say that to them when they're doing it, but that is what they're doing.
So you're using media to talk media as well. So yeah, wonderful. Alexandre, a story from you as well. What I know is from your book, The Media Age, if that's the right translation from Portuguese, you reinvented communication at school at a particular institution. And you've written about 200 different instances where you kind of transformed the education system there, the model where students get to go outside and engage with social issues and then bring out a magazine at a time. And this was before social media became popular in Brazil, I'm guessing. So can you talk about those experiences and what any transformation stories where you had students starting to think critically about issues?
Yeah, I'm a kind of dinosaur, I'm I'm working with media literacy since 1999 or something like this, because I moved to London to live, and I had one experience in BBC when I was still in university in 1999, 2000. And when I go back to Brazil, there was a very prominent journalist that he was developing an experience of learning community, we call a neighborhood as a school, and to use a neighborhood as a school. And so I was the first director of this experience called Cidade Escola Aprendiz, and it becomes later on a case in Harvard University, a very studied case in Harvard. It's filed there. And we started from zero, from scratch. And one of the activities of this on 2001 was media programs with youth and kids. So we developed radio programs with youth. But listen, 2001, 2002, we are producing programs for the dial, for the FM. There was no podcast, so we produced for the commercial radio, the programs with the kids, with the youth, and for television, for MTV in Brazil, we produced a program in the back office with the youth. So I started this book. It's called Idade Media. The translation, it's a joke with Middle Ages, which is the kind of scholastic thing, with media age, which the opposite, where the information is all over the place. But in Portuguese, it's similar word. It's almost the same word for both. So this is the joke we had, and this is a program in one school that we started. Exactly, Jacob. You, doctor, you were just fantastic translation, because it was exactly what you said here. We take the Portuguese classes students to go out of the classroom to produce a magazine, and there was no social network by that time, not even Orkut, which was an Indian social network. There was no Facebook, of course. And so we produced paper magazine. We printed the magazine with color and everything, and they would produce reports around some themes, and at the same time they express themselves, and they developed the Portuguese skills on writing. And this is one it was in a school, very important, private here in São Paulo. It's a kind of prep school, the most important prep school here in São Paulo. But this experience is really small. It lasted 17 years, and then it go through the curriculum, within the curriculum. It was extracurricular, and then go within the curriculum. It encouraged a lot of similar projects around the country as I released the book. So I could map, like, for example, more than 100 experiences, even in orphanages, in asylums, and public schools, in communities that people are doing. So it was a very important book, because I was talking about MIL before social networks and this kind of thing, as Sherry mentioned. I was a lot kind of working with fanzines, the fanzines, the zines, and this kind of small radio stations that you can dial in one block, community radio stations. And we work with very high touch approach, and so this was the experience, and this is I think I was 20 something by that time. I was really young, and this was the DNA of my work after that, because I developed there. So it was so experimental thing. I was not fear of anything. I was free to do the thing. So I developed the DNA of my work on this thing. So as a homage of this, I gave my TV show the same name, because the name was so popular in Brazil that I used the same name for the TV show, which is another product. There's nothing to do with that thing, just to get the wave of popularity of this book and this program, you know. So as Sherry has told us that she has this approach with the kids, and she likes to hang out with the kids and everything. My experience is more focused on youth. So I generally, if you take my 20 years experience, I think 70% of it's working with youth from 14 up to 25, 26, 27 years old. I work with kids, but not so much as I work with youth and MIL.
Okay, so that will bring me to, I'll just ask you two small questions. You could answer it maybe in a sentence or two. One was, is it easier to teach kids and youth media and information literacy skills, or is it? And I mean, there's this whole debate whether it's tougher for adults and easier for youth. What are your thoughts on that? Sherry, you want to come in? You're on mute, Sherry, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying not to keep it on the too noisy before. So that's an interesting question, difficult, because adults have their habits more ingrained. Anything you try to teach adults is a little harder. So in that sense, it's a little easier to teach kids. I think that overall, children and youth love media. They love being around it. They love using it. It's an integral part of their lives. And so the idea of bringing more reflective, critical thought to it, I have found they're very interested in. They're not resistant to that. Most of them understand the pull that it has on them. So I guess it's easier in a sense, as long as you're doing it in an age appropriate way. You're having the right conversation with that is taking into account what the age of those children are. Because if you're talking about 14 to 25, like you're talking about most of that group is adults, right? And so you have to talk to them in a different way.
Okay.
What do you think, Alex?
I do agree with you completely. And I will add one thing. I think lifelong learning is the key for that. So MIL for me is a lifelong learning process that it doesn't depend only on the school. It needs to depend on the whole system of the city. So this is why, for example, the TV show I'm hosting and that channel on YouTube are focused on adults. The focus is on adults. The TV show more on teachers because it's connected to school, but that short programs on YouTube, it's for adults that are not anything literate with the themes. So they are very popular language, very easy to understand, and it not go so deeper on the issues. So I think lifelong learning, this is one role which is important for the media companies as well, how they can educate their audience. So this is one thing of the lifelong learning process that it's important on MIL.
Okay, so just a final statement from both of you. We are media educators. There are students, media students who are watching us live on YouTube. What is your message to us to ensure that all citizens all over the world are 100% literate? What is our role? What do you think we should do?
That's such a hard question. Alex, you want to go first on that? To narrow it down to one thing is so hard. I'll tell you this maybe is not the one thing, but I will say this. Years ago, there were developed 5 key questions of media literacy. And I have often felt like if I could just wave my magic wand and have everyone in the world just know the 5 key questions, if that was all you got, that would help us move so much closer to having media and information literate citizenry across the globe. Just the idea of asking, so it doesn't have to ruin your experience using media. It's just getting in the habit of asking basic questions. Who's the author? Who's benefiting? What are the value messages? Like just a couple of those things would make a huge difference.
Okay, Alex?
Yes, when Sherry speaks first, I don't have words more because she's really good in packing the whole answer. Thanks a lot.
Sorry.
No, you were amazing. You are not. It's not your fault that you are so good. You need to be proud of this. For me, there's one thing that's important. Remember that we are eagles, but we are swallow birds as well on this. So we need to be together and to create alliances and to create pools and to spread the word as a group, as a network, or as an alliance. It should be a local alliance or should be a global alliance as GapMill. But it's important to remember that in some point we are not eagles all the time. We need to be swallow birds as well. So we depend on each other, and it's solidarity also as a human right, as a fourth generation human rights, actually as the third generation human right, solidarity appears. So I think it's a way, but it's a hard question to answer. I don't have the answer, but I have this suggestion.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a great way to end our panel discussion. I'm so sorry. We'd have loved to talk to you both a lot more, and there are lots of questions coming in from the YouTube chat. I'm sorry to all our audience out there who's listening. I hope we can answer some of your questions maybe at a later point in time. Thank you so much, Alexandre, Sherry. Please do join us if you're free for the last session where we talk about media education again and how to take media literacy from the classroom to the community. And we have an interesting panel discussion on that. If you're free, please join in for then. And thank you very much. Over to Meenu.
Well, as Sherry ma'am mentioned, we might not have the magic wand, but we at the Department of Media Studies are doing the best we can to shine light on the importance of media literacy. Thank you, Professor Alexandre, and thank you, Professor Sherry, for that enriching conversation. It really reinforced the importance of having media and information competencies, which in turn enables us individuals to have access to education, healthcare, employment, self-expression, and the global market. This session has definitely divulged a lot of contemporary knowledge about media information literacy and has provoked relevant questions. Thank you, Joel sir, for moderating this session seamlessly. Before we move on, I would like to extend my gratitude to Griffith University and Florida State University and our partners, Pari, GapMill, and Under 25. We have some great panelists lined up for you. Get ready for our next plenary session with 6 adept and experienced specialists of media from around the world who will engage us in an interesting discussion on media literacy practice from classroom to citizenry. But before that, let's take a short screen break. I request everyone to join back at 6:55 p.m. Don't forget to look away from your screens and to stretch. Let's now view the promo video for our next panel.
Hi Kailash, how are you? Hi everyone. Hi.
Hi, Pradeep sir.
Hi, hi.
Hello.
Hello, Professor McDowell.
Hi. Good evening. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Is it early?
We're all
Is it
set
early in
up.
the morning there?
Not too early. It's 9:30 a.m.
Oh, it's
So
9:30.
it's pretty good time.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah. You guys are busy all day. You're now at 7 o'clock at night or almost 7?
It's almost 7, yeah.
Or it will be. Yeah, right. It's not 9:30 yet, but it will be when the panel starts. That's I was thinking about the panel start time. Yeah. It's about quarter after right now.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. McDowell. Kailash here.
Hi, Kailash. Good morning or good evening.
Good evening. Just a reminder, we are already live, so just
Okay.
be careful.
I'll calm down. I'll shut my microphone off till we get started.
No, that's all right.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, I listened to some sessions this morning. They were great. You had some good sessions.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. McDowell. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi,
I
Kailash.
woke up early.
Oh, wow. Hi, Preeti. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi, Preeti. Welcome.
Hi, Preeti.
Hi. Hi, Pradeep, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm Pradeep. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Meet you.
Others are here, Joel, or not yet? Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's just students are here.
Yes.
So the panel has expanded, I think, right?
Yeah, we have we have now 6 people in the panel.
Yeah.
So it's
Dr. Professor Dinesh Balaya has joined.
Professor Balaya has joined as well. Okay.
Yes, she has.
Hardly a professor, but thank you all. Appreciate it.
Hello, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Let me just turn on. Hi.
Hi.
Afternoon, evening, morning. I'm not sure where we are in the world, so heading to
around 7 here in India. Getting to around 7 here. Yeah.
So almost dinner time.
6:45. Yes.
You've been going all day. I saw some of the sessions this afternoon are very good.
Yeah, from we've been going all day from 9, and it's been actually for 3 days. We've been going for 3 days, so yeah.
And I almost think this is more exhausting, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I heard Dr. Shakuntala today. She was very good.
She was excellent, actually.
Yeah,
her presentation
she's
is amazing.
so interesting.
She was there.
I'm going to turn off for a little bit
keynote,
just so I can get some water.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm also going to go off.
Welcome, Dr. Sumana. Welcome, Mr. Murthy. We will be starting soon. The MC will be shortly taking over. Please hold on.
Hi, Dr. Kushik. I just want to check if you can hear me. I just put some earphones on.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Murthy is here as well. So we have like one of our co-panelists as well. Hello, Mr. Murthy, can you hear me, sir? I'm not able to hear you. I can see you, but not able to hear you. Hello.
I think he's on a call.
Oh, okay. Is he on? Okay. Professor Varghese is there, and Sumana is there as well, I think. So, Professor Varghese, can you hear me? Can you unmute, sir? Can you? I think you're on mute.
Yes, Pradeep, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, it's clear. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Professor Varghese. Yeah. Sumana, are you able to hear me? Hi, Sumana.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You're good.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Yes, I'm able to hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Just letting you know that I cannot use my headphones because somehow it doesn't work with Zoom. It works with Teams. So you might hear some background noise, which I apologize about.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Every student who put their heart upon this institution and walk into this campus showing us their dreams, demonstrating honesty and maintaining integrity are transformed. And we at Christ push every single day that they are here in becoming better individuals. They have to have the ambition. They have to have humility. They have to have self-belief that they can achieve amazing things.
Education prepares one to face the challenges of life by bringing out the best in them. It should be relevant to the needs of the time and address the problems of the day. Christ University is a nurturing ground for an individual's holistic development to make an effective contribution to the society in a dynamic environment. We are now 5 campuses across India.
In its quest for achieving world-class university standards, Christ strives to identify, adapt, and put into effect the best educational and administrative practices. It has signed more than 90 MOUs with foreign universities for the exchange of students and teachers, conducting joint research and publication programs.
Education at Christ is a multicultural experience with pan-India students and students from over 60 countries across the globe. The students' exposure to versatile and diverse cultures molds their global view and generates excellent virtues.
Christ University, World of Excellence and Service.
Welcome back. I hope you're all energized and ready. We are all set to begin our last and most expected valedictory panel discussion of Media Meet 2020. Being media literate empowers media consumers to function as autonomous and rational citizens, enabling them to critically make use of media. This panel discussion, titled Media Literacy Praxis from Classroom to Citizenry, includes 6 experts from around the world. The diversity of this panel is what excites me the most. I cannot wait to hear the variety of knowledge and experience that is about to be disseminated by our seasoned speakers. Allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists in brief. Professor John Varghese, Professor Stephen McDowell, Dinesh Balaya, Preeti David, Sachidananda Murthy, and Dr. Sumarna Chattopadhyay. Our moderator for this prominent panel is Dr. Pradeep Thomas. He has an undergraduate degree in BSc Physics from Loyola College, Chennai, master's degree in journalism and mass communication from University of Madras, and broadcast and electronic communication from Marquette University, USA. He has a PhD in political science from the University of Aberdeen, UK. He is motivated by his desire to teach and mentor students to be critical thinkers and problem solvers. In order to this, his work is aimed at creating a space for shared knowledge in debating the intricacies of media studies, political science, and gender studies. His research interests include political debates, political advertising, comparative politics, and media and gender. Over to you, sir, to introduce the panelists and moderate this session.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's panel discussion on media literacy praxis from classroom to citizenry. For some reason, I'm not able to turn on my video, but I think we'll sort that out. And I should be visible in a bit. Okay, hang on. Let me see if this is working. Yes. Right. So, yes, so we can start. So what we'll do is, this is a big panel as such of 6 people or so. So I'll try to kind of keep time and go around. So what I wanted to do, the first thing is I'll start off by introducing each guest, and then the guest or the panel member can make the opening statement, right? And then we'll go around for each person gets around 5 minutes to make their opening statement. And then later on, I have a few questions for the panelists as well. And then we'll kind of take some questions from the audience. So that'll be the format for today's session. So we'll start off with Professor Varghese. I'll just introduce Professor Varghese, and then Professor can start talking. So, Professor Varghese, welcome. So he's considered to be one of the most renowned educators and academicians in India. Professor Varghese spearheads one of India's best and oldest educational institutions, St. Stephen's College, Delhi. Professor Varghese completed his master's at Loyola College, Chennai, and did his MPhil in English language and literature at Madras Christian College. His doctoral thesis was in the area of Victorian fiction and psychoanalysis at the Central University of English and Foreign Languages, IFLU, Hyderabad. So he has taught at Loyola College, Chennai, and George Mason University's offshore campus at Ras Al Khaimah in Dubai. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Before taking charge of St. Stephen's College in Delhi, he served as head, Department of Communication at the English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Apart from his administrative achievements, Professor Varghese has supervised research work and written and edited books in English language, literature, and media. So welcome, Professor Varghese, to our panel session and to Media Meet. you can start off by making your opening comments.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Thomas, and hello, my dear colleagues on the panel. I'm very happy to be here this evening with all of you, sharing thoughts on media and how media can be used to make a better world. But before I begin this, let me congratulate all of you at Christ University, especially you, Dr. Pradeep, Joel Jacob and Kailash Kaushik, the conveners, on this 3-day media extravaganza. I think it's a very nice thing that you are doing, and congratulations. I'm also very happy to note that this 3-day media meet, as you've titled it, is not just a meeting and sharing of ideas, but it is also an opportunity for us to engage and help others benefit from that engagement. So let me also congratulate the Department of Media and the university for this wonderful opportunity that you've given. Now let me come to my own observations. They're very simple observations, and I think we can build on it as we go along. We all know that media is extremely crucial. And today, and more importantly, now during the lockdown period, several generations are plunging headlong into the use of media without actually being fully aware of what they are getting into and how it can affect them. Media, in all its avatars, is a two-edged sword. And it's very important that we understand what media literacy is, and we should know how media literacy can make us more aware of the media and how its use can not only benefit us, but it can also define us. I love the media. I teach it in a small way, and I am amazed every day by the many possibilities. But one of my greatest worries is the loss of privacy. And there is very little that I can do about it. If you are online, then you've lost your privacy, no matter how many firewalls you may have installed. So very briefly, I have 3 things to highlight. Number 1, media literacy is crucial, and it's crucial across segments of people: young people, professionals, unemployed, teachers, learners. Media literacy is crucial. That's my first point. The second point is media is a two-edged sword. It has its benefits, it has its negative side as well. Most of us are aware of it, but we are not seriously aware of that. And my third observation is that whenever we go online, despite whatever we may say, there is no law, there is no privacy there. So with those 3 points, I'd like to close my initial remarks.
Thank you, Professor Verghese, for that kind of for talking to us. So starting off the session by talking about privacy, which is very, very important as such. We'll come back to that as we kind of go on. Now we'll move to Professor McDowell. We'll move to him, so that I'll just read out something about his bio as such, and then the professor can make his opening statement as well. So Professor McDowell is the Director and professor at the School of Communication, Florida State University. Many of his research works revolve around the media and communication policies in India and Pakistan, which have been presented at several universities. Mr. Stephen has worked to establish university contacts and academic exchange partnerships between countries in America and Asia. His research and teachings address new communication technologies, internet governance, and communication policies in Canada, South Asia, and North America, among others. Welcome, Professor McDowell. Can you please go ahead and make your opening statement?
Great, thank you very much. And I also want to voice my thanks and also how much I've enjoyed the panels that I've been able to participate in. That's been early in the morning, the few that I've been able to join, but it is a great program that this conference has, and really goes around the world, the participants that you've had. Just as an opening, just a few comments. One is, I think the goal of media literacy really fits well into some basic democratic goals about participation and what citizenship means, and how to be informed, how to participate with organizations, with parties, with community groups in self-governance. And I think that's, to me, one of the strongest parts of media literacy. There's economic dimensions and other social dimensions as well. But it also, as educators, this kind of civic goal and democratic goal kind of sets the basis, which also runs alongside what we might call civics education, history, democratic institutions, ability to do research and to think critically and assess different sources. One point I'd like to make is that I think with media literacy, we focus on the individual as a starting point, is that how do we interpret and understand and criticize and use media? And so there we think primarily about media content, and that has a strong tradition in media studies. We also have a strong tradition in audience uses and behavior and how people make meaning and interpret media. And I think that's a really important part of thinking about media literacy. And it's been voiced already how important creativity is. That is, the ability to participate in society. It means also being able to make media and voice media. I'd also like to think a bit about some other levels of analysis, including understanding the platforms, the technologies, and their capabilities and how they're being used, understanding the industry, the purposes, the corporate forms of the groups that are making messages, and the broader structure of policy and political economy. And those structural relationships are often part of our role as educators in media studies as well, and take a lot longer, I think, in terms of kind of helping people understand the world in which they're living in. But my third point to open, I think as media educators, we might want to think both about formal education, but also how we make a transition so that our graduates and the community members with whom we work can also be equipped to engage in critical development of media literacy. It's been used by many people, organizing groups, discussions of what people observe and think about media processes, content is part. People examining their own media uses. What do they do with their day? How do they spend their time? What are they paying attention to? I think that's an important part of media literacy that doesn't take a whole lot of infrastructure, but can be more of a guided reflection on personal life. And thinking about not just media messages, but participation and engagement in a variety of mediated experiences. So I'll stop there. And again, thank you for having me as part of the conference. And I look forward to the panel.
Okay, thanks, Professor McDowell, on that opening statement and kind of talking about certain important things like what you call the need for civics education as such, right? So that's one very, very important thing. And then also the larger kind of framework of who controls the message So that is also so very important in understanding kind of media literacy or media education rather. So thanks so much. I'll get back to you with further questions. Next we have Miss Dinesh Balaya. I'll just introduce her and then she can go ahead and make her opening statement. So she's Miss Balaya is an educator, trainer, and academic at Wits University, Johannesburg, and is also the editor of the Wits Vuvuzela community newspaper with a research focus on digital journalism. She's currently completing her doctorate in journalism and media studies at Wits University and is also an amateur photographer. Having served as a former public advocate of the Press Council of South Africa, Ms. Balaya is also currently a member of the board of the Health e-News Service and also an advisory committee member of the South African Media Innovation Project, which is an initiative by the Media Development Investment Fund, which is based in New York. She has also served as a judge for the Standard Bank Sukville Awards for Journalism Excellence, the Forum for Community Journalism Awards, and the Diego Responsible Drinking Media Awards over the last few years. So welcome, Ms. Balaya. You can now make your opening statement.
Thank you so much, Pradeep, and thank you so much to everyone at Christ for including me on such an esteemed panel. I'm glad that the other professors had a chance to go before me, and I'm not sure how I will quite follow, but I'll try. I speak to you from Johannesburg, from one of the biggest schools in South Africa, journalism schools in the country. I run an experiential teaching hospital type professional program. We take in very few students a year and train them at fourth year level, so honors level, to become journalists. So I speak to you from the perspective of a journalism educator, but I'm also the editor of their community newspaper, and I have a teaching background in media studies. And I think all of that comes together quite nicely when we have a discussion about media literacy and visual literacy and so on and so forth. What I'm particularly concerned with is how do I shape my journalists to become educators for media literacy? So how do I teach them to teach media literacy through the work of journalism? Because I think that that is something that has fallen to the media industry itself to take on as a responsibility. So it's almost not enough for us as educators to say that we're going to teach media literacy, but how are we empowering our journalists of the future to teach that? Because that's something, quite frankly, I know in my own curriculum and in the curriculum across the country has fallen away from a journalism perspective. It continues to be taught at media studies level. When it comes to practical journalism, it doesn't exist, right? We assume almost that we are self-reflexive in how we are practicing our journalism. So some of the things I can point to, for example, are, we've started to encourage our students to become a lot more reflexive and expressing their reflexivity in the stories that they're telling. So when we publish a story, we have a disclosure box that says, this is how I came upon the story. This is how I understood the story. These are the people I spoke to. This is the verification process that I went through. So taking it a step beyond just publishing and incorporating a level of transparency. And in that way, I believe that some of the consumers of that content is thinking about where the story came from. How did it come about? How did we put it together? We're almost to look on the bright side of this pandemic. I've turned to what has been coined the infodermic and tried to find some synergies with what we've been taught in South Africa to do from a public health perspective, and try to figure out, are there analogies that I can use in media literacy, right? So in South Africa, I don't know what's happening in many of the other countries, but the standard message that we've received from the WHO is wear a mask. And I would say to my students, in terms of the infodermic, wear a lens. Look through those different lenses that you have. Is it a feminist lens? Is it a racially sensitive lens? Whatever it is, to look at information. In terms of a physical distance, have a critical distance to that information. Even the stuff that you're producing yourself, start to think about it critically. And critical thinking, I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but is something that we really, really struggle with a newer generation that's used to not reading enough. And I know it sounds old to say that, but it's almost like there's no depth to reading sometimes. And it's a kind of fast reading that young people are used to doing, and not the slow, immersive reading that many of us are used to. And then the third perspective, wash your hands often, reflect often. And hopefully, those three things of keeping that critical distance and engaging with information critically, using lenses and looking at information through different lenses, and obviously, just marinating on that information on a regular basis are things that we can teach our students in order to approach this infodermic, as it were. And then another, just something that we're thinking about is how do we elevate fact-checking away from simple verification. I think often when we think of fact-checking in the practice of journalism, we think about it as it is verification, it's what we do. But I'm saying to us, let us think about it on another level and think about it as breaking down information and thinking about that information, its sources, who's producing it, where is it going, what was the intention, and so on and so forth. And in that way, empowering our students to almost approach their work differently. I think I'll leave it there for the moment. I think we will have some questions that come up later and we can take it from there. Thank you, Pradeep.
Thank you so much, Ms. Balaya, for that opening statement and talking about a couple of important things as well. So we're all in a pandemic right now, but we've been in an infodemic longer than we've been in this COVID-19 pandemic as such. Another important thing that we'll come to is also talking about fact checking, right? So the issues with fake news and fact checking. So we'll come back to that as well. So thank you so much for your insights on that. We'll move on to Miss David. As such, I'll just introduce her. I'll do the same thing, and then she can make her opening statement as well. So Miss David is a journalist, editor, and teacher. She reports for the People's Archive of Rural India, PARI, under P. Sainath. Her area of focus are Adivasis, health, education, and livelihoods. Preeti is the education editor at PARI and works with schools and colleges across India, getting students to see the invisible rural India, to engage, explore, and empathize. She works with them to document rural issues, and migrant lives as part of the course curriculum. She also teaches reporting on marginalized people. She leads the team at PARI Education, PARI's education website, launched in August 2020, which features work by students, curated, verified, and edited. PARI Education is also working with students in rural areas to get them to document their own lives. An economics honors graduate from Lady Sri Ram College, Delhi University. She began a career with the Economics Times in 1989. Covering marketing and new business. She moved to television in 1994, reporting for India Business Report on BBC World as the bureau chief, South, reporting on the people behind the news. She's also reported for CNBC, ABNI, and anchored business news programs on different channels. So welcome, Ms. David. You can go ahead and make your opening statement.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Pradeep. And thank you, Kailash and Joel, for all the work before this to get us here. It's really a pleasure to be here. This is very much a part of what I do. Today's topic and the panel, which is media literacy and the classroom, is something that PARI is already involved in. So thank you very much for having us. So I'd like to start by just explaining a little bit about what the People's Archive of Rural India is. We are an online journal, we're an archive. We have stories and films across India on rural issues, rural livelihoods, communities, culture, craft, and agriculture, and so on. Why do I mention this? I mention this because today's topic of media literacy, we just need to unpack. I thought I can unpack that a little bit and say that what is this media literacy? If there are 800 million people, according to the 2011 census, who live in rural areas, but who don't feature in the mainstream news, then I feel that this media literacy is a very selective media literacy that we are discussing. So which is why the People's Archive of Rural India is about opening out that media literacy to include the lives and livelihoods, the news and events which affect 800 million people, right? Now we do get to hear about rural India. We either hear about the barbaric, like, Khap panchayats who order honor killings, or we hear about people who are branded as witches. Or on the other end of the spectrum, we hear about, crafts which are dying, and there are only 5 people who do that craft, and it's kind of exoticized. But between these two extremes, there is a wide swathe of lives and livelihoods in rural India, which we know nothing about. And at the People's Archive of India, every time one of us journalists goes out and writes a story, we learn a lot. And it's because of that learning that comes from reporting on these issues that we felt that let's take this a little further. So coming now to classroom practice, at PARI, we know that people are using our stories in, educational universities across India, across the world, to explain, to describe, to show different kinds of topics and so on, right? But we wanted to up the stakes a bit, and we want to do perhaps a little course correction there. So just bear with me. And we know that PARI stories are interdisciplinary. For example, a story on farming is not just a story on farm and the laborer. It's a story about ownership of capital. It's about how farmers can become landless laborers. It's about seeds and biodiversity. It's about the economics of irrigation versus yield. It's about biodiversity. It's about policies and subsidies. We all talk about, banks being robbed blind by big businessmen, and then we complain about subsidies given to farmers. And there are so many things, so many topics in textbooks which can be discussed with the PARI story. But above all else, we believe that it is the human lives that we write about behind those textbook concepts which really bring it to life, right? And bring it to you in a way that is, we are essentially storytellers. And by telling you the story of somebody's life across these various boxes, we try and show you an interdisciplinary story, teaching, and so on, right? So we thought, why not switch this around? Why not get students to engage with the farmer or the craftsperson or the migrant or the community or the laborer or whoever, get them to engage, get them to find out, and get them to write for us. And that's where PARI education comes in. So we started a few years ago, rather gingerly actually, saying that, going into schools and colleges and universities and saying, let's talk about rural India. And then we decided that we didn't want to do this show and tell, we wanted students and teachers to begin engaging. So we began designing projects with the help of professors and universities and teachers and schools. And today, if you go to PARI Education website, you'll see evidence of this. We have a fabulous story put up last week about Jaunsari herders in Uttarakhand, a community of very small herders, rearers, and weavers. And it's a story which unpacks everything for you. The economics, the sociology, the development goals, the aspirations, even climate change is mentioned in that story. And students, we have, at the end of each PARI story, we have what's called an editor's note in which the student tells us that by doing this story, what is it that they actually learned? So by doing this, we get students to actually engage with the big processes of our times, the big issues of our times: poverty, inequality, caste-based occupations, poverty, gender. So it's not just a story, it's an engagement, and it's engagement not just with a subject, multiple subjects, and not just with multiple subjects, but multiple issues of our times, right? And our whole purpose behind this is that we want students to have a more human experience of what they are learning, right? So, for example, we have students who tell us, oh, I know everything about this craft. I went and studied it. I went to the weaver. I learned everything. But in India or in any craft, for example, you cannot separate the craft and the craftsperson, right? So we say, okay, can you also tell us about the life of the craftsperson? And there is so much of learning that unpacks over there. So, right, so this is how we have taken media literacy into the classroom, and it's a very exciting process. We just, as you mentioned, we just launched last month. We are getting lots of, excitement among students, teachers, professors. So please join us, and I'll be happy to hear what the rest of the panelists have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. David, for that. I'll be taking up some of those issues that you mentioned with regard to the gender, class, and caste divide that we have in this country and across the world, as well as we kind of move on. But and thank you so much for the work that Pari's been doing all these years with the stories that have not been covered by the mainstream kind of media, the stories of like migrants, about laborers, about so many other stories as well. So thank you. We'll move on to the next couple of panelists that we have, to Mr. Murthy. Can you hear me, Mr. Murthy? Am I audible? Okay, I'll just start off by introducing, and then we can hopefully can comment. Okay, so Mr. Murthy, Mr. Sachidananda Murthy is a resident editor of the newspaper Malayalam Manorama and also of the magazine The Week in New Delhi. He has more than 38 years of expertise in writing about national and international politics and governance. He has been with The Week since its launch in 1982. It was during his frequent trips to Mysore in the initial days of his career as a journalist that made Mr. Murthy realize that journalism consisted much more than politics and crime. Being a firm believer that writers propel literature and journalism propels literature, he has also spoken about incorporating literary elements in news stories. So welcome, Mr. Murthy, to our panel. You can now please go ahead and make your opening statement.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to the Christ University and yourself and all the fellow panelists. So I would like to look at it more of how the whole media scene has evolved because of my own, the way I've seen, because 40 years ago, if you look at the post-emergency situation in the country, the newspapers reached only 1 or 1.5% of the population. And they had to be both educated and had to economically afford to buy a newspaper every day. Because in the 70s and 80s, television and radio were completely controlled by the state. So then, along with the economic and other revolutions, we had the huge explosion of literacy and urbanization. So today, according to the Audit Bureau of Circulation, newspapers are reaching a population of 25 to 30%, whereas mass media is itself reaching 70 to 80% of the population in different forms, from television, radio, social media, community outreach efforts and all that. So that is the kind of revolution which is still in the process. So also what happened was when newspapers were very elitist because they catered to an educated, economically strong readership, now the consumer themselves have changed. I remember when I was covering the Indian Space Research Organization, Dr. Satish Dhawan, one of the foremost space scientists, his ambition was that ISRO should help every Indian to have a transistor radio so that he can listen to news, information, and this thing. Today, it is not the radio, but the smartphone and all other devices make information accessible to almost everyone in the country. This is a kind of revolution which we have had. Also is coupled with urbanization. But the question is, what kind of news is reaching people? What kind of things are happening? Because as we reach larger and larger audiences, we have also changed our style of working, changed our reporting, and what we were not focusing 40 years ago, we are focusing more. We have dropped some of the things. And also, there's a strong criticism that the media, especially print and television media, we have dumbed down a lot. That is obvious because we are reaching the largest common denominator of readership or viewership. But yet, the situation is not very dismal, though we have dumbed down a bit, because the kind of information which we are giving today, whether it's in English or Hindi or the regional languages, is much more than what I remember, because we used to cover speech after speeches in the earlier days. Now speeches are less. Photographs of formal inaugurations, wreath laying, or garlanding of statues. These were being covered. Now it's changed because the demand is more. We are covering more of health, more of education, more of rural development and others. Because one of the things is there's a lot of criticism that we are, now this is a popular phrase that a Lutyens' Delhi journalism. Our own political leadership is attacking the media, saying that you guys are, but then no, it is not like that. Even if you take the largest circulated Hindi newspaper in the country, it has more than 1,200 editions across 9 states, which means every 50 kilometers, the Dainik Bhaskar or Dainik Jagan, they change because they have to cater to the local readership. We have become more and more local, that is both from local to the global we are covering. So this is the kind of things media has changed. So it's not that somebody sitting in the headquarters in Bhopal or Lucknow, Kanpur will decide how these 2 papers will be. And it's the same with all other newspapers. So how do we, and then also the other phenomenon we all look forward to was that of the citizen journalist. That is, everybody is a reporter, everybody is a videographer. So, and that too, the spread of smartphones and social media has done that. But now, after the last quarter century of internet and then other internet-related revolutions, I still now think that people want somebody to select their news for them, information for them, because as other panelists mentioned, there's a huge infodemic that started from the turn of the century. So, but then gossip, misinformation, fake news has always been there. Because nowadays this phrase which is not used is when I came to journalism was hello journalism. Oh my, this publication is a hello journalism. Hello journalism meant, because hello journalism, for those who don't know, is because the color of the newsprint on which newspapers printed were yellow, very bad quality paper. So that's how the phrase hello journalism came, which is either sensationalist or exaggerated or this thing. So this kind of fake news has always existed. Of course, now it has become much bigger, much more immediate and much widespread. That's why we come to know about. But still people are now, I think as the evolution of communication and absorption of information increases, people will look forward to somebody to edit it, because newspapers have 7 layers of editing. Television channels unfortunately have 1 layer of editing. When they go live, even that is not there. And social media has no editing. Nobody is fact checking. Anybody anywhere can put anything. So it can cause a lot of good as well as a lot of harm. A lot more harm has been done. Rumors and other things spread faster through. And that's why every time there's some tension, we hear the authorities say they want to shut down the internet. They think by that, but then rumor and fake news spread otherwise also. So this is the current status on but then our people today are much more smarter, much more aware of information, because I remember in the 70s and all that, we go to the villages, they would have no this thing except the All India Radio, this thing will be there. There'll be no electricity, there's no other this thing. So they wouldn't know news which has happened even 10, 15 days before that wouldn't have reached the village. So this is the situation where there's a lot of change, some good and some not so good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy, and talking about like what do you call the changing nature of the mediums as well, and the trajectory that we've taken in the last few decades. So thank you so much for that, and I'll get back to you as well with other questions that I have and the panelists have as well. So thank you. So last panelist for today is Dr. Sumana. I'll just introduce Dr. Sumana, and then like probably she can make her opening statement as well. So Dr. Sumana Chettopadhyay is an associate professor in the Department of Digital Media and Performing Arts in the Diedrich College of Communication at Marquette University, Wisconsin. She had joined the university soon after she had completed a PhD in communication from the University of Missouri, Columbia in 2006. Political campaigns, social action campaigns, television as a global industry, and international communication are Dr. Sumana's subjects of teaching. Her research interests include cross-cultural media coverage of crisis, public opinion, political advertising, presidential debates, and political participation. Besides being actively involved with National Communication Association, she has also served as program planner and as the chair of the Mass Communication Division. Dr. Sumana is also the chair-elect of the Political Communication Division and has been involved with the undergraduate curriculum review at the college level. Welcome, Dr. Sumana, to our panel. You can make your opening statement now.
Hi, Pradeep. Thank you for having me here today. It's been exciting listening to everybody so far. Thank you to all the organizers for this event. And actually, I'm not the chair-elect, I'm the chair now. So that's just old information, you know, for political communication. But yes, so I'm very happy to be here today and talk about this very important issue of media literacy, because while I was listening to everybody, I was thinking back to the time when I joined as a faculty member here in US, which was in 2006, and how the whole aspect of teaching in the classroom has changed in all these years. And I was thinking to myself that every class that I teach, you mentioned some of the classes that I teach, now has a media literacy component to it, because it's no longer like you can't put media literacy in a box and say, here is where you go to learn it, because everything you learn right now has a media literacy aspect to it. So when I think of media literacy, I think of a couple of things to start with. One is, first of all, how do I see it in terms of defining media literacy? So to me, media literacy is the ability to access, analyze, evaluate, create, and act using a variety of forms of communication. So media literacy includes the ability to understand how and why media messages and images are constructed and for what purposes they're used. So, and it also helps citizens examine how individuals interpret messages differently. So that's another important aspect of this, that not everybody will see the same message in the same way, because they'll interpret it based on their skills, beliefs, backgrounds, experiences, and they also will consider how values and points of view are included and excluded in various messages, depending upon where they're coming from. So, so media literate citizens have to remain continually aware of the ways in which media can influence their beliefs and behavior. And this actively, so kind of going back to how you know, this ties in with everything I teach. Because I am a political communication scholar, a lot of my work and teaching connects with the idea of citizenship. So, and so one big area that is intertwined with media literacy is digital citizenship, because we cannot do anything without doing things digitally right now. So, and digital citizenship is very strongly interconnected with media literacy. It includes the norms of appropriate, responsible, and healthy behavior related to current technology use, including digital and other types of media. It includes ethics, etiquette, and security. Somebody mentioned here privacy issues in the current environment. So definitely, you know, constantly being aware of that. So, so digital citizenship will include the ability to access, analyze, again, evaluate, develop, produce, and interpret media. So, and also it involves internet safety and cyberbullying prevention, which is another big issue right here in US about you need to be media literate to actually be one of those people that stands up to cyberbullying. So, so kind of going to, you know, how this matters even in the current climate. We are in the midst of a pandemic. I live in a country which has the worst record of handling the pandemic in the world, even though this is one of the most developed countries in the world. And every day I see misinformation out there. You know, there's so many different forms of information. Pradeep, you mentioned the infodemic and how we have been a part of this from way before. So, so that kind of, you know, to think about it, media literacy therefore encompasses, first of all, critical thinking. So that's what I try to teach to my students as well, that to be media literate, first and foremost, you have to be a critical thinker. You have to look at things in a more broader lens and look at, okay, for example, what's the evidence behind whatever you're reading? Who is speaking? Who is the author and the purpose of the message? What values, lifestyles, or points of view are being represented in this message? What techniques are being used to attract your attention to the message? What is creating this aspect or perception of credibility to the message? How will different people read it? That's another big part of it. What was omitted from the message and who makes money from the message? So it's not just one thing. It's about being aware of the whole background behind whatever media you're being exposed to. So media literacy, especially when I talk about it with students, also involves like not just identifying fake news, because there is a big climate of saying everything is fake news, at least in this country. There is very high levels of partisanship, and there is media credibility has been hurt pretty badly by the rhetoric here. So knowing what is fake and what is not fake is important, but not just that. Media literacy is also about being a strong creator of media. It's also you. If you are a media, you're a creator. Every student is creating some sort of media messages online, whether it's through a tweet, a YouTube video, an Instagram post, a Facebook post. So media literacy today is expanded to include media creation. So no longer are the students primarily passive consumers of media. They're now active content creators by online sharing, posting, and commenting. So when they are posting something, when they're creating content, they need to also think critically about what is it that I'm presenting out there? Who is going to watch my message? Am I going to educate somebody through what I'm doing out here? So it's also about giving back. It's not just about being an active consumer, but it's also about giving back and being a critical thinker in assessing what you're posting out there. One quick other thing before I end, media literacy involves an intergenerational divide in some ways. So we as people who teach also need to be constantly in the loop about what's happening with new technologies. And also we should not be afraid to learn from our young students who bring their own perspective and understanding of the media world. So I think we can only become a more media literate society by participation and collaboration between the different units of meaning and different individuals in society. So those are some of my thoughts. So thank you for giving me the opportunity of sharing some of that.
Okay, thank you for those thoughts and talking about like what you call some important things like privacy, right? Cyberbullying, and like what you call the idea of like what you call nowadays everybody has become a content creator as well, and the big problem in the US as such could be like even if you have the president himself, President Trump himself, like kind of putting out so many kind of fake messages and fake tweets there as well, and attacking the media as well. So that is a whole other like problem as well that you're facing there in the US as such. So so thank you so much, all the panelists, for my opening statement. I just want to explore a few areas that I thought will be really important to kind of further explore as such, and then we'll take a few questions in the last 15 minutes or so. So the next like 20 minutes or so, I want to just kind of talk about some things that I thought that are important. So when we think about, when we're talking about media literacy, I just want to kind of, and digital literacy, right? I just want to like kind of first talk about like, in this country, we have a problem with literacy itself, right? With the education system itself, right? So in that case, I thought like we need to explore like three big things, and these are big topics that can be kind of talked about for a long period of time. I mean, I'm sure half an hour is not enough for this. the first one that I want to start off with is the gender divide, and I have some stats here. I'll just read this out, and then I want some reaction from all the panelists. And this time we'll start from Sumana, and then we'll go to the other panelists as well. So in March, a report from OECD came out, right? And it talked about roughly 327 million fewer women than men have a smartphone and can access mobile internet. Women are on average 26% less likely than men to have a smartphone. In South Asia and Africa, these proportions stand at 70% and 34% respectively. So according to UN Women, 1.7 billion women in low and middle income countries do not own a mobile phone, right? So this is like what you call not only an Indian problem, it's a global problem as well. So when we're talking about like what you call we are in a pandemic, we are moving to online spaces, right? We've transitioned so to these spaces. So, but this also has a gendered element here. I'm wondering, like, so what is your take on that, Sumana? And then we can go to other panelists as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. Definitely. I mean, it's, you know, some of this also has to do kind of thinking about it. It's a question of access, like you said. So definitely, you know, like you mentioned the statistic about how women own fewer smartphones. It also is a question of safety in some ways. Because, you know, if you look up, there is this organization called Plan International that does work on the gender digital divide. And one of the key things that they talk about in terms of the digital gap is that not only do women have fewer smartphones or fewer like broadband connections, but also there are other kinds of barriers. Like, for example, like I said, privacy issues. They are oftentimes more of recipients of cyberbullying online. There are more anti-sexist comments they would get, you know, in a public forum. They get judged for oftentimes maybe not even their opinions, but okay, what profile picture do you have? So it's also a combination of that. And also there are issues in terms of cost. Cost is a bigger barrier for women than men, especially if you look at per capita incomes as well. And of course, the stereotypes and traditions. So I guess one of the ways, and the other thing is also more of a general divide in terms of communicating, because you have to be an active, open communicator if your voice is to be heard, you know. So even in general, if you look at research out there, research shows that women will speak up less in a group unless they're absolutely sure of what they're saying, while a man, if you know, will raise his hand even if you know that person doesn't have the best answer. So there's also that added barrier to communication, which I think makes a stronger push for media literacy, because media literacy is also you know, this skill set or a competency that will help you develop the confidence to speak up and advocate for different things. So I think it's a combination of economics, social norms, and also maybe access in some ways. But yes, but I would be happy to hear about what others have to say about this. So.
Thanks, Sumana, for that. Like, we'll move on to Mr. Murthy as such. And can you, can you comment? Yes.
You know, there's the same issue in all media outreach things. Is we find that there are more men who access and use than women in India. So, but then there's also what Professor Sumana mentioned about cyberbullying and other things. But also I find that a lot of women do not want to have a smartphone or use it extensively, because there's also what I would call the authority bullying. Now, what happens is if you have a phone, and a smartphone means even this thing is for everything and everywhere you get calls, because now I'll give an example. About last month, a lady I know had developed some problems, went for a test in Ghaziabad, which is in Uttar Pradesh, to a big corporate hospital for a tuberculosis test. And then the test turned positive. Now she went to her doctor, he prescribed a course of medication. And in the records, her phone number was given, mobile phone number. And her husband's email ID was given. Now, next morning, she got a call from the TB network, because already this information, the hospital and the lab were mandated to send it to both the central and state governments. And then they started getting call after call. Okay, what medicine you are taking, what precaution you are taking, have you done this? We are calling from the health department of UP. I'm calling from the thing. So this is a kind of things, because the moment you give your phone number or something in India, now it is, I mean, if you open a bank account, if you have take a loan, again, there'll be calls, marketing calls and other things. So a lot of, I've seen in many cases, a call comes, if the woman doesn't recognize the number, she gives it to her husband or son. Please check this, somebody is calling, asking me all kind of questions. So how do we educate them to use the phone, confidently answer these things and also put them off? So there's a lot of issues women face as far as access to smartphones and other this thing. This is one issue which I think, because even my colleagues who sell the Week magazine to subscribers, they say when they get better response from men than from women. Women will say, okay, you call later, speak to my son or my husband or somebody. This is what happens for telecallers. I'm talking from the other side of the fence also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy, for that. We'll move to Ms. Balaya, your take, and probably you can bring in a little bit of like the South African perspective as well. So that'll be like interesting for our listeners as well.
Thanks, Pradeep. I think we share very similar social context, social, economic, and political context between India and South Africa. So we have a population that's largely illiterate. We have a population that's a significant part of the population that lives below the breadline. And we have, in very, again, in terms of the similarities, a population that's been decimated by HIV. And so we have very many women-headed households and households that are actually headed by grandmothers. And that's where we see this gendered access, right? So if there's access to a smartphone, for example, that smartphone and that data is going to the younger generation, whether it be boys or girls. So it's not sitting in the hands of an older generation in the country. But I think it speaks exactly to this point that Preeti was making earlier about who are we talking about when we're talking about media literacy, right? We've got a bunch of people who are not part of this information ecosystem, who are not represented. It's very difficult to argue the point, that you've made, Pradeep, in that there is a gender discrepancy in terms of access to digital technology and to information in itself. But the point, to extend it a little bit, means that there's a lack of representation of those voices, of those stories. There's also the inability to shift that narrative, because ultimately, what are you doing? You're relying on those in power, those that have that hegemonic influence, to shift that narrative for you. And to come back to the Prof's point, that puts women on the back foot, doesn't it? Because we don't have that kind of strength in numbers actually to shift that narrative. So I completely hear you. It is a gendered issue in the country. From a journalistic perspective, we've had a significant kind of weaponization of digital content against women journalists. It is a huge problem in the country. Speaking to the point of privacy, we've had women's addresses put out on the internet. We've had their children's location, their schools. We've had threats of rape and assault and all of that against women journalists who are simply doing their jobs. And you literally see none of that aimed at men journalists. So it's a huge gendered issue that we have to tackle, not just in terms of access, but actually how that information is used once it's out there. Thanks, Pradeep.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Balaya, for that, for your take on that as such. So we'll move on to Ms. David, and then we can move on to the other panelists as well. So Ms. David, if you can come in, yeah.
Yeah, so about gender and the ownership of mobile phones and smartphones and so on, I just want to say that in India, our reporting shows us that it's not just ownership of a mobile phone, it's even ownership of land. In India, if you're a farmer, what is the image, the stereotype that you have? That it's a male farmer, right? So women are doing as much work on the farm, but the land records never state that they are the owners, right? So this is not just, they don't have ownership of their land, they have no ownership of their reproductive rights. I myself have done stories on reproductive rights of women in rural India, and very often they have absolutely no rights over it, right? There's a mother-in-law, or there's a husband who is deciding that. They have no rights over the finances of the family. So when you have all this denial of all these other rights, then yes, of course, gender and mobile whatever will follow. It's just another thing. And I just like to say that poverty doesn't have anything to do with this. The lowest sex ratio in India is in the richest part of India, which is South Delhi, right? It has the lowest sex ratio. It did have it one time. So it's nothing to do with poverty or literacy. Right? It is to do with the society and the way it is shaped and the way it sees women's contribution as being not acknowledging women's contribution, right? And when we're talking about mobile literacy, I'd also like to just say that in India, forget owning a mobile phone. You might own a mobile phone, but you may not have the money to pay for the right bandwidth. So today we're talking about, digital education and so on in India. The fact of the matter is that there is very little bandwidth that you can afford for your children to continue going to school. So these are also issues that, need to be explored. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Preeti, for that. And we'll come back to you with a few other questions as well. We'll move on to Professor McDowell. Professor, so what is your take on that as well? And you can also talk about it from the US perspective as such, right? So we're seeing issues with one, there's a high kind of talking about a high dropout rate when you talk about the schools as well. And the second thing is, when you look at the numbers, even a higher kind of dropout rate amongst minorities, the Latinx and the African American community as well, and they seem to be disproportionately, affected by COVID as well. So if you could connect those three elements, because we may have maybe another 10 or so minutes to kind of explore this, and then move on to the question as well. So again, it's a big thing to connect gender, race, class, and caste even. But yes, if you can talk through that would be helpful.
Well, certainly the ICT indicators, as you say, participation with digital devices and digital tools. Historically in the United States, there was a series of reports that looked at who had access to the internet and who had access to different services. And you have issues, as you say, with wealth, with urban and rural areas, even in the United States, and you have also demographic differences with access. The gender, I don't have specific information about that, but I think one thing that just in general, the ICT usage and access seems to line up with other indicators of kind of participation and power. But I think the companies, historically, telephone companies didn't pay much attention to women users initially. They thought of it as a business tool, but then social communication has become more important over the last century, and then in this current age, so that I think paying attention to how people are using media, I think it's not, the preconceptions just may not be there, because there are certain pockets, for instance, of Hispanic users have very different kind of uses and kind of digital access than maybe other minority groups. But that's I don't have anything specific to add about the U.S. situation, other than you're right that the cost of access, that was one point that was raised, means that many people are kind of searching for Wi-Fi. They'll have the device, but then use the services that are available through Wi-Fi rather than through a subscription, subscription is much more dominant here than prepaid. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor. We'll move on to Professor Varghese for his take on these. So there's the digital divide and the gender divide as well. So Professor Varghese, if you can comment.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I have a few observations. One is all of us seem to be coming back to this point about access to the media. And I think that's a very crucial moot point, very actively linked to literacy and literacy, media literacy. I have an interesting point to share with you. I've been associated with 2 schools of media education. And these schools are situated in urban areas, cosmopolitan cities. And I'm very heartened to notice that increasingly young women are opting to join for media and journalism. And I think this is a very good sign. And it is limited in the sense that it's largely in the metropolitan areas. And I'm sure someone like Ms. Preeti David will have a different story to tell. But there is a movement among women to increasingly look at media and journalism as professional options. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We should encourage that. Now, the core point which I want to state here is actually a question. And it is, why is it that our governments, and I'm talking about governments across the world, why is it that governments are not making it possible for free access to the media? I'm talking about governments not permitting the technology to be easily available. I know that in India, for example, for every transaction, financial transaction that is made, there is something called an educational cess, which is made. But when we come to education, in college, for example, we've been forced, like many other institutions around the world, we've been forced to go online. But even at St. Stephen's College, we find students who are unable to access their online classes because the internet is poor. They do not have devices which are equipped to access the quality education which is being offered. So my question is, why is it that governments are not making this free? Or if not free, at least with just the minimal charge? That, I think, is something all governments should seriously look at if they mean business about media literacy. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Varghese, for those thoughts as well. Those are interesting things. So why the internet as a free space as such, and the government as such offering free services as well. Although I must say that with the advent of like all these the big monopolies like Jio and so on and so forth, the data prices, at least in our countries, has gone down. Although that again can lead to like kind of other issues. And again, the digital access, like we're talking through the last hour or so, is like we have a problem of access as well, right? So we can't assume that if you're going to get like 2 GB of data or so for a household, that's enough for the parents working and if they have 2 kids, the kids studying and all those kind of things, right? So we kind of like, in some instances, we just like kind of transitioned directly to this online form of education. But my larger point is to take these things into account as well when we kind of doing that. And another thing in one of the morning panels that we were talking about, that's again a big topic as such, how special needs kids are not kind of addressed kind of in this as well. Yes, when we talk about platforms like WebEx or Zoom or something like that, and a panelist was talking about that, how they're finding it difficult as well to connect. So anyways, thank you so much. Now I'll go on to some audience questions, and this is probably like, some of it is specific, some of it is general. So I'll kind of, if it's specific, I'll address the particular person. If it's general, I'll just keep it general. So the first question, again, from what we're talking about, this is very interesting, that's coming in from our audience. How can media literacy play a role in addressing the problem of sexism, misogyny, and bigotry? Again, it's like a pretty complex question as such. So any of the panelists can kind of take that question.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So, one of our participants is asking, how can media literacy play a role in addressing sexism, misogyny, and bigotry?
I think sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that all the biases that you're talking about in society exist in the media industry as well, right? So perhaps first the media industry needs to address these issues within itself, maybe have more, as Professor Burgi said, more women journalists coming out, perhaps have more women in positions of importance. Perhaps also, as one of your panelists yesterday was speaking, have more Dalits, more Adivasis, more people from different communities speaking on behalf of, speaking with, speaking about, and so change the narrative. The narrative is still very dominated by a certain kind of voice. So women is just one of those voices that we need to increase.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts on that from the other panelists?
So, Pradeep, I teach this class on television criticism, which, it's not just the news, but it's a great point about the narrative. Who are the people that are writing that narrative? Because even with ads, it's a combination of everything, advertising, other kinds of tweets. So basically it's being aware of the stereotypes and the biases that go into making those messages. So I can give you an example of, a lot of my examples are from US because this is where what I study and teach. So there was a Gillette ad last year, which was about focusing on the acceptable behavior of boys. I'm sorry, there's a siren going off, so you're hearing that. But it was a Gillette ad about the Me Too movement. So, and it was basically modeling behaviors about showing what men sometimes act like, and then showing what the right behaviors would be in that situation and how boys should stand up in a situation like that and question those actions by other boys. So this was something that I teach this class, and there was an assignment they did, which was about looking at how the different people would read the same ad that was controversial and respond. So it's interesting that the younger demographic, which are in my class, they understood it mostly and had similar reactions to it. But on Twitter, some of the older males had a very vitriolic response to the same thing. So it's, but just creating more opportunities for messages like that, both in the news and also in advertising, in television, in films. It's about bringing more people with awareness to the producer positions, but also creating the lens where people are cognizant of their own biases and stereotypes. That is how we can change, sexist behavior and sexist attitudes in society through media literacy.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Sumana, for that. That's really interesting as such. And this also like kind of goes off when we're talking about media literacy as such. It has to start at an early age as well, right? So that is so very important as well. Again, these are big topics as such. So sorry, Professor Verghese, did you have anything to add? Yes, please go on.
Yes, I'll make a quick point, Dr. Thomas, with your permission. This kind of a sexist attitude can be corrected not just with media education, it has to be with every form of education. We have to make it a pan awareness. Okay. So that's my little point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And the next question, again, this is a general question coming in from from our audience members. And this is very, very important as such when what we're talking about, like media literate students as well. So how do we implement media literacy in schools as to not make it just as a subject, but a lesson for life? As many a times the things we learn in school are forgotten post the exams. So at least like I remember going to school and like not learning like anything in my high school about like what you call media literacy or like what you call those kind of important kind of things. And even like there was hardly anything about like politics as well, right? Then I went into science and then other things. So at least for me, it was like only after I went to the US and kind of started looking at these things with Sumana and my other professors as such, that I started to explore these things. So how do we do it at an early stage? And now again, like we all know, there's so many issues with fake news, with deep fakes, with all those kind of things that are coming in as such. How do we do it, at least in the Indian context as such? And it has to be in different languages as well in this country, right? So that is an even more challenging thing. Yeah. Yes, Professor Verghese, please.
A quick response to that, Dr. Thomas. We have something called the National or the New Education Policy, which is just being brought in. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to suggest that media literacy become an important aspect of education. You know, it's an opportunity which we should not let go. So perhaps one of the recommendations from this conference should be to the Ministry of Education.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Verghese, on that. Any other thoughts, Ms. Balaya? Yes, please, go on, yeah.
Thanks, Pradeep. I think, you know, when we talk about media literacy, we tend to think about it in a very academic, almost dry way, right? So we don't actually apply ourselves to those creative methods of teaching media literacy. I'm of the opinion that the time has come for this kind of broad-based intervention at school level, but also at university level. I believe that even down to our engineers and our chemical scientists and all of those people, I mean, if you look at what's happening with the pandemic and the amount of information that our experts, our doctors, our scientists are having to produce on a daily basis, you can see how this information literacy component affects everyone. So I think that time has come for that intervention. But what I would like to say is that we have to be a little bit more creative about how we do that. I think back to when I was very little, I think I was 6 years old, and I was being taught about picking up litter, right? And I was being taught about picking up litter through coloring in pages and talking to cartoon characters and that kind of stuff. And that stuff has stuck with me today, to this point. We've also had an intervention many years ago in South Africa with financial literacy at a school level, realizing that to uplift an entire country, to make sure that you have people who are thinking about entrepreneurship, for example, you had to have an intervention about financial literacy. The time has come for media literacy to take its place at school level and at university level.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Balaya, for that. And also interesting. So yesterday, Mr. Sainath was talking about in his lecture as well. So he was talking about the bubble education system that we have in this country, right? Kind of, and in other countries as well. Like, so it's time for us to kind of explore like so many other things that kind of really, like you were talking about financial literacy or media literacy, and there's so many other kinds of literacy as well, right? There's the sex education or sex literacy and all those kind of things as such. And if you're going through school without that, it's going to be very difficult later on in life as such to kind of cope up with that as such. Any thoughts on that, or can we move on to other questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to, sorry, may I?
Yeah, Ms. David
Yeah.
and then Mr. Murthy. Yeah, please.
Okay. So I'd just like to say that we have already started doing many sessions and workshops across schools and colleges and universities in India. And, you know, interestingly, although we start by wanting to talk about the diversity of India, we cannot but talk first about media literacy to students. And we show them exactly what Professor Balaya was saying, you know, in South Africa. She does. We do a lot of that, and we find that actually taking it beyond just the show and tell about media literacy, but actually getting them to engage by doing reporting and writing themselves is really a huge lesson. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. David. Mr. Murthy, yeah, please go.
I just have a different thought on this. You know, if you look at the Indian Constitution, it doesn't talk about the freedom of the press, freedom of the media. It only talks about the freedom of expression of the citizen, in which all these freedoms of press or say social media, all other come under the broader definition that we must have complete freedom. So similarly, I would say that instead of focusing on media literacy, financial literacy, gender literacy, and all this, shouldn't we look at complete literacy in our education system? Professor Verghese rightly talked about the new education policy which has come in, which is again, you know, like the 5 blind men seeing the elephant, feeling the elephant and saying, oh, this education policy is for this, for that. But I think we are losing by going for, how many classes can we? Today, the Prime Minister in an address said in primary school, we must include agriculture as a subject to students. Now, how many things? Instead of that, I think if our students have complete literacy, they know everything, a 360-degree perspective, by good reading, by good teaching, by good interactions and parenting, that is a far better thing than if we say, okay, because the load on the children also will be, students will be very critical for us to handle, because I got 2 engineers' sons who went through the higher education thing through only the prism of science and technology. So I knew how much they have missed out on other things. So I think we have to look at the focus more on complete literacy, though I agree the subject of this session is on media literacy. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murthy, for that. Another important thing again, that I want to talk about, we have around 5 minutes as well. So again, this is for this is probably for like all the panelists as such. So what we're finding like right now in 2020 and the last 10 years or more with the proliferation of fake news, right? What we're calling fake news, and right, so much of misinformation, and at least in this country and other countries, it's like through WhatsApp and through Facebook, and so on and so forth. So one thing is that even students in who study journalism honors or journalism or media studies, sometimes they think that, oh, I'm media literate. I know what I'm doing. This is all for the others. This kind of works as something of a third person effect as well for some of our students and professionals as well. When you think that it's not about me, it doesn't affect me, it affects others. But when you go on, when they really start talking in the classroom or they kind of start engaging as such, you find even some of them are not very kind of media literate, right? So what do you think we need to do to address this? I'm sure Dr. Sumana was talking about, there's also these things are coming into the curriculum as well. Because look, all of us are not going to be look at a news story, right? The common citizenry as such, and go and see, oh, go and check this, right? Go and be I'm going to do a reverse image search and see that if this is the right image, or I'm going to kind of look at something else, right? So we consume these things a lot passively as well, right? So how do we kind of change this for media students, professionals as well, and the larger public? I know, again, it's a big question. So if anybody wants to answer that, yes.
Okay, so I can take a stab at it because I have done some research on fake news. So, I would say that there are different fake news guides out there. The International Communication Association last year actually published one of those, giving a set of bullet points about what should you do to actually figure out if this is fake or not. So, and so there is like, for example, don't clickbait articles, it's clickbait, that could be fake news. If there are lots of caps, if they start with the premise that says, oh, the mainstream media won't say this to you. This is a secret I want to divulge with you. There are different ways of doing it. And also if something is completely, even be aware of your cognitive biases, because sometimes, we believe what we want to believe. And the preponderance of information is one of the major causes of fake news, because there's so much out there and it's so easy to alter. Information and make it fake. So, or make a slight tweak to it. So I would say a couple of things. First, look up your sources, read up about the credibility of the source, look at multiple sources, look at what other people are saying about that. And nowadays there are fact checkers out there. Like whenever I see a Facebook post and it looks not quite right to me, I Google it. And oftentimes I add, like PolitiFact or Snopes.com, and there are other kinds of checkers. So just kind of do a quick search on that before you post. So even if you don't want to do a reverse image search, that's the bare minimum. Look at multiple sources, check your sources before you decide on the source. Don't always go, if you are biased, because each of us have political bias, don't just go with your biased source, go with a neutral source and see what different folks are saying. So those are some tactics to use, and look at some of these checkers. And there are actually, if you want to teach it, there are good games too. Like there is a Factitious game, which is about figuring out how to check fake news. And so if you're using it in pedagogy, that's another way to teach people as well, through a game or an app.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Sumana. Professor McDowell, would you like to add to this, and make some closing remarks as well, if you may, please?
Yeah, I think this issue of fake news is really one of the key challenges that's contemporary and underlines the importance of media literacy, because it's not kind of marginal players anymore. It's government agencies, like in the United States, trying to distort the electoral context, political parties or advocates for specific political parties. And so it's not just kind of a marginal activity. It's actually, some groups are investing a lot in creating not just one-sided, but distorted and even, things that are not based on a factual record. So that's one of the key problems, I think, of our era, and of kind of the distributed access that web-connected devices and people, that Reach Internationally provide. And so it underlines the importance of media literacy all the more, I think. Thanks. And thanks again.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor McDowell as such. Okay, so it's we almost out of time. I would just request the panelists to make, this is going to be really short, closing remarks, right? Maybe I'm going to go the television route here, 30-second closing remarks for the panelists here before we go on to other things. So we can start off with Ms. Balaya, and then we can move to others as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Pradeep. Is this the equivalent of an elevator pitch then? So from my side, I think just an appeal to all of us as journalism educators to step back and slow things down a little bit. We are so driven by this fast news pace, by the idea of ambient journalism and wanting to be plugged in all the time, that we've got to recognize that it is impossible. It's impossible to engage with material, to teach students new tricks and tips, to make sure that they're fact-checking, make sure that they're learning about what it is that they're talking about and reporting on very quickly. So we've just literally got to start making peace with the fact that we want quality and we don't want to always be first. Okay. That's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Balaya. Thank you so much. Mr. Murthy?
Yeah, I just want to say that journalism will continue to evolve. So as it evolves, because it will evolve only in tune with the society, with polity and the economy and technology. So which means even media literacy will have to evolve strongly to catch up with it, because we have to run after the way society and media will evolve, and where the information, now it is a info pandemic, it will become super pandemic in the days to come. So we'll have to handle it in that way. Thank you. Thank you for this.
Miss David, would you like to make some closing remarks? Yeah.
So I'd just like to say thank you very much. It's been very interesting listening to so many different media educators from around the world. I would urge all of you to please do have a look at our website and tell me how we can improve it and how, what you find useful in it, because you're sitting on the other side. I'd really like to know, because I'm a journalist and we're trying to get into this. So do look at it and let us know. And it's been really educative to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. David. Professor McDowell.
Yes, thank you again for including me, and it's been great to work. I've had a number of my colleagues who have also participated in the conference, and I think the media literacy as kind of a general frame of mind is, try to encourage our students to ask a lot of questions and kind of get a frame of mind that they can take to their life as a whole, to be somewhat skeptical and to be careful in accepting claims. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Professor Verghese and then Sumana.
Thank you, Pradeep. I want to place on record my thanks to you, Dr. Thomas, and to Joel and Kaushik, Kailash Kaushik, especially for this opportunity to come and share my thoughts and meet different perspectives. Thank you very much. One thought which I'd like to place before all of us is that we should encourage everybody to use as much of the media as possible, because the more we use it, and when I say use it, I mean use it in a healthy and responsible manner. The more we use it, the more we become aware of its flip side, of all the opportunities and of all the problems there. So that's one suggestion I have for all of us and our listeners. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Verghese. Sumana, you would like to make...
Okay, yeah. So thank you for inviting me. It was very interesting and informative listening to everybody here. Everybody brings such a wealth of experience and knowledge on the issue. So I would just like to end with the fact that it's a fine walk between what we have all been doing all these years, but we need to do it better. And that is develop critical thinking, encourage our students to be critical thinkers. And also the new part is information literacy, which is what I would absolutely agree that make yourself comfortable with the media, use it more. So that's where the fear will go away. You will develop more sophistication to understand how the media works, and you can therefore be on the lookout for something that doesn't feel right. So it's a combination of critical thinking and information literacy, and we should make it a part of everything in our life. It's like a lifestyle in some ways, constantly be vigilant, be a critical thinker, be a skeptic. Also try to inform yourself and be literate about the different technologies out there. So
yeah, thanks Sumana, and thanks to the participants for keeping it really short and to 30 seconds as such. So I would really like to thank all the panelists, and I learned a lot the last hour and a half or so, and from so many diverse perspectives from across the world, from the US, from South Africa, from India as well. And I'm sure our students and listeners who are probably live streaming it on a Saturday night on YouTube learned a lot. And this is the last session we're going to have before the valedictory as well. So here's my thing, my big takeaways as such, my learnings, and probably others the students can comment or other listeners can comment on YouTube as well. So the big thing is like, one is like kind of what we started off with regard to kind of talking about the sources. So very important, not for us to look at like good sources, right? And also fund like kind of, or like kind of contribute to a diversity of like kind of sources, right? We already had discussions about like how the models of changing from the advertising models to the subscription model. So to places like Pari or The Wire or like Scroll in this country, kind of where we can get a diversity of voices as such, right, in the independent space. And also the others, what they mentioned is like looking at fact checkers as well. PolitiFact in the US, and here in this country we have Alt News and we have Boom and so on and so forth for like verification, and not just like having that information to yourself as such, and like you're part of all these WhatsApp groups and Facebook groups. Like if there is fake news out there, I think we have to like call that out, right? And as media educators or like as media students as well, right, who kind of are listening in. The second and big kind of thing is like kind of at least for to address in some ways in our own capacity the digital divide, kind of like all the big divides that we had. We only spoke about gender, but there's class and caste divides as well in this country, which we touched upon that on the last 3 days. We've had some heated conversations on that as well. So that is very, very, very important as such. And the third big thing is like, again, early media education. Right now we're moving into like kind of, we are in the internet age, and like kind of everybody has access to cell phones at a very early age, right? So this is going to get kind of more difficult and difficult, right, when you think about these things. So anyway, so thank you so much, everybody. And I'll hand it over to the MC, Miss Meena, just Meenu, sorry, to kind of just wrap it up. Yes.
Well, we got an overview of a variety of topics like gendered access to media, geographical access to media, subsidized access to media, and a lot more. Quoting Dr. Sumarna, media literacy is not just identifying fake news, it also means being a strong creator of media as media students and active consumers of media. With media literacy becoming an overriding concern, and the high rate of media consumption and its influence in shaping perceptions, beliefs, and attitudes, this panel discussion was more than necessary. It was delightful to watch you all impart such enriching knowledge and opinions. Thanks a bunch for your time and contribution, dear panelists. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for moderating this session. This time last year, none of us at the Department of Media Studies even remotely imagined that Media Meet would go virtual and international. But here we are, at the third and final day of this decade-old legacy with engaging, innovative, educational, and inspiring sessions. With that being said, I take this opportunity to call upon the helmsmen of this show, our Media Meet conveners, Dr. Kailash Kaushik and Professor Joel M. Jacob, followed by the student coordinators, my fellow batchmates and friends, Apurva Balaraju and Anjali Sharma.
Thank you, Meenu. Thank you for that. I hope Joel is also online with me.
I am.
Oh, yes, there you are. All right. We are here, and it is upon us now to conclude. And we would like to start off with 3 words, which is, we did it. Media Meet 2020 finally happened. And now we can finally quit all those extra WhatsApp groups. But I'm just kidding. But we are here now to thank all of them who made Media Meet possible. And it is a daunting task for which mere words are not enough. It would require me to create a lot of memes, but I didn't have time for that. So we thought the best way to honor and thank our esteemed guests and mentors was to remind ourselves and spread the knowledge that they have dispensed over the last 3 days. It would also be our responsibility to spread the inspiration that all our guests brought in. And this is what fuels us in our march towards change. So let's start we are going to give a Media Meet Rewind 2020. And I promise this rewind will be much better than the one YouTube will be having at the end of the year. First of all, I want to thank Father Vice Chancellor. You remind us that we have the support and encouragement to excel and spread media literacy as part of our service. Thank you, Dr. Kennedy, our Dean, for recalibrating our minds and reminding us of the pitfalls of objectivity in a field like media and the importance of media literacy as such. I would heartily thank our academic collaborators, Griffith University, Australia, and the College of Communication and Information, my alma mater from Florida State University, USA. We have Dr. McDowell right here with us also. Our supporting partner, UNESCO GAPMIL, which is the Global Alliance Partnership for Media and Information Literacy. People's Archive for Rural India, Preeti is also here. You being on our side was vital and energizing. Under 25 Christ University, thank you for spreading our message of media literacy to the youth community. And I want to remind all of you that our collaboration or our mission towards media literacy isn't stopping here, but this is just the beginning. Thank you for all the guests who made our pre-conference events and media talks possible. You set the stage for this eventful weekend. Vinod K. Jose of the Caravan, thank you for inaugurating Media Meet and igniting our minds and reminding us that the character of authorities in the media are changing and we need to be aware of these changes while consuming media. HR Venkatesh, Tim Fenton, Shweta Kotari, and Nolan Pinto, we will always remember and encourage to build fact-checking in local vernacular media, for that is exactly what helps the common man. Our paper presenters, participants, and moderators, both internal from our own university and external moderator, we would like to appreciate the brilliant job that you have done. Thank you for sharing your research and ideas in Media Meet. Angad, Kavita, Aarti, and Pallavi, we will not forget to bring out narratives, personal as they may be, as they are the ones that change society. Thank you so much for your inputs. Why restrict ourselves to television, radio, internet, and social media when we can use art to spread the word of media literacy? Thank you, MD Pallavi, Shilpa, Ninad, and Sumit. Your performances have inspired us beyond imagination. To all the people who tweeted and posted on Instagram with hashtag MediaMeet2020, Prakash, Vaibhav, and Archana have reminded us that the branding that you as the consumer has generated for us and how you have helped us become popular is the future of advertising, and we are actually living it. Thank you so much. Kasun, Sudipto, Anjali, and Vishaka, thank you. Your ideas and fiery debates and views have rekindled our democratic souls, reminding us to fight power abuse and amplify voices of the marginalized. Rarely do we get a chance to interact with experts beyond geographies, gender, and age. Social media definitely enabled that, and technologies like one we are using now definitely enabled that. But specific thank you to Akash Banerjee, Kinita Shenoy, and our very own Dr. Naresh Rao for reminding us the power of social media and how to responsibly like, share, and subscribe. So I would like to hand over the metaphorical mic to my co-convener, Joel, without whom definitely this whole thing wouldn't even have taken the first step. Joel, over to you.
Thanks, Kailash. Continuing on from where Kailash left off, thank you, Malia, Pablo, Amberine, and Pradeep. Thank you for giving us the language and possibilities to think about reality and presence of the real and the truth in us and around us, and in the documentaries that we make. You've got a lot of new fans for your work. Thank you, Besvada Wilson, for waking us up to the concerns of our own biases and prejudices. We will be better from today and work towards structural change. Mr. Harsh Mandar, thank you for reminding us that love is the strongest weapon and asking us to voice against violence, but at the same time, stay away from vilifying the victim. Mr. P. Sainath, we can't thank you enough. Thank you for being a constant inspiration for our students and taking your time off to passionately share your wisdom with us. Thank you for reminding us to sell our labor, but not our soul, while telling stories as journalists. Dr. Anil Pinto, Registrar, thank you for your support and being an amazing moderator for us for the speaker series. The love you show us as a department is heartwarming. Purnima, Shagun, and Soumya, all of us video gamers, thank you for giving us enough knowledge to argue with our parents as to why we need to play video games, but also providing hope that there is a lot more for us in the future for video games. Dr. Shakuntala Banerjee, thank you for reminding us about democracy and how it is now being undone by new media, despite it starting off as a means for democracy to survive. Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan, thank you for making us realize a critique is more than a Rotten Tomatoes review. We are sure we will enjoy watching films a lot more now. Sherry and Alexandre from GapMill, first of all, thank you for supporting us and introducing us to the Alliance and its network. We promise to work like eagles and also flock together in this partnership to spread media literacy all over the world as a human right. Professor John Verghese, Professor McDowell, Professor Dinesh Palaya, Preeti David, Dr. Sumana, and Mr. Sachidananda Murthy, thank you so much for an enlightening session and how we can take media literacy from the classroom to the communities, to the citizens around us, and in a much better way as educators. How can we not thank our moderators for various panel discussions who made these sessions happen? Shobna ma'am, Embassy, Asita ma'am, Shantaraju sir, Pradeep sir, Rashmi Soni, Ajay sir, Meljo sir, all of you have been great moderators. Thank you for allowing for such amazing discussions to happen over these 3 days. Finally, our own colleagues, thank you, Father Biju. We appreciate your bravery. You gave something you built, that is Media Meet, over a decade to two novices like Kailash and I to organize. Media Meet is your baby. It was your dream. And you gave it to us to organize this year. Thank you for that. You stood by us and helped made it happen. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. We thank you so much. Our head of the department, Padma Kumar sir, whom we call PK sir, thank you for being a constant support and guide and leading us at every step of the conference and believing in our abilities to take it forward. Thank you for being a true leader. All our colleagues, thank you for pitching in and helping us on the journey of Media Meet. Your constant encouragement and support has shown us how we are an amazing family, both at Central Campus and BGR Campus. We're all one. Thank you for being a great team in the Department of Media Studies and